Chapter 592. What? Yin Sheng was shocked. Because of my identity, Dongwang Ling said sadly. Ling you can't be like them, having a prejudice against family background, right? Yin Sheng was somewhat annoyed. She was from a modern era, and she looked down on this kind of secular concept of marriage. She had always felt that Dongwang Ling wasn't that kind of person. No, you misunderstood what I meant. It's not that I dislike goofing. It's just that the two of us aren't suitable for each other. You should know what kind of identity I have. Although I look very dignified on the outside, being the princess of the East Imperial Dynasty, it's just an empty title. I'm more like a puppet. No matter if it's my own marriage or my own future, to put it bluntly, it's not up to me to decide. Dongwang Ling had a sorrowful expression on her face. Since that's the case, you can still fight for it. Just like this time, didn't you also come to the continent's magic elite camp because Yin Sheng still wanted to persuade her? Dongwang Ling smiled bitterly. Actually, I lied to you and the Dark Gold class teacher. This time, I came to the continent's magic elite camp secretly because I wanted to escape from my marriage. Escape from marriage? Yin Sheng obviously didn't expect that Dongwang Ling actually escaped from her marriage. She then thought about Dongwang Ling age and immediately understood. Dongwang Ling was older than Yin Sheng by half a year. In a few more months, she would be 14 years old. In the Boundless Continent, 14 years old was already the age where one could become a mother. In ancient times, there wasn't much entertainment. Once the sky turned dark, people would play games like playing in bed. It wasn't rare for a 14-year-old to become a mother in the Boundless Continent. For a woman from the Boundless Continent like Dongwang Ling, 14 years old was already considered old. However, due to Dongwang Ling's special identity, she never got married. Until 1.5 years ago, the left prime minister of the eastern capital suddenly wrote a letter, saying that the later Qin's Dark Crown Prince wanted to marry Dongwang Ling. Dark Crown Prince. When Yin Sheng heard Dugu Xiu's name, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Dugu Xiu proposed? He's not a good match. Yin Sheng imagined Dugu Xiu's fiery temper and Dongwang Ling's unruly temper. If the two of them were to live together, they would definitely fight nonstop every day. Furthermore, with Dongwang Ling's temperament, she would definitely not be able to tolerate the Dark Crown Prince being such a playboy. You know him too. Later Qin's Dark Crown Prince, Dugu Xiu. This person's name is known by everyone in the continent. He is a devil who kills people without batting an eyelid. It is said that he didn't even bat an eyelid when killing the concubines of the later Qin emperor. The reason for that was because those concubines were noisy. When Dongwang Ling talked about this marriage, she was extremely unwilling in her heart. Not only that, I also heard that Dugu Xiu's appearance is very ugly. He has the head of an ox, the face of a horse, and triangular eyes. How can I marry such a person? Cough, cough. Actually, he's not that unbearable. No matter what, he is still one of the 5 extremes and 5 walls. Within the Wuji 5 walls, every single one of them is a handsome man with an outstanding appearance. His appearance is still barely acceptable. Although Yin Sheng didn't like Dugu Xiu, she couldn't directly discredit him. Although Dugu Xiu was a bit unreasonable and a bit sinister, his appearance was indeed a handsome man filled with masculinity. Even when compared to Yi Baiming, he was only a bit uglier. Yin Sheng didn't realize that subconsciously, the scales in her heart had already tilted towards Yi Baiming. No matter if he is handsome or ugly or not, it's impossible for me to marry the crown prince of later Qin. However, when later Qin became powerful, they bribed the left prime minister. The left prime minister and the civil and military officials forced mother and imperial brother to agree to this marriage. Dongwang Ling was a descendant of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. She didn't have a good impression of the current 5 major countries. When the Eastern Imperial Dynasty was split, the first country to rebel was later Qin. There were even rumors in the imperial palace that the death of the emperor of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty was also related to later Qin. Under such circumstances, Dongwang Ling was even more unwilling to marry the person who killed her father. Therefore, you ran away. However, running away from the marriage is related to the diplomatic relations between the eastern capital and the country. Ling, you are too reckless. Yin Sheng was worried. Zhou State's fate was declining. On the other hand, later Qin had a strong army and strong horses. Currently, the country's strength was rising day by day. Therefore, you ran away from the marriage. However, this matter could be delayed for a while, but can't be delayed forever. The people in the eastern capital will find out sooner or later. Duguxiu isn't someone who will let things go easily. Yin Sheng felt a headache coming on. The people in the eastern capital, including the left prime minister, they still don't know that I have already escaped to the mainland's magic elite camp. I only managed to escape with the help of my imperial mother and imperial brother. The Dongwang Ling, that is currently in the eastern capital, is one of my personal maids in disguise. She said that I am sick and need to rest for the next 2 years. Therefore, I won't get married for the time being. Although Dongwang Ling, was physically in the magic elite camp, her heart was also in the eastern capital. She would often feel nervous in her heart, fearing that her deception would be seen through if she wasn't careful. This was also the reason why Dongwang Ling didn't dare to accept Gufeng. Although Gufeng was a light magician, compared to later Qin's Duguxiu, he was obviously not a match for Duguxiu. Dongwang Ling, identity was special. Her imperial mother had always hoped to find a martial artist as her son-in-law to protect Dongwang Ling. Gufeng, on the other hand, was a light magician. The greatest use of light magic was for defense and healing. In terms of attack, its use was really ordinary. This was also one of Dongwang Ling's concerns. Only now did Yin Sheng know that although Dongwang Ling appeared to be carefree on the surface, there were actually so many things hidden in her heart. The two of them were speechless for a moment as they both thought about their own matters. In the next few days, Yin Sheng continued to meditate in the cabin during the day. When it was late at night, she would go out to look for flying demonic beasts to test out the power of the magic windblade. In the next few days, Yin Sheng comprehended her first dark magic, the magic windblade, and its power was already comparable to that of a high-grade magic. At the same time that Yin Sheng was comprehending her magic, in Chun Lian's cabin, Chun Lian sat down cross-legged. She had her own cabin by herself. Chun Lian carefully set up an anti-interference magic array around the cabin. After that, she took out an item from her storage ring. It was a shabby bracelet. She couldn't tell whether it was carved out of wood or bone. On the surface of the bracelet, there were inscriptions that were hard to understand. It was a pity that she couldn't tell what it was just by looking at its appearance. If it was in the past, Chun Lian would definitely not want such a shabby item. However, this bracelet had a mysterious power. What exactly is this item? Chun Lian didn't know that she had a treasure that would shock the entire continent. About half a month ago, Chun Lian and a senior from the Magic Elite Camp entered the Dutian Blood Beast world together. This wasn't her first time entering the Blood Beast world. However, compared to the previous few times, this was the first time Chun Lian entered the central region of the Dutian Blood Beast world. Yin Sheng's appearance to Chun Lian was like a lump in her throat. It was very uncomfortable. She had been thinking of ways to get rid of Yin Sheng. Chapter 593. However, Yin Sheng's Dark Gold Mentor was known for not playing by the rules. Yin Sheng and the others were nowhere to be seen during their training. As for the trip to Skywing City this time, Chun Lian did not dare to act rashly with Elder Hellion around. After thinking about it, she could only wait for a while longer. Chun Lian could only intensify her training, intending to kill Yin Sheng after she entered the Blood Beast world. The Blood Beast world was already a familiar place for Chun Lian. If Chun Lian was alone, she would not have dared to enter the middle region of the Blood Beast world. However, she was accompanied by a senior who had broken through to become a Sky Mage. This senior was ranked in the top 30 on the Magic Power Roll, and he had entered the middle region of the Blood Beast world several times before. This senior had always been one of Chun Lian's pursuers. Unfortunately, he was not good-looking, and Chun Lian was preoccupied with e-biming, so she had always ignored him. The reason why Chun Lian had interacted with him was because she had heard that this senior's cultivation had improved rapidly in the past few years, and that he had once killed a commander-level magical beast. In order to please Chun Lien'er, he said that he would bring her to kill a commander-level magical beast alone. When Chun Lien'er broke through to become a sky mage, she could use it to embed on her magic scepter. Chun Lien'er followed him to the middle region of the Dutian blood beast world, but their luck was not good, and they did not find a suitable magical beast. In order to appease the unhappy Chun Lien'er, the senior told her secret. He said that the reason why he could break through so quickly was because he had a treasure in his hands. That senior was also mesmerized by her beauty. He took out this old bangle and told Chun Lien'er that he had found this mysterious bangle in the stomach of a magical beast in the Dutian blood beast world by chance. Although the bangle looked old, and one could not tell its exact age, it had a mysterious power that could help the wearer speed up their training and increase the effects of their meditation by dozens of times. This was also the real reason why this senior brother had broken through. After Chun Lien'er found out, she begged that senior brother to lend her the bracelet to play with for a few days. As long as he agreed, she would date him. That Shi Xiang was really stupid. He actually agreed to Chun Lien'er's request. After Chun Lien'er borrowed the treasure, she carried it on her body and cultivated for half a month. She discovered that this bracelet was indeed very effective. In the past half a month, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. In an instant, she had reached the bottleneck of St. Magus and was on the verge of breaking through to Sky Magus. It just so happened that the second elder was taking a group of students to the Skywings Arena at this time, so she begged Mentor Xiao and successfully obtained the spot. It's a pity that a small part of this bracelet is broken. If it could be repaired completely, I really don't know how much divine power it could unleash. But the most important thing right now is to break through to become a sky mage as soon as possible and enter the middle area of the blood beast world once more. Chun Lien'er couldn't help but be greedy. That senior apprentice brother had promised her that he would return the bracelet after she returned from the Skywings Arena. But there was a condition. When Chun Lien'er returned, she wanted to be his woman. After tasting the mysteries of the bracelet, how could Chun Lien'er be willing to let it go? She verbally agreed to that senior apprentice brother. Chun Lien'er was very smart. She knew that she wasn't a match for that senior apprentice brother at the moment. But as long as she successfully broke through in the Skywings Arena, she would also become a sky mage. At that time, she would naturally be able to dispose of that senior apprentice brother without anyone knowing. At that time, the bracelet would be hers. Chun Lien'er recalled the way Yi Baiming had looked at Yunsheng earlier, and her heart was in turmoil. She wanted nothing more than to immediately kill Yunsheng. Yunsheng. This time, at the Skywings Arena, she would definitely think of a way to teach her a lesson. Chun Lien'er held the bracelet and thought to herself, "We've arrived at Skywings City." Someone shouted excitedly from the deck. After hearing this, Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger walked out from the cabin. Gufeng walked to Linger's side in a fawning manner, wanting to explain something, but Linger turned her face away, looking very cold. Dongwang Linger's unfamiliarity with Gufeng made Gufeng a little unhappy. Only Yunsheng knew that Dongwang Linger was definitely worried that Gufeng would continue to misunderstand her, so she deliberately distanced herself from him. Both of them were her good friends, and Dongwang Linger indeed had her difficulties. Yunsheng could only silently pray for Gufeng in her heart. The other students also walked up to the deck one after another. After 10 days of flight, although the spaceship's facilities were very complete, they were more or less not used to it. Everyone already missed the feeling of having their feet firmly planted on the ground. In the clouds ahead, a miracle city stood majestically. The Skywings Arena was famous throughout the continent, but only those who had actually been to the Skywings Arena would know. The Skywings Arena was just a building, and it was located in the Cloud City, Skywing City. Skywing City was a city in the sky. There were no pillars below it, and it simply floated above the clouds. The size of the city was comparable to the size of any of the 5 great nations' capitals. Below the clouds, astonishing magic power was emitted. Yunsheng believed that there must be a magic array of unprecedented scale hidden below. It was also this magic array that supported the entire city to float above the clouds. No one knew why it could float 10,000 meters above the ground, and no one knew who built Skywing City. The only thing everyone knew was that Skywing City had a mysterious city lord. The power of this city lord was even above that of the 5 great nations, because Skywing City was the only place on the continent that openly accommodated fugitives from the 5 great nations, and even some dark magicians. The purpose of Skywing City was that as long as you were strong enough and could survive in Skywing City, you could stay there, even if you killed the nobles of the 5 great nations. That mysterious city lord never appeared in front of the world, but in Skywing City, no one could offend the authority of that city lord. That's Skywing City. Although this was Goofing's 3rd visit to Skywing City, every time he came, he would be impressed by the grandeur and grandeur of Skywing City. Yin Sheng had also never seen such a unique city. Every piece of wall and every building here was ingenious and original. In her impression, only the cities of the elves could compare to this. Outside Skywing City, there was a spacious ladder. The airship and the arriving powerhouses all had to use the ladder to record their identities at the city gate and enter the city. Not long after the airship arrived, LDU of the elite warrior camp of the continent arrived at almost the same time, leading a dozen or so warrior students. Like a dozen arrows, they landed at the same time. LDU did not show any weakness and immediately stopped the ship, allowing the group to enter the city. Chapter 594. Upon entering Skywing City, a fragrance assailed their nostrils. All kinds of treasured trees and fragrant flowers were planted all around. What entered their sight was a neat street. Yin Sheng took a closer look and saw that the street under her feet was actually paved with gold. Looking at the houses on both sides, they were actually built with white marble. Even Yin Sheng, who had tens of thousands of gold on her waist and used purple gold to refine magic tools, couldn't help but be speechless when she saw this. How much does it cost to buy a house in Skywing City? As the princess of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty, Dongwang Linger had never seen such a luxurious city. It is said that the most ordinary house is worth tens of millions of gold coins. The city lord of Skywing City is the richest person in the continent. Even the continent's largest, everlasting chamber of commerce is nothing in front of him. Every inch of land in Skywing City was worth an inch of gold. Those who were able to buy a house here were either the continent's wealthiest families or wealthy merchants. For the majority of the students of the continent's elite magician camp, it was their first time coming to Skywing City. Everything around them was very fresh. While they were still lingering in the surrounding scenery, Elder Hellion first found an inn and walked in. Seeing Elder Yu and the others, Elder Hellion's complexion wasn't very good. Along the way, the continent's elite warrior camp's provocation was becoming more and more obvious. When he left the continent's elite magician camp earlier, he had a slip of the tongue and said that this time he would definitely trample the continent's elite warrior camp under his feet. When he used an empty boat, the other party simply used battle chi wings to fly. When he stayed in this inn, the other party also looked for this inn. Skywing City has so many inns. You don't have to follow us all the way, right? Elder Hellion wasn't in a good mood. That's where you're wrong. I'm not like your continent's magician's elite camp, where you can afford to pay for a dozen or so students. Our continent's warrior's elite camp has always been self-sufficient. I'm only responsible for leading the way. Elder Yu said proudly. The fact that Elder Yu didn't want to take the empty airship and allowed the students to fly with their Dochi wings had made Elder Hellion sullen for more than 10 days. It wasn't easy for him to think of a way to turn the tables. Elder Yu looked at the elite camp martial artists behind him and roared, "All of you, listen up. This time, if you don't win the title of Fighting King for me, you'll see what's good for you. You can't learn from some people who are as expensive as sick cats and even provide food and accommodation. A bunch of rich young masters and misses." Fighting King. Elder Huyen's ears perked up. The group of cultivators also knew that Elder Yu was competing with Elder Hellion, so they all cooperated very well. After replying energetically, they all left. After all the students had left, Elder Hellion pointed at Elder Yu's nose and scolded. "You Pajuan, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that the magicians of our elite magician battalion are useless?" Elder Hellion was dissatisfied. Hee, that's exactly what I meant. What's the matter? You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, then let your spoiled brats go to the arena to spar. We'll see who gets the title of Grappling King in the end. Elder Yu saw that he had angered Elder Hellion. Not only did he not back down, but he also had a smug look on his face. He had long since taken note of Elder Hellion's team. TSK. There really were all kinds of people in there. To actually dare send a student at the Master Mage level to the Skywings arena, it was truly a case of the god of longevity hanging himself, tired of living. On the other hand, everyone in his team, this time, was an elite student. Let's compete, then. What if this old man wins? Elder Hellion's fiery temper was easily ignited. If the third elder and the others were here, they would definitely hold him back. Unfortunately, the other elders weren't here. If you lose, dream on. With that motley crew of yours. If you win, the next mission for the Octaterra Divine Artifact will be up to your elite magician battalion. Elder, you simply did not believe that Elder Hellion's group of people would be able to obtain the title of Combat King. The mission for the Octaterra Divine Artifact. Elder Hellion's thick eyebrows twitched when he heard those words. No matter what, the elite magician battalion was still a whole. The mission for the Octaterra Divine Artifact had already been agreed upon by the elder councils of both sides a few years ago to work together. But it had never been made clear which side had the final say. If he could use this trial to obtain the title of Combat King and seize the initiative for the next cooperation, then at that time, the elders of the Council of Elders would definitely see him in a new light. The third elder thought to himself that when the time came, the fourth elder and the others wouldn't mock him every day for having muscles but no brains. All right, it's a deal. We'll compete. Whoever's team member gets the title of Fighting King first or has a strong breakthrough will be considered the winner. Elder Hellion agreed at once. The combined age of the two added up to 100 years. But now, they were like fighting cocks with red necks and red eyes. Dear guest, there are a total of 7 double rooms that you requested. Each room costs 100 gold coins a night. The waiter's head was covered in cold sweat. He didn't know where these two had come from. I'm the same as him. I only want a luxurious single room. Elder Hellion decided that he could no longer spoil the group of magicians under him. Elder Yu seemed to have expected that Elder Hellion would fall for his provocation. He leisurely asked for a luxurious single room and went upstairs to rest. Elder Hellion also turned around and walked out. As he walked, he pondered. The inns in Skywing City were indeed not cheap. Even the most ordinary double room would cost a few hundred gold coins a night. The 7 rooms for the elite magician battalion this time would cost at least 100,000 gold coins, including daily food and accommodation. This expenditure wasn't considered a large sum for the elite magician battalion. After all, the elite magician battalion could refine magic potions to earn extra money. But it was different for the elite warrior battalion. They had no income from magic potions, and their finances were much tighter than the elite magician battalions. This was also the reason why the elite magician battalion had always mocked the elite warrior battalion. But today, they had become a laughingstock. He must make Elder Yu change his view of the elite magician battalion. Elder Hellion quickly came out. The magicians of the elite magician battalion were still waiting outside. Students, we have arrived at Skywing City. Please hand over your storage items first. Although everyone was doubtful, they still handed over their storage rings, necklaces, bracelets, belts, and so on. Yin Sheng had no choice but to hand over her beast language ring as well. After checking, Elder Hellion confirmed that everyone had handed over their storage items. Only then did he speak again. We will be staying in Skywing City for a year. In this year, all of you will be responsible for your food, lodging, and expenses. Your storage items will be temporarily handed over to me for safekeeping. There are only 2 ways to get your storage rings back. One is to make continuous breakthroughs in your cultivation. The other is to obtain the title of Fighting King in the arena. The moment Elder Hellion finished speaking, The students were stunned. Chapter 595. It was only then that everyone understood Elder Helion's intentions. To put it simply, Elder Helion was only responsible for the double plane tickets for the students this time. Food and lodging were not included. All of Yunsheng's belongings and elixirs were in the beast language ring. Other than a magic scepter and the Shinnong medical bangle, she was penniless. The situation of the others was similar to Yunsheng's. Elder Helion. Yunsheng could not hold back anymore. Linger, Goofing, and I are not official students who are breaking through this time. Are we going to be like them? Yunsheng's concerns were not without reason. The three of them were obviously weaker than the others in terms of cultivation. Furthermore, this was their first time in Skywing City. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for them to make a living. The few of you came with the main team, which means that you are the substitutes. Since you are the substitutes, you should be treated the same as the others. This is also to show that I am fair and treat everyone equally. Elder Helion did not buy it. Besides, I've already said it clearly. If you break through or obtain the title of Combat King, you can come back to collect your belongings. I'm not making things difficult for you. What he meant now was that Yunsheng's cultivation was only that of a master mage. If she really broke through, it would be the easiest. How could Yunsheng not know this? She could break through at any time. After all, her real cultivation was that of a saint mage. However, she could not break through immediately. Otherwise, it would attract unnecessary suspicion. The other students also had bitter looks on their faces. However, they had already handed over their belongings. No one dared to go against the third elder's wishes. What's going on? The seniors who came for the trial in the past did not mention this. I remember that it was Elder Helion who led the team. Why did the rules suddenly change? I think I saw Elder Yu from the Warrior Elite Camp just now. It's most likely that the elders from both sides are competing with each other again. How pitiful. We have become the victims. Everyone complained to each other, but there was no other way. In the Skywing City, the fastest way to make money was through fighting. As long as one participated in the corresponding matches in the arena and won a few matches, one would be guaranteed a sufficient amount of money in the Skywing City. These students from the continent's Magic Elite Camp were no ordinary characters. Each and every one of them was very flexible. They had all thought that the only way to break through was to go to the Skywing's arena and participate in the competition. This way, they could both increase their cultivation and earn enough money to survive in the city for a year. If no one has any objections, I will wait for all of you in this and during this year. Unless there are heavy casualties, do not come and look for me. Elder Helion had steeled his heart this time. He waved his hand and walked straight into the inn to rest. The students of the Continental Magic Elite Camp looked at each other in dismay. This was clearly different from their previous training. However, these students were only surprised for a moment before they quickly adjusted themselves. After all, each of them was the top of the elite camp. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to survive in Skywing City for a year. Let's go. Chunlian, and a few other magicians walked away. The other magicians also walked away separately. Yunsheng, Dongwang Linger, Abandon, and Goofing stayed where they were. They all had distressed looks on their faces. They didn't know what to do next. They were completely clueless about Skywing City. On the large street, people came and went. The four of them looked at each other in dismay. Everyone, don't worry. I have a trick up my sleeve. Goofing mysteriously took off his shoes and pulled out a limitless gold card. This limitless gold card was given to Goofing as a bonus from the 10,000 gold coins that Yunsheng had won in the Wanlong gambling house. Goofing wasn't Yunsheng. Most of his money had been sent back to his hometown, so he didn't have much money on him. This limitless gold card was left behind because he couldn't bear to spend it. It could be considered his entire fortune. 10,000 gold coins. Let's take it as our little treasury. It's getting late. Let's find an inn to stay in first. After entering Skywing City, Yunsheng didn't see any trace of Yibaiming. After finding an inn that looked pretty good, Yunsheng and the other three walked in. 100 gold coins for a room, and it's only the most ordinary of rooms. Yunsheng and the others clearly overestimated the use of 10,000 gold coins. Gufeng, didn't you come to Skywing City before? Don't tell me you don't know the cost of living here? Dong Wang Linger complained. I came here with my teacher. How would I know that the cost of living is so high? Gufeng also had a bitter face. Skywing City was indeed worthy of being called Cloud City. The cost of living here was definitely top-notch. It wasn't just lodging. Even the most ordinary of meals cost several hundred gold coins. 10,000 gold coins, if the four of them spent it, would only last them for 2 months at most. Let's stay here first. As for earning money, we'll think about it at length. Yinsheng had a headache. She felt as if she had returned to her childhood. When she was in Banana Leaf Village, she had also thought of all kinds of ways to earn money to support her family. After the few of them checked into the inn, they hastily ate a meal and started discussing their livelihood for the next year. I only know how to spend money. I don't know how to earn money. I can go to the gambling house as a guard. I know how to heal. I can sneak into the arena to heal the contestants and earn some extra money. After the discussion, Yunsheng was speechless. The three of them clearly didn't realize the uniqueness of the Skywing City they were in. Linger, you don't have to do anything. You just have to promise not to spend money recklessly. Abandon, even if there's a gambling house here, no one will cause trouble. This is Skywing City, and no one will dare to defy the dignity of the Skywing City Lord. On the other hand, Gufeng, you've come up with the right idea this time. The Skywings Arena is bound to need light magicians. We'll be relying on you to feed everyone. When Yunsheng said this, Linger and Abandon were somewhat discouraged, but Gufeng's face was full of complacency. Let's first say that the purpose of our visit is to help Abandon break through and become a sky magician. The second is to observe, so everything has to be done to facilitate Abandon's advancement to master. Gufeng, you're the one who understands Skywing City the most here. Give us a simple explanation of the situation in the city, including the layout of the city, as well as the most important ways to earn money here. With the issue of feeding settled, Yunsheng felt more at ease. She also had other ways to earn money in her mind. The easiest way to earn money in the Skywings Arena is naturally through the competition, Gufeng said matter-of-factly. Isn't that nonsense? The problem is, among the four of us, who can go to the arena besides Abandon? Yunsheng waved her hand impatiently. After Yunsheng said this, the other three fell silent. Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger. One was a master magician, while the other was a junior saint magician. Magicians with such cultivation might be able to survive in the boundless continent's 5 great nations. But in an abnormal arena like the Skywings Arena, they were like ants. Any sky magician or martial saint could kill a large number of them with a pinch. Chapter 596. I'm going to participate in the competition. That's the purpose of my trip, Abandon said. That's all we can do. Starting tomorrow, Gufeng, you'll accompany Abandon to the Skywings Arena to participate in the individual competition. At the same time, you'll look for opportunities to use magic to heal. Linger and I will wander around the city and see if we can buy some herbs and magic materials at a low price and process them into intermediate and advanced magic potions. Although Yunsheng also wanted to go to the arena to take a look, the price of the arena's entrance ticket was not cheap. The four of them were poor and could not afford the expenses of 4 people. Yunsheng had already thought about it. She was most certain that she could make a lot of money by using magic potions like the Moon Goddess's tribute to gain something without risking anything. After the 4 of them rested in the inn for the night, Gufeng and Abandon went to the Skywings Arena early in the morning. Yunsheng, on the other hand, strolled around Skywing City with Dongwang Linger. Before Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger left the inn, they had already inquired about the market in Skywing City. Yunsheng planned to refine a batch of elixirs and magic materials as soon as possible to earn some money. The 2 of them went to the market and bought some fresh herbs at a lower price. Yunsheng returned to the inn, and in just one afternoon, she had already refined a batch of middle-grade elixirs and magic potions. It was not that Yunsheng could not refine high-grade magic potions, but because her current strength was at the lowest level in Skywing City. Rashly selling high-grade elixirs and magic potions might attract unnecessary trouble. Yinsheng was still very cautious about this. Before she figured out the true distribution of power in Skywing City, she would not rashly reveal her strength. Although the beast speech ring had been taken away, Yunsheng's elven hellfire was still readily available. This allowed her to easily refine middle-grade magic potions. Yunsheng believed that in a place like Skywing City, the daily sales of magic potions and elixirs would definitely be good. Yunsheng was also in the local area. She found many medical centers. She believed that as long as it was a medical center, they would not refuse high-quality medicinal pills and magic potions. Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger each brought a batch of demonic medicines and elixirs to the shops in Skywing City to sell. Yunsheng chose a large clinic. As soon as she entered the door, Yunsheng asked, "Excuse me, are you here to purchase mid-grade hemostatic agents and meditation water?" These two kinds of drugs were Yunsheng's best. No, get out immediately. Upon hearing that Yunsheng was not here to see a doctor, but to sell pills and magic potions, the doctors inside looked as if they had seen a ghost and hurried Yunsheng out. Yunsheng went to a few more medical centers in succession, but who knew that, without exception, she was chased out of all of them. Helpless, Yunsheng could only return to the inn first. As soon as she returned to the inn, Dongwang Linger also happened to return. She had a depressed look on her face. Looking at the situation, she did not manage to sell the magic potions. "I'm so angry. Those people are too unreasonable." When Dongwang Linger returned, her appearance was much worse than Yunsheng's. Her clothes were stained with mud, her hair was messy, and her face was red with anger. It was obvious that she had gotten into a conflict with someone. Dongwang Linger also encountered the same thing that Yunsheng encountered in the various medical centers. However, when Dongwang Linger saw that she was unable to sell the magic potions, she decided to use another method. She was, after all, a princess. After going to a few medical centers and being rejected by all of them, she was already filled with anger. She thought that since no one wanted to buy the magic potions, she might as well sell them on the streets. After all, there were so many warriors and mages participating in the tournament in Skywing City. There would definitely be people who needed the magic potions. Dongwang Linger really managed to sell a few bottles of magic potions. However, the good times didn't last long. A group of people suddenly surrounded her. Among those people, there were mages and warriors. They taught Dongwang Linger a lesson and even smashed all of her magic potions into pieces. Where did that group of people come from? They actually dared to cause trouble on the streets? When Yunsheng saw Dongwang Linger's appearance, she was furious. While treating Dongwang Linger, she asked about the ins and outs of the matter. "I'm also not sure. Their cultivation is not bad. However, their actions are just like those of hooligans. I've also asked around. So, in Skywing City, magic potions and medicinal pills cannot be sold privately." Although Dongwang Linger was filled with anger, she was not an idiot. She knew that she was not a match for that group of people. Thus, she ran back. There were so many people on the streets, but no one dared to help her. However, after asking around privately, she found out that that group of people was a well-known dark power in Skywing City. As it turned out, although Skywing City was built by the Skywing City Lord, the Skywing City Lord had never appeared in the city. There were many experts in the city, and there were all kinds of people coming in and out of the city. Gradually, several major forces were formed in Skywing City. Among these major forces, the largest one was the Treasure Boat. The Treasure Boat was the largest auction house in the city, and behind it was the Skywing City Lord. Thus, the other major forces in the city did not dare to offend the Treasure Boat. However, the Treasure Boat would not easily interfere with other affairs in the city. As for the remaining major forces, one of them was called the Hidden Night Pavilion. This Hidden Night Pavilion was in charge of the sales of medicinal pills and magic potions in the entire Skywing City. In Skywing City, all medicinal pills and magic potions had to be approved by the Black Medicine Hall before they could be produced and sold. No wonder we only saw the most basic medicinal herbs and magic materials in the market earlier. Yin Sheng had bought the lowest grade of materials in the local market. If not for the fact that she had met a state-level doctor like Yin Sheng, it would be impossible for her to refine magic potions and medicinal pills of mid-level and above. While they were talking, Gufeng and Qi, who had been out for a day, returned. However, to Yin Sheng's surprise, Gufeng was also covered in injuries, and he was supported by Qi as he walked in. "How did you end up like this?" Dongwang Linger had forgotten about her injuries for a moment, and her face was full of worry. During this period of time, due to her marriage, Dongwang Linger had always been indifferent to Gufeng. Gufeng, that silly boy, had asked Yin Sheng a few times in private. Yin Sheng, who knew the inside story, could not bear to hurt Gufeng, so she did not say it clearly. Gufeng still had a belly full of anger, but when he saw Dongwang Linger's concerned tone, all his grievances disappeared. He had a bitter face, and his mouth kept crying out in pain as he looked at Dongwang Linger with a pitiful expression like a little white rabbit. If it had been a young lady doing this, perhaps there would have been some effect of pity, but Gufeng, such a strong man, did it. There was no pity at all, and Yin Sheng and Qi could not help but laugh. Fortunately, Linger looked anxious and did not laugh at Gufeng like she usually did. Isn't it because of that damned Hidden Night Pavilion? They actually forbid outsiders from treating people in the Skywings arena. Gufeng was helped to sit on the bed by Qi. Looking back, Big Foreign had lasted for a month. She had broken the record. It's almost the end of the year, and I don't know how much longer she can last. Should we give her some encouragement? Pink Peach Heart looked at Chapter 597. Gu Feng and Abandon had both arrived at the Skywings arena today, and Abandon had participated in today's competition. Gu Feng was a light magician, and it was inconvenient for him to compete alone. His method of increasing his cultivation was to continuously heal others. Therefore, he began to look for injured people in the arena and treated them at a very discounted price of 5 gold coins per session. Who would have thought that before Gu Feng finished his treatment, he would fiercely rush up to several magicians, claiming to be from the Dark Potion Pavilion, and teach Gu Feng a lesson. If not for the fact that Gu Feng had the light ball of heaven to protect himself, and that Abandon had just finished his competition, Gu Feng would have been beaten up even more miserably. The Dark Potion Pavilion again? Yin Sheng frowned when she heard that. Didn't you come to the Skywings arena before? Didn't you encounter a similar situation at that time? No. At that time, I was following Elder Hellion and Minerguang Shi, and I was only treating my own team members. I never encountered the Dark Potion Pavilion. Gu Feng was still angry. He had always been proud of being a light magician, but this time he felt the disadvantage of a light magician. He had no power to resist at all. Dongwang Linger's eyes dimmed when she heard that. Elder Hellion and the others most definitely knew about the rules of this place. Merely, they must have cleared up the rules and protected everyone very well. The other party didn't attack us on account of the fact that we're from the elite camp. This time, we're acting alone. Moreover, our cultivation bases are very average. That's why the other party is bullying us, Abandoned analyzed from his side. Yin Sheng also agreed with Abandoned's point of view. Elder Hellion must have expected that everyone would be suppressed. This training was also to help everyone better experience the darkness of Skywing City and to train everyone's strength and mentality. Actually, we also encountered a similar situation today. Yin Sheng told the two of them what had happened to her and Dongwang Linger. It seemed that the dark medicine firm's influence was far greater than Yin Sheng had imagined. Not only in Skywing City, but even in the Colosseum, their influence was terrifying. From the sale of pills and magic potions to the general magic treatment, everything was under their jurisdiction. I also went to the arena today and participated in 2 matches, but I didn't get any prize money. Abandoned shrugged awkwardly. Yin Sheng and the others were still a little surprised. Could it be that with Qi's skills, he had participated in 2 competitions and lost both? As it turned out, the Heaven's Wings Arena was the #1 arena on the continent, and the rules for the competition were very special. Moreover, the fights in the Skywings Arena weren't entirely between Sky Mages or Martial Saints as she had expected. If that was the case, Elder Hellion would not have brought them here to train. The matches in the Heaven's Wings arena were divided into two categories according to the number of participants: individual matches and pair matches. According to the strength of the participants, they were divided into 4 zones: Heaven Wings, Earth Wings, Black Wings, and Yellow Wings. These 4 zones represented the 4 different levels of competition, and the prize money and participants were different. Sky Wings, as the name implied, was the highest level of competition. Only mages, warriors, and summoners who possessed battle aura shoulders or had the strength of a sky magician could participate in the individual, team, and individual competitions. The entire process had to be carried out in the sky. The prize money for a single match was as high as 10,000 gold. Earth Wings referred to the martial arts master or saint magician level competitions. The competition process could be carried out in the sky or on land, and the prize money for a single match was 1,000 gold. Black Wings was the only competition among the 4 that involved magical beasts, and the prize money for a single match was 500 gold. Yellow Wings was the free competition among the 4 zones that did not limit the level of the participants, but strictly prohibited participants at the martial saint or sky mage level and above from participating. The prize money for a single match was 500 gold. Among the 4 types of competitions, the Skywing competition had the highest prize money and was the most exciting. There is no need to doubt this, because there were not many experts at the level of sky mages and martial saints on the Boundless Continent. Once they made a move, they would all use high-level magic and battle techniques. The tickets for these competitions were also the most expensive. Just the spectator seats alone cost several thousand gold. The 4 levels of Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow each had their own fighting king, but the conditions for winning a fighting king were different. According to the rules of the Heaven's Wings arena, obtaining 30 consecutive victories at the Heaven Wings level could earn the title of Fighting King. Obtaining the title of Fighting King at the other levels required 50, 100, and 100 victories, respectively. In addition, the Heaven's Wings arena also had a rule that after participating in a competition at a certain level, unless there was a breakthrough in cultivation, one could not participate in the competitions of other zones. Abandon was now a saint magician, so he naturally participated in the second type of competition, the Earth Wings level competition. Still, the competition here is very difficult. I participated in 2 matches today, 1 win and 1 loss. As for the prize money, it will only be settled at the end of the month. Abandon had won the first match of the day, but lost the second. According to the cumulative method of the Heaven's Wings arena, the prize money of the participants was distributed once a month, but the specific cumulative prize money was different from person to person. For example, Abandon was a novice. If he won an Earth Wings level competition, his prize money would be 500 gold. But if he lost the second match, half of the 500 gold he already had would be deducted. This is too much of a scam. How are we going to survive this month? Goofing had already had his wound bandaged by Yun Sheng, and when he heard Abandon mention the prize money rules of the Heaven's Wings arena, he couldn't help but cry out. Not to mention Goofing, even Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger had never heard of such a competition rule. Yes, to put it another way, if I've already lost 10 matches, but in the 11th match, I meet an opponent who has won 20 matches in a row and defeated him, then my prize money will far exceed the 2,000 gold. That's because it's very likely that he'll have accumulated several thousand, or even several tens of thousands, from his previous opponents. Abandon was rather indifferent to such a competition rule. It wasn't without reason that the Heaven's Wings arena could be called the #1 arena on the continent. Such a rule could very easily arouse a person's competitive spirit. In a month, some people would be left without a single coin, while others might very well have accumulated several tens of thousands of gold. On one hand, this was an opportunity, but on the other hand, it was also a very big challenge. Like Abandon, who won 1 match and lost another, the prize money was much smaller. Yin Sheng heard this and immediately began to calculate in her mind. They wanted to survive in Skywing City for a year, and money was a very important factor. They only had 10,000 gold on them, which could only be used for a month or two at most. They had originally planned to sell potions and pills, but because of the appearance of the Dark Potion Pavilion, they had no choice but to give up prematurely. At the moment, it seemed that the only way to provide them with a stable income was through fighting in the arena. Chapter 598. Yunsheng had also thought of having another source of income, and that was refining equipment. Yunsheng's elven hellfire could not only be used to concoct mid-high level pills and potions, it could also be used to refine equipment. After all, the price of magic equipment was much higher than a bottle of pills. The Dark Medicine Pavilion had monopolized the local pills and potions, but they did not have a monopoly on magic equipment. Yunsheng had also noticed that there were quite a number of magic equipment stores that sold high-level magic equipment. Selling magic equipment was not a bad idea. However, Yunsheng had also considered that refining equipment was different from refining medicine. For example, refining a magic scepter required the bones of a demonic beast and the soul stone of a demonic beast. For these, Yunsheng did not have any ready-made materials. Refining equipment required high-level magic materials or soul stones. Yunsheng did not have any extra money to buy high-level magic materials. Buying high-level magic materials required a large amount of money. The gold coins that Yunsheng and the others had right now were obviously just a drop in the bucket. For example, the result of Abandon's competition today, in the end, there was no prize money. However, if he could maintain his winning streak, then 1 month later, the prize money that he would receive would undoubtedly be very astonishing. If that's the case, Yunsheng, you and I can participate in the Yellow Wing level competition and try our luck. At the very most, whoever wins a few rounds will not participate in the competition for the rest of the month. That way, we can still earn a few thousand gold coins. Dongwang Ling was also filled with anger today and urgently needed to vent it out. Hearing that with their cultivation, they could also participate in the competition, and thus, they also wanted to participate in the competition. In any case, even if they were to participate in the competition, they wouldn't be able to earn a single gold coin. At the same time, they could also train their magic. It's not that you can't participate in the Yellow Wing level competition. However, I heard that the Yellow Wing level competition might not be easier than the Earth Wing level competition. This is because the number of people participating in the Yellow Wing level competition is the highest among the 4 levels. The strength of the participants is also different. Abandon had also considered whether to participate in the Earth Wing level competition or the Yellow Wing level competition. After all, these 2 levels of competition were both suitable for sky mages and martial saints to participate in. After some consideration, Abandon still chose to participate in the Earth Wing level competition. The other students from the mainland's elite magic camp who were going to the Skywings arena with Abandon also participated in the Earth Wing level competition. After all, it was faster to increase one's strength in competition with opponents of the same level. After some discussion, Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling decided to participate in the Yellow Wing competition. Elder Huiyan's sudden idea had undoubtedly messed up Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling's status as substitutes. Of course, Dongwang Ling. They had no choice but to participate in the competition. After all, neither of them was willing to rely on the competition prize money of their own to have income of the competition. After Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger made their decision, the next morning, they followed Qi and Gu Feng to the Skywings arena to check out the situation. Walking to the Heaven's Wings arena was like seeing the ancient Roman Colosseum. The 10-meter-tall walls of the arena blocked the view from the outside. At the entrance of the arena, a badge could be seen. On the badge was the symbol of a 4-leaf clover, except that each leaf was a feather of a different color. That was the sky, earth, black, and yellow wing level competition. The colors were gold, black, blue, and yellow respectively. Abandon had already participated in the Earth Wing level competition yesterday. After he registered, he obtained a black feather badge, which symbolized that he was qualified to participate in the Earth Wing competition. Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling could only participate in the Yellow Wing level competition. The 4 of them stood at the entrance of the Skywings arena, preparing to enter. Yo, who did we meet? Aren't these the two prize students of the Dark Old Instructor? Before Yunsheng and the others could ask about the specific location of the competition zone and the registration process, a few mocking voices came from behind them. Yunsheng didn't need to turn around to know who had spoken. Chunlian, and a few of her supporters stood not far away, each of them wearing the black feather badge on their chests. These people had also participated in the Earthwing competition yesterday. However, the difference between them and Abandon was that they had only won more than 2 matches. Therefore, everyone's eyes were filled with pride. Ignore them. Let's enter. Yunsheng ignored Chunlian's provocation. Stop. With your strength, you want to participate in the competition? I advise you to buy a mask to cover your faces. Otherwise, you'll lose all the face of our continent's magic elite camp. Chunlian sneered. Chunlian, are you looking for trouble? Dongwang Ling was also furious. I'm just speaking the truth. Let me tell you first. The arena is not like the continent's elite camp, where there are instructors protecting you. Chunlian snorted. I'll return those words to you without missing a single word. In the arena, there are no men to protect you. Yunsheng raised her eyebrows. Her words made Chunlian's insults choke in her throat. Just at this time, Yi Biming walked over. Chunlian happened to be standing next to a few magicians who were trying to curry favor with her. Her pretty face was flushed red, and she quickly distanced herself from them, afraid that Yi Biming would misunderstand. Biming, I have nothing to do with them. Don't listen to Yunsheng. That little bitch is nonsense. Chunlian hurriedly tried to explain. Yunsheng rolled her eyes. She was innocent. It was Linger who said that. What does your business have to do with me? Yi Biming said indifferently and walked in front of Yunsheng. He looked at Yunsheng and said, I have something to say to you. After saying that, he pulled Yunsheng's hand and walked to the side without any explanation. Chunlian stomped her foot in anger and ran away. The mages behind her immediately chased after her. She frowned. Just when he was about to say something, he was stopped by Yunsheng's gaze. Yunsheng was pulled to the side by Yi Biming. When she saw Dongwang Ling winking at her, she felt awkward. If you have something to say it quickly. We are now competitors. Yunsheng angrily shook off Yi Biming's hand. Elder Hellion had already made it clear that they must be one step ahead of the people from the mainland's warrior elite camp to obtain the Fighting King's victory or breakthrough. In Yunsheng's opinion, Yi Biming was undoubtedly the strongest person in the mainland's warrior elite camp. Here is an Empire's gold card. Keep it first. Yi Biming also heard that Elder Hellion of the mainland's mage elite camp was ruthless and kicked all the mages out of the camp. He knew that Yunsheng definitely didn't have any money with her right now. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't have rashly participated in the tournament. The Yunsheng that Yi Biming knew wasn't a high-profile person. No need. I will rely on my own strength to win the tournament. However, there was a little devil-like voice in Yunsheng's heart that kept bewitching her to accept the gold card. Chapter 599. Yunsheng loved money, but she didn't dare to accept Night Fox's money recklessly. But on second thought, given her and Yi Biming's current relationship, which couldn't be severed, what right did she have to accept his gold card for no reason? Why did the scene look so much like alimony? Moreover, how would he know that she was sure of money? Yunsheng felt like she had been seen through, and that wasn't a good feeling. Thinking about his previous actions, Yunsheng pushed the gold card away in a fit of pique. Ignoring Yi Biming, she ran back and dragged Dongwang Linger, who was watching a good show, as well as Abandon and Goofing, who had strange expressions, into the Skywings arena. Yi Biming looked at the gold card in his hand with a complicated expression. Master, that woman doesn't know what's good for her. Long Shui walked out of the crowd and looked in the direction that Yunsheng and the others had left with a fierce glare. She was also dressed like an ordinary mage today, but her good looks attracted the attention of the people around her as soon as she appeared. According to Yi Biming's earlier instructions, Silong of the Wanlong gambling house had already arrived in Skywing City. As soon as Yi Biming entered Tianyi City, he moved into a courtyard that Silong had bought in Tianyi City. There's no need for others to interfere in the matter between me and her. Long Shui, you just need to do your part well. According to this king's arrangements, you and Long Tu will immediately go and sign up for the Yellow Wings competition, Yi Baiming ordered in a deep voice. After giving the order, Yi Baiming turned and left without a word. Only in front of Yunsheng would Yi Baiming reveal a different expression. In front of Long Shui, he would always speak in a cold tone, like a superior speaking to a subordinate. Long Shui bit her lip and headed for the Yellow Wings competition area. Yi Baiming didn't start the competition immediately like the other elite camps. Instead, he first bought 4 tickets. These 4 tickets were for the Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang level competitions. After watching the competition, Yi Baiming finally had a general understanding of the strength level of the entire Skywings arena. When Yi Baiming was buying tickets, he ran into someone who caught his attention. Feng Tan, recognized by the continent's magic elites, was the strongest among this batch of freshmen. At the same time, other than Yun Sheng, Feng Tian was also the other 2-star star mage. Feng Tian also happened to be buying tickets. Yi Baiming glanced at the tickets in Feng Tian's hands that were exactly the same as his. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who wanted to observe first before competing. So Elder Huiyan's test varies from person to person, or did you already have a card up your sleeve? Yi Baiming also had some impression of Feng Tian. That day, when the continent's martial arts elite camp and the continent's magic elite camp met, although most of Yi Baiming's attention was on Yun Sheng, on the other hand, he could clearly see the strength of the entire magic elite camp at a glance. Apart from the leader, Elder Helian, the strongest was Feng Tian, ranked first on the list of freshmen's potential. If Yi Baiming wasn't wrong, Feng Tian's strength wasn't the rumored peak Saint Mage. His strength should have already broken through to become a Sky Mage. Therefore, Feng Tian was also the biggest obstacle in Yi Baiming's quest to become the king of combat in the Skywings arena. I will defeat you. Feng Tian practically never opened his mouth to speak in the continent's magic elite camp. That was because he felt that none of the students in the continent's magic elite camp were worthy of speaking to him. However, this young warrior from the continent's martial arts elite camp was different. Even with Feng Tian's eyesight, he couldn't see the other party's depth for a while. Your opponent isn't me. If you don't pay attention, she will surpass you at any time. Yi Baiming's almond-shaped eyes raised slightly as he smiled. That smile didn't have the slightest intention of going tit for tat. Or rather, he didn't take Feng Tian seriously at all. This smile was beyond that of men and women. It was as monstrous as it could be. In the present world, only Yi Baiming could show such a smile. Even Feng Tian was momentarily dazzled by Yi Baiming's smile. When he came back to his senses, Yi Baiming had already left. Yi Baiming's words were still lingering in Feng Tian's mind. As the 2 most outstanding people in the continent's magic elite camp and martial arts elite camp, Yi Baiming said that he was no match for him. Was he taking the initiative to show weakness? Or was there another meaning? If his opponent wasn't him, then who would it be? Who was he talking about? Who could surpass him at any time? Feng Tian recalled that when they were on the empty ship earlier, Yi Baiming had stared at the person through everyone. Could it be her? Yun Sheng, who was selected as a star-marked student in the continent's magic elite camp with him. How could it be? She was just a master mage. Feng Tian scoffed. After that assessment, he had asked his mentor about it. His mentor told him not to take it to heart. The reason why that person called Yun Sheng attracted the attention of the elders was only because she was a very talented potion apothecary. It was said that her magic attributes were somewhat special and could refine a very legendary potion on the continent, the Tribute of the Moon God. Feng Tian had also heard of the Tribute of the Moon God, but that was just a potion that strengthened one's magic physique. For a genius like him, who was only a step away from becoming a Sky Mage, it was completely meaningless. Could Yi Baiming be saying that Yun Sheng would surpass him? Ridiculous. Feng Tian clenched the tickets in his hands. No matter what, Yi Baiming, in these 3 months of the trial, we will definitely meet in the competition of the Earthwings division. At that time, I will definitely defeat you with my own hands and obtain the title of King of Combat at the level of the Earthwings. At that time, I want to see who is the real #1 person in the continent's elite camp. Yun Sheng didn't know that Yi Baiming and Feng Tian had already had their first secret confrontation. After separating from Yi Baiming, Yun Sheng returned to normal. After entering the Heaven's Wings arena, 4 roads appeared at a crossroad. These 4 roads led to the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow Wings divisions respectively. In this place, Yun Sheng, Dongwang Linger, Abandon, and Gufeng were about to be separated. Gufeng and I will be going to the Earth Wings competition zone. Are you two okay with that? Since Gufeng could no longer heal others in the competition area, he had no choice but to participate in the competition as well. He was obviously lacking in confidence, so Abandon decided to accompany him to register and watch a few matches first. No problem. Let's meet at the inn in the evening. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger proceeded towards the Yellow Wings competition zone. On the way, Yun Sheng saw a small shop. She pulled Dongwang Linger into the shop and picked out 2 masks. Big Fufu Magic Lamp has appeared. Pull. Who do you guys want to see the most? Little Wildcat PK Night Fox? Or some other unexpected characters? Magic Lamp, will try my best to fulfill your evil desires. Chapter 600. The 2 masks were half masks that could cover 2/3 of the face, leaving only the eyes, breathing holes, and a small part of the chin exposed. The masks had a green face and fangs, and they looked very ferocious. Once they wore them, no one would be able to recognize them, and they would become a standard female yaksha. No way. Are we really going to compete with such ugly masks? Yun Sheng, did you really listen to that woman Qin Lianer? Are you worried that we will lose badly and lose the face of the continent's magic elite camp? Dongwang Linger was depressed. She was still fantasizing about being in the limelight in the arena. Although the 2 of them were a little weaker, they were still 2 beauties. The masks that Yun Sheng had chosen were very ugly, and Dongwang Linger was not willing to wear such a mask. I thought about it carefully. What she said is not completely unreasonable. Yun Sheng found it funny when she saw Dongwang Linger's appearance. If we lose, it will be quite embarrassing. But if we win, we will definitely attract the attention of others. In order to attract unnecessary trouble, I think wearing masks is a very good idea, Yun Sheng explained. After coming to the continent's magic elite camp, Dongwang Linger's temper had been tempered, but she was still a little childish. On her way here, Yun Sheng had also noticed that there were quite a few people in the Skywings arena who were wearing masks to participate in the competition. Just now, when Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger entered the arena, they saw many people covering their faces. Many of them were wearing the Yiksha masks that they were holding in their hands. There were many reasons why these people covered their faces, but most of them did it for safety reasons. Skywing City was one of the most complicated places in the continent. The Skywing City Lord did not show his face all year round, and Skywing City was like an area that was not managed by anyone. If they won in the arena, especially after winning a large amount of prize money, it was very likely that they would attract the jealousy of others. After leaving the arena, they would still encounter an ambush, and they would not even know where they were. There were also some people who were originally wanted criminals on the continent. After escaping to Skywing City, they also wore masks to avoid being noticed. I'm actually fine, but you're different. Think about it. You ran away from your marriage. What if you accidentally meet an important official or noble who came here for a vacation and recognized you? What should you do then? Yun Sheng tried to scare Dongwang Linger. Yun Sheng herself could use disguise magic, but disguise magic still consumed mana. When she participated in the competition, Yun Sheng thought that the more mana she retained, the more likely she would win. All right, after hearing what you said, I also feel that wearing a mask is a bit safer. Dongwang Linger had always listened to Yun Sheng. After hearing Yun Sheng's analysis, Dongwang Linger also felt that what Yun Sheng said was reasonable. She remembered that in the eastern capital, indeed, there were quite a few nobles and ministers who liked to watch the matches in the Skywings arena. It was said that the left prime minister's family owned a villa in Skywing City. Hence, The two of them agreed that neither of them would reveal the fact that they wore masks during the competition. Even Abandon and Goofing were kept in the dark. If others were to ask about the results of the competition, he would just brush them off. The two of them each chose a mask that they liked, put it on, and walked out. After checking the number of matches that day, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling went to the registration area. The Yellow Wings competition zone was also known as the Northern Competition Zone. It was located at the northernmost part of the Skywings Arena. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling walked for about an hour before they saw the yellow wall that symbolized the Yellow Wings competition zone. The entire Yellow Wings competition zone looked like an open-air arena. From the outside, the competition zone didn't look very big, but once they walked through the main entrance, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling discovered that the field of vision ahead was very wide. Clearly, a special space expansion magic had been applied to the competition zone. Report your names. If you want to participate in the two-person competition, then give a group name. The registration staff of the Yellow Wings competition zone asked Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling. The Skywings Arena didn't stipulate that one must use one's real name. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling didn't plan on using their real names. Do the two of you want to participate in the one-person competition or the two-person competition together? The registration staff of the Skywings Arena's Yellow Wings competition zone asked. Regarding the two of them wearing masks, the person in charge didn't ask a single word, nor did he ask about the two's age. After all, those who could enter and leave Skywing City were either powerhouses or people who came out of train with their elders. The person in charge wasn't surprised by this. What's the difference between the one-person competition and the two-person competition in terms of prize money and results? Yun Sheng's original idea was to participate in the two-person competition together with Dongwang Ling. After all, Dongwang Ling was different from her. This was her first time participating in this kind of competition. Although her magic cultivation wasn't bad, she might not be able to gain an advantage in the arena. She still hoped to participate in the competition together with Yun Sheng. That depends on what you came for. Some people like to participate in the two-person competition for money. Some people like to participate in the one-person competition for glory. Seeing that the two of them were newcomers, the registration staff patiently explained. In terms of difficulty, there wasn't much difference between the one-person competition and the two-person competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone. It was just that the prize money for participating in the two-person competition was double, which was 1,000 gold coins. The one-person competition only had 500 gold coins, so some people who came together for the money liked to participate in the two-person competition. But some people liked to participate in the one-person competition for the glory of the Fighting King. In the one-person competition, one could accumulate a battle record. In the two-person competition, one could only accumulate half of the battle record. The two-person competition also allowed one to accumulate battle records. This point surprised Yun Sheng a little. Although they came to participate in this competition more in the name of the prize money, the title of Fighting King was also one of Yun Sheng's long-cherished wishes. Yun Sheng clearly remembered that when she was in Huangting, Captain Feng Qua had once told her that her father, Yun Songhai, had come to the Skywings Arena to participate in the competition. At that time, when her father had obtained 99 victories, he had met her mother, Hu Jiuxing. It was also in that competition that her father had been defeated by her mother, missing out on the title of Fighting King. But it was also after that Yun Songhai began to pursue Hu Jiuxing. The two of them had left the Skywings Arena one after the other, and they had also lost their final chance to strive for the title of Fighting King. But it was also because they had given up that time that the two of them had been fated to marry each other. 100 victories were needed to obtain the title of Fighting King. Presumably, her father had also participated in the competition at the Yellow Wings level. This inexplicable coincidence gave Yun Sheng a strange feeling. In Yun Sheng's view, whether it was the Skywings Arena or the title of Fighting King, it was a continuation of her parents' fate. If it's possible, she hopes to fulfill the long-cherished wish of her father and mother, the Fighting King, in the Yellow Wings Arena. Yun Sheng thought to herself, Chapter 601. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger, frankly speaking, lacked both money and glory. Dongwang Linger, who was standing at the side, rolled her eyes. Yin Sheng, why don't we both participate? You and I will participate in the individual competition as individuals, and then participate in the duo competition as a team. Maybe if we are lucky, we can even get a fighting king to play with. Dongwang Linger was eager to give a try. On the other hand, she was also very curious about her own strength. Although she was one level higher than Yun Sheng in terms of magic realm, when it came to actual control of magic and combat experience, Dongwang Linger was far from Yun Sheng. She had also asked Yun Sheng before, and Yun Sheng only said that she had been a hunter for a few years in her early years, and had participated in some competitions and hunting missions. Dongwang Linger thought that she must also temper herself in the Skywings arena. This way, even if she was separated from Yun Sheng in the future, she would still be able to take charge of things on her own. Dongwang Linger's words were also exactly what Yun Sheng was thinking. Yun Sheng looked again. The individual competition was arranged in the morning, and the duo competition was arranged in the afternoon. She and Dongwang Linger could take turns to participate in the individual and duo competitions. This way, regardless of whether it was the prize money or the battle results, they could double it. After discussing with Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger, Yun Sheng decided to use her previous life surname, Yin, to replace her name in the Skywings arena. In any case, the magic attack that Yun Sheng was most proficient in right now was the fire magic, Flame Explosion. Dongwang Linger chose the word Huang, which represented her identity as a princess of the royal family, and also one of her surnames. Let's call our duo group Flame Emperor in the future. The two of us are going to be like the kings of flame and shine brilliantly in the Yellow Wings competition zone. Dongwang Linger quickly came up with a name for their duo group, Flame Emperor. It had the same effect as her previous life's ancestor, Flame Emperor. Yinsheng didn't know if this was a coincidence, but she nodded in agreement with Dongwang Linger's idea. The two of them paid another 40 gold coins to register for the individual and duo competitions for the first time. After a while, the two of them each received a yellow feather badge. Contestant Flame and Flame Emperor, your individual competition will be in the morning, and Flame Emperor's duo competition will be in the afternoon. Please wait in the resting area. After about half an hour, the schedule for this morning's individual competition zone will be announced. Following instructions, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger went to the resting area. The Heaven's Wings Arena's 4 main competition zones each had a resting area for the contestants. Later on, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger also found out that the contestants' resting area was also divided into the public resting area and the VIP resting area. They were still newbies at the moment, so they went to the most ordinary public rest area that could accommodate less than 500 people at a time. It was an area similar to a modern waiting hall or airport terminal, and the decorations were very simple. The spacious and empty resting area was like a market filled with all kinds of people. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger arrived late, and most of the new and old contestants had already gathered together. Yun Sheng took note that there were no less than 400 to 500 contestants present. This was the number of contestants in the entire Yellow Wings competition zone for a single day. It could be seen how fierce the competition was. The Yellow Wings competition zone was worthy of being called the most mixed zone of the Skywings Arena's 4 main competition zones. The people here were also uneven. Tall, short, fat, thin, male, female, old, and young. Some of them even looked like 6 or 7 years old from the outside. There were magicians wearing magic scepters, summoners wearing summoning rings, and warriors wearing battle armor. There were all kinds of people. At a cursory glance, most of the magicians had cultivations similar to Yun Sheng's. They were master magicians, and there were also some martial marquee warriors. These people were all people who made a living in the Skywings arena all year round, and they were all full of hostility. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger walked in, and they instantly had the misconception that they were little white rabbits that had fallen into a wolf's den. Fortunately, there were also some people wearing masks. When Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger walked in, Most people didn't notice. It was just that the crowd was too crowded, and Dongwon Linger was careless and bumped into a warrior. That warrior was standing together with 4 or 5 other warriors. They looked like a team, and they were all wearing black and yellow warrior attire with wasp patterns. That warrior who was bumped into was very tall and had stone-like muscles. Dongwon Linger only bumped into him lightly, and he was completely fine. Who knew that the warrior would get angry and push Dongwon Linger? Don't you have eyes? You want to leave after bumping into me? The warrior turned around and saw that the one who bumped into him was a female magician who was wearing a mask and had a graceful figure. That warrior immediately changed his expression. Yo, you new here. Look at this figure. It's quite alluring. Come, take off your mask for me to take a look. If you're not bad looking, I'll let you off. As he spoke, that warrior immediately changed his tone, and a lustful light appeared in his eyes. He very flirtatiously wanted to take off Dongwon Linger's mask. How could Dongwon Linger endure such frivolity? She waved the magic scepter in her hand, and a lightning flash struck down, almost hitting that warrior's hand. Dongwon Linger still remembered Yun Sheng's earlier instructions. After entering the arena, she had to be careful with everything. Otherwise, she would definitely turn that warrior's hand into roasted pig trotters. That warrior originally thought that Dongwon Linger was just a little white rabbit. Who knew that Dongwon Linger would be so fast and ruthless? If his reaction was a bit slower, he might have already been hit. He immediately flew into a rage, and the other warriors behind him also surrounded Yun Sheng and Dongwon Linger. Where did this shameless bitch come from? Not only did you fail to bump into your brother, you even want to hurt him. You're really rebellious. Newcomers don't know the rules. Most of the people in the contestants' resting area had noticed this scene. It was just that everyone was indifferent and had an indifferent look on their faces. Obviously, this kind of thing was happening in the Yellow Wings competition zone every day. Some newcomers would be suppressed by the seniors, especially some young and beautiful female magicians and female warriors. They wouldn't dare to participate in the Yellow Wings competition alone unless they were accompanied by someone. Actually, this kind of situation would also happen in the continent's Hunter Citadel. It was just that Yin Sheng was relatively lucky and met Huang Tang's group of 3. Feng Kuodeng's group of 3 wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore, Yun Sheng didn't experience the suppression of newcomers in the arena. However, the situation right now was different. The two of them were unfamiliar with the various competition zones in Skywing City. Their cultivation was also very ordinary. Therefore, they attracted the attention of the Bee Venom battle team. Someone even muttered, "They really don't have eyes." They even dared to offend the Bee Venom battle team. Chapter 602. It turned out that those 4 or 5 martial artists were members of the Bee Venom squad. They were veteran contestants in the Skywing City area and had been making a living in Skywing City all year round. These people's skills were all around martial marquee. In terms of cultivation, it was actually not much. However, this group of people had a special characteristic. They knew a special kind of poisonous battle skill. The Dochi they released contained a highly toxic poison. Even their attacks contained a highly toxic poison. Especially during the competition, they used all kinds of despicable methods. Since there was no written rule in the Skywings arena that prohibited the use of poison, hidden weapons, and the like, many contestants who encountered Bee Venom for the first time couldn't avoid being at a disadvantage. Those veteran contestants also didn't want to offend the members of Bee Venom. Because of this, these 4 or 5 martial artists were even more unbridled and fearless, becoming the typical scoundrels of the Yellow Wings competition zone. Although their strength wasn't high, they relied on their numbers to bully the newcomers. Yin Sheng, what do we do? Dongwon Linger had never encountered such a situation and was a little nervous. Don't be nervous. Yun Sheng was much calmer, and her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. The Bee Venom squad naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to take advantage of them. What are you all doing? An arrogant and somewhat threatening voice came from the side. A magician in a yellow-gray robe stood up from a leather chair in the corner of the contestants' lounge. This person's cultivation was unknown. He was about 30 years old and looked thin and weak, like a weak scholar, but his eyes were sunken and his skin was yellow with a tinge of green. When Yunsheng saw this person, she couldn't help but frown. This person looked like he had overindulged in debauchery, and he might not be any better than the Bee Venom squad. As soon as the man opened his mouth, the noise around them immediately quieted down. The members of Bee Venom, who had been pestering Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger, immediately shrunk into a ball when they saw the newcomer, retreating to the side in fear like mice that had seen a cat. The oldest member of Bee Venom walked out, and he was also the boss of the Bee Venom squad, Big Foam. Big B looked at the newcomer, then looked at Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger. In his heart, he understood that the newcomer must have taken a liking to Dongwang Ling, and Yunsheng, just like the five of them. Recently, there weren't many newcomers entering the Skywings arena. In particular, the number of young, beautiful, and voluptuous female magicians and warriors could be counted on one's fingers. Presumably, that lord was also getting impatient from waiting. Yellow Knight Emissary. So it turns out that these two people are the people that you have taken a fancy to. I am truly sorry, truly sorry. We brothers must have been blind. We will leave now, please. The five brothers didn't dare to look at Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling anymore as they hurriedly retreated to the side. The brothers were obviously older than Yellow Knight Emissary, but they still addressed him respectfully. For no reason at all, Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling were suddenly rescued. The two of them were somewhat astonished. Yunsheng noticed that when the spectating contestants saw that man, their eyes were filled with awe and fear, but judging from the yellow-robed man's attire, he wasn't someone from the Heaven's Wings arena. Presumably, that male magician's identity was very special. Yunsheng noticed that he wasn't wearing any emblem of a Yellow Wings contestant. Very clearly, he wasn't a contestant from this competition zone. Yellow Knight Emissary spoke with arrogance. His slender eyes would occasionally sweep past Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling's masks, and his sharp nose caught a whiff of the faint fragrance of a young girl. A wicked light flashed past his eyes. These two female magicians were still inexperienced. Good stuff, top-notch good stuff. This Yellow Knight Emissary appeared in the Yellow Wings competition zone all year round. He recognized everyone in the competition zone, and every time a newcomer came, he would pay close attention to them. When these two female contestants walked in, although they were wearing sinister-looking Yikshan masks on their faces, their temperament and snow-white, youthful skin still attracted him at first glance. He already couldn't wait to imagine the feeling of hugging these two inexperienced chicks in his arms. Dongwang Ling was inexperienced in the ways of the world, so when she saw Yellow Knight Emissary helping them out, she didn't have her guard up against him. However, Yunsheng's sharp senses noticed that there was the smell of medicinal herbs on this man's body. This man was either a doctor or a pharmacist. From the attitude of the people from Bee Venom Battle Squad just now, this man was most likely. Yunsheng's guess was confirmed in the next second. How should I address the two of you? I am Yellow Knight Emissary, who is in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone. This is a small greeting gift. Please accept it. Yellow Knight Emissary took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills and handed them over to Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling. You flatter me. I am Yin, and she is Huang. We are both newcomers who just came to Skywing City. Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling didn't accept the medicinal pills. This was the first time that someone directly rejected his greeting gift. Yellow Knight Emissary felt a bit disappointed. However, he immediately smiled and said, Contestant Yin and Contestant Huang, you two must have heard of the Hidden Night Pavilion, right? I am the dark emissary that the Hidden Night Pavilion set up here. As if he was afraid that Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling didn't know what the Hidden Night Pavilion was, Yellow Knight Emissary started to introduce it to them. From Yellow Knight Emissary's words, the Hidden Night Pavilion became the biggest medical center in Skywing City. The Hidden Night Pavilion was different from traditional medical centers. Not only did it sell medicinal pills related to ancient medical skills, but it also sold a large amount of finished potions. The Hidden Night Pavilion was also in charge of the sales of medicinal herbs in the entire Skywing City. Therefore, regardless of whether one was a warrior or a magician, one would be able to obtain the best medicine and treatment here. Yellow Knight Emissary thought that Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling would reveal looks of admiration after hearing what Yellow Knight Emissary said. However, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling were already gnashing their teeth. This was especially so for Dongwang Ling. She really wanted to punch Yellow Knight Emissary until he became a pig's head. Esteemed female magicians, I wonder if the two of you are interested in joining the Hidden Knight Pavilion? The man who was addressed as Yellow Knight Emissary clearly didn't notice the anger of the two women. He looked at them with an expectant expression, waiting for their reply. There were very few people who could resist the temptation of the Hidden Knight Pavilion, especially these ignorant newcomers. The people of the Hidden Knight Pavilion were truly enemies on a narrow road. When Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling heard about the Hidden Knight Pavilion, especially Dongwang Ling, they were about to flare up. However, they were pulled down by Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng secretly made a hand gesture to Dongwang Ling, although there was only one person on the other side who knew if there were people from the Hidden Knight Pavilion among these contestants. Fortunately, Dongwang Ling was wearing a mask. Thus, the male magician didn't notice her abnormality. I'm sorry, our team doesn't know much about the Hidden Knight Pavilion. Perhaps after a while, we will consider whether or not to join the Hidden Knight Pavilion, Yun Sheng said with a fake smile. That's nothing. The two of you are newcomers, so it's normal that you don't know about the Hidden Knight Pavilion. However, if the two of you are going to stay in Skywing City for a long time, you will definitely have to cooperate with the Hidden Knight Pavilion. This is because the Hidden Knight Pavilion not only controls the medicinal pills and potions of Skywing City, but also has a large number of light-type and detoxifying water-type magicians. The male magician's tone was filled with pride. Chapter 603. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling were shocked. Previously, they only thought that the other party had monopolized pills and potions. They didn't expect that even light and water mages were under the control of the Hidden Knight Pavilion. No wonder Goofing had been beaten up by the people of the Hidden Knight Pavilion when he was performing magic treatment here. The silence of the two made the male mage even more pleased. You are all contestants, so you should know very well that injuries are inevitable in the competition. If you become a contestant under the name of the Hidden Knight Pavilion, we will provide you with all kinds of pills and potions, as well as a monthly magic treatment for free. The male mage was still afraid that Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling would hesitate, so he encouraged them even more. We don't provide this right to every contestant. We will only recruit contestants that the Knight Envoy recognizes as having potential. Oh, that sounds pretty good. I wonder what we have to pay to join the Hidden Knight Pavilion? Yun Sheng sneered inwardly. She would never believe such a good thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. The two of them didn't have obvious strength, so how could they become contestants with potential? The magic scepter of the Hidden Knight Pavilion with the surname Huang was embedded with 3 fire attribute magical beast soul stones. His cultivation was only at the level of a master mage. But for the people present to be so wary of him, there must be something about him that surpassed others. You are contestants of the Yellow Wings Division. According to the rules of the Hidden Knight Pavilion, you only need to pay 70% of the winning bonus, the man who called himself the Knight Envoy said straightforwardly. 70%? Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling both cursed in their hearts. 70% of the bonus was still considered simple. They only had to provide the simplest pills and potions, as well as a monthly magic treatment, and they could get 70% of the bonus. This was simply asking for too much. Did this damned Hidden Knight Pavilion really think that they were fools? If it had been any other newcomer to the Heaven's Wings arena, they might have been bewitched. But this Knight Envoy with bad eyesight obviously didn't have much luck. He didn't know that Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling had been suppressing a bellyful of anger because of the Hidden Knight Pavilion. Yun Sheng was a doctor and magic apothecary. She was also the water fairy little queen who possessed the super powerful water fairy healing technique. In this world, there were very few potions and magical treatments that could catch Yun Sheng's eye. Not to mention one hidden night pavilion. Even if there were 10 hidden night pavilions, it would still be the same. Of course, if the two of you were to break through and participate in the competition of the Earthwings competition zone of the next level, the prize money can be reduced to 50%. If the two of you were to reach the Heaven's Wings competition zone, then the prize money can be reduced to 30%. Furthermore, we will also provide you with high-grade elixirs and magic potions, as well as more than 10 times of magic treatment per month. The Night Envoy thought that Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger were tempted. But if our luck is bad, or if we're not strong enough, and we don't win a single match in a month, how are we going to repay the Hidden Night Pavilion? Or what if we only win 500 gold coins in a month? What should we do? Yunsheng pretended to ask. The price of an ordinary mid-grade pill was no less than 100 gold coins, and a single light healing pill was even more priceless. Could it be that the Hidden Night Pavilion would be willing to make a loss? Ha! The Night Envoy laughed awkwardly. He actually cared that the two new female magicians were much smarter than he thought. The minimum prize money that the Hidden Night Pavilion requires is 1,000 gold coins. If the money is not enough, that Night Envoy's gaze wandered around Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger's body with malicious intentions. The two women's figures were very alluring. Just by looking at them, one would swallow their saliva. It was no wonder that so many magicians and warriors were lustful. Yellow Night Envoy thought to himself, if these two women really join the Hidden Night Pavilion, I'll have to do something to make them lose a few more matches. At that time, if the two of them can't repay 70% of the prize money, I'll make them pay with their bodies. I might even be able to enjoy it first. Night Envoy, what will happen if the money is not enough? Will it be accumulated until next month? Dongwang Linger was disgusted by his gaze, and she wished that she could dig out his eyeballs. Ha! The Hidden Night Pavilion's accounts never exceed a month. Both of you are beautiful women. Under the mask, you must think that your looks are not ordinary and are afraid of attracting lechers. If you are really unlucky and can't pay, then I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me entertain some important guests of the Hidden Night Pavilion. The Night Envoy's words were very explicit. Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger immediately understood. The prices in Skywing City were very high. Those who came to Skywing City were either powerful or rich. Those rich and powerful people liked to have some fun when they came to Skywing City. In particular, some people liked to look for young and beautiful female magicians and warriors to serve them to increase their fun. Those female warriors and magicians who agreed to the Hidden Night Pavilion's conditions would be forced to become the playthings of those powerful people or rich people if they couldn't pay the corresponding amount of money at the end of the month. Part of the reason why this Night Envoy had his eyes on Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger was because he felt that the two of them were quite powerful and had very attractive figures. That was why he came forward to strike up a conversation with them. He had already calculated in his heart. Even if the two female magicians' strength was ordinary, he could still use them to compensate with their bodies. Bastard, you want us to be prostitutes? Dongwang Linger couldn't hold it in anymore and gave him a slap. This great and was already used to being a princess. Normally, when facing Yunsheng and other little friends, her temper would be restrained by quite a bit. But now, she was actually humiliated by a bullshit Night Envoy. How could Dongwang Linger endure it? She had long been itching to slap him. This slap even contained some wind elemental magical power. The strength of the slap was very strong, and the sound of the slap was very crisp. With a slap, that Night Envoy of the Hidden Night Pavilion was caught off guard and was beaten to a pulp. You actually dare to hit me. Yellow Night Envoy was in charge of this competition zone. In this competition zone, he had always been a lofty existence. Who would have thought that today he would actually be taught a lesson by a newbie female magician? Just now, when Dongwang Linger flared up, she didn't care about the situation or the mission. Her voice of scolding was heard by everyone in the competition zone. This caused everyone to look over. Yellow Night Envoy had done quite a lot of things like forcing women to become prostitutes. However, to be openly slapped in front of everyone, this was truly the first time in history. Everyone had an expression as if they were waiting to watch a good show. And here I was wondering what the Hidden Night Pavilion was. So, it turns out that it is just a place where men steal and women prostitute. They say that they are selling medicine, but it turns out that they are actually trying to persuade others to sell their bodies. Simply shameless. Dong Linger opened her mouth and scolded continuously. Chapter 604. Yinsheng found it funny and decided to watch the show from the side. She guessed that Yellow Knight Emissary wouldn't dare to make things difficult for Dong Ling in front of so many people. His face felt hot and immediately swelled up like a balloon. Yellow Knight Emissary was already flustered and exasperated. Two bitches. One of you is a master mage and the other is a saint mage. Do you really think that with your skills, you could survive in the Yellow Wings competition zone? Do you believe that I can make the two of you die miserably with just a flick of my thumb? Dark Emissary, you don't have to worry about whether we can survive here or not. The two of us have no interest in the Dark Knight Pavilion. Now you can scram, Yinsheng said coldly. Yellow Knight Emissary still wanted to flare up, but when he looked at Yinsheng, he discovered that under her mask, two cold glints shot out. For some reason, his entire body shivered. He was actually frightened by the aura of this female mage who didn't speak much since the beginning. She was clearly just a newbie, so why would he feel such a chill? Good job, the two of you. If you have the ability, just wait and see. To dare to offend the Dark Knight Pavilion, just wait for your misfortune. Yellow Knight Emissary held onto his extremely swollen face and limped away. After the people from the Dark Knight Pavilion left, the five brothers from B Venom looked at Yinsheng and Dong Ling as if they were looking at dead people. To even dare to offend Yellow Knight Emissary, let's see how the two of you can survive in the Yellow Wings competition zone in the future. The influence of the Dark Knight Pavilion was much stronger than what Yinsheng and Dong Ling had imagined. The two of them had thought that the Dark Knight Pavilion had only monopolized the sales of elixirs and demonic potions outside of Skywing City. They didn't expect that their influence had already brazenly extended into the competition zone. The two of them are indeed newbies, not afraid of death. The contestants at the side pointed at Yinsheng and Dong Ling and whispered. Among the contestants, half of them were those who cooperated with the Dark Knight Pavilion, and the other half were those who didn't. However, no matter which power it was, none of them dared to act like Yinsheng and Dong Ling directly beating up the Dark Envoy. After all, the Hidden Night Pavilion controlled almost all of Skywing City's elixirs, potions, and healing magicians. They were often needed. In the past, there were also some newcomers who had disobeyed Yellow Knight Emissary's orders and ended up in a terrible state. There were even some female magicians who, because they were unwilling to accompany guests, had their magic souls crippled and were sold to brothels on the continent. Now, they were living a life worse than death. The contestants of the Yellow Wings competition zone all thought that Yin and Emperor were too tactless. Don't bother about them. Just focus on participating in the competition. Yinsheng saw everyone's reaction and didn't say anything else. Pulling Dong Ling along with her, she stood at the side and waited for the competition to be announced. Yellow Knight Emissary flew into a rage out of humiliation and walked out of the contestant resting area. How unlucky. He thought that he had found two top-notch goods today, but who knew Yinsheng and Dong Ling were both newcomers. Both of them were wearing masks, but their figures already showed that their appearances were definitely not ordinary. There were already quite a number of good-looking female magicians and female warriors who had fallen into Yellow Knight Emissary's hands. This person's cultivation was ordinary, but his mind was very cunning. Yellow Knight Emissary's real name was Yellow Kindness, and he was as slippery as an eel. Although he was only a fire magic master, he was an outstanding pharmacist. Not only could he refine mid-grade elixirs, but he could also refine potions. He also relied on this special ability to refine potions to enter the Hidden Night Pavilion and become the Yellow Wings competition zone's Dark Envoy. He controlled more than 30% of the contestants in the Yellow Wings competition zone, and even colluded with some internal members of the Skywing Arena. As long as it was a female contestant that he fancied, he would think of ways to make the other party lose the competition. He didn't even hesitate to use the elixirs and potions that were provided. In the end, he made those female magicians and warriors become the playthings of the Hidden Knight Pavilion to please the rich. Yellow Knight Emissary, are you all right? Seeing Yellow Knight Emissary walk out, Boss B of Venom followed him. Boss B, why are you following me? Are you here to see me make a fool of myself? Yellow Knight Emissary was flustered and exasperated. How would I dare? Yellow Knight Emissary. Actually, you don't have to take it to heart. They're just two chicks. As long as you nod your head, I'll immediately cripple those two tactless women in the first round. I don't dare to say I'll cripple two, but it'll be easy to cripple one. Boss B had a fawning expression. You're confident? Hearing this, Yellow Knight Emissary's anger instantly subsided. This Boss B was good at using poison and had cooperated with the Hidden Knight Pavilion. He could be considered a very obedient dog under Yellow Knight Emissary. According to Yellow Knight Emissary's orders, Boss B had poisoned some contestants who didn't cooperate with the Hidden Knight Pavilion several times. This attracted a lot of business for the Hidden Knight Pavilion. The two of them could be considered to be snakes and rats from the same nest. They're just two newbies. Especially that one called Yin. She's only a master mage. For people like her, even if a few of us brothers come, we'll be able to take care of them. Boss B had stayed in the arena for a long time and had learned how to read people's expressions. Although these two young girls didn't know how to appreciate favors, from Yellow Knight Emissary's expression, it was clear that they were drooling over them. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. In a while, I'll find someone to arrange a match between you and that Yin. However, I'll say this first. It doesn't matter what methods you use, but you must not injure that woman's face. Yellow Knight Emissary had seen Dongwang Ling fight before. No matter what, the other party was a saint magician. Furthermore, she was a wind element magician. Against a wind element magician, B. Venom, who was good at using poison, wouldn't have much of an advantage. Thus, he decided to first pick Yin, who appeared to be much weaker, to make an example out of her. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about those two young girls coming to him. Yellow Knight Emissary, please be at ease. However, if this matter were to succeed, Boss B had a fawning expression on his face. I won't forget about your benefits. At the very most, for this month, your B Venom will be able to reduce the reward by 20%. Yellow Knight Emissary had already calculated. The benefits that he would be able to get from the two young girls would be much more than this 20%. Yellow Knight Emissary, just you wait. In the competition later on, I will make that woman obedient. Boss B and Yellow Knight Emissary looked at each other and smiled. Yellow Knight Emissary and Boss Feng were whispering to each other. Not far away, in a dark corner, one of the four dragon wings, Long Shui, witnessed everything. Those two wanted to deal with Yin Shang. Should I tell my master about this matter? Under Yi Baiming's orders, Long Shui snuck into the Yellow Wings competition zone. According to Yi Baiming's orders, if there was any news that was unfavorable to Yin Shang, he was to immediately stop it. When Long Shui recalled the conversation between Yun Sheng and his master, he felt a burst of jealousy in his heart. Other people might not have noticed it, but Long Shui had already noticed it. When his master looked at that young girl called Yin Sheng, his gaze was different from when he looked at other people. Chapter 605. Because she also used the same gaze to look at her master. The gaze that her master used to look at Yin Sheng was domineering and possessive. That was the gaze that a man used to look at his own woman. However, that person called Yin Sheng obviously didn't appreciate it. What's so good about that Yin Sheng? In terms of appearance, she doesn't seem to be much more outstanding than me. Recalling Yun Sheng's flawless face that was similar to a fairy's, Long Shui bit her lips. She thought for a bit and decided to think about it after the competition. For an arrogant and rude woman like Yun Sheng, it would be good to let her suffer a bit and learn a lesson. Not long after Yellow Knight Emissary left, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger stood at the side, waiting for their first individual match. The day competition schedule has been announced. Long before Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger came to participate in the competition, Abandon had already told Yun Sheng that the competition mode of the 4 competition zones was divided into day competition, month competition, and year competition. The day competition was a competition that was held every day, while the month competition and year competition were held to select the contestants and teams with the best battle records to compete against each other. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger were both newcomers, and their battle records were 0. Therefore, today's day competition could be considered as their first match. On the bulletin board of Yellow Wings Competition Zone, the names of the several hundred contestants were displayed one after another. Within Yellow Wings Competition Zone, there were a total of 9 day competition zones. Because of the large number of contestants, the day competition was held at the same time. I see it. I am in the 7th day competition zone and will be the 4th contestant. Yun Sheng, you're in the 9th day competition zone and will also be the 4th contestant. Dongwang Linger glanced at the names of the 2 contestants. On the bulletin board, the time and opponent of the 2 contestants were displayed. 7th day competition zone, Emperor vs. Lu Qingqing. 9th day competition zone, Flame vs. Big B. Hee, little girl, your opponent is me. What, are you scared now? A sinister laughter came from behind. The 5 people from B Venom stood not far away and smiled maliciously at Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger. How could this be? Could it be that you all have done something? Dongwang Linger immediately understood that it must be the people from Wasp Venom who had done something. Yun Sheng was just a newbie. How could it be so coincidental that she met B-Boss? Although Dongwang Linger had just arrived at the arena, from the expressions of the surrounding people, she knew that the upcoming competition would definitely not be simple. Little bitch, if you have the mood to worry about others, why don't you worry about yourself instead? Lu Qingqing's strength is even stronger than my big brother. Wasp San, who had teased Dongwang Linger earlier, mocked. Linger, don't worry, I can handle it. Be careful, don't force yourself. Yun Sheng originally wanted to be there to cheer for Dongwang Linger. However, when she looked at the competition schedule, she realized that her competition time was very close to Dongwang Linger's. Yun Sheng glanced at Fengda. Anyone who looked down on her would not be able to get away with it. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger headed to the competition zone on the 9th and 7th respectively. Yun Sheng followed the path and headed to the competition zone on the 9th. She discovered that the competition zone on the 9th was actually the most remote competition zone in the entire Yellow Wings competition zone. On the other hand, the competition zone on the first day was the most lively competition zone in the Yellow Wings competition zone. It was also the competition zone with the most spectators. The further one went to the competition zone, the fewer spectators there were. There were also not many spectators there. Luckily, Yun Sheng was just a newbie. Thus, she didn't really care about whether or not there were spectators there. When Yun Sheng arrived at the competition zone on the 9th, it was still not her turn yet. Yun Sheng was bored to death. Thus, she decided to just stand at the side of the competition zone and watch the competition zone on the 9th for free. The competition zone on the 9th was oval-shaped. There were spectator seats in the north, south, east, and west respectively. A normal competition zone was about the size of a table tennis competition zone. It could accommodate about 200 spectators. Due to the fact that there were close to 100 daily competitions in the Yellow Wings competition zone, they were divided among the 9 competition zones. Thus, each competition zone had about 10 individual competitions per day. The 9th competition zone was remote, and there weren't many spectators there. In addition, most of the spectators were newbies. Thus, there were very few spectators there. There were only a few dozen people there. Yun Sheng came to watch a daily competition. The normal fee was 10 gold coins, 30 gold coins for the monthly competition, and 50 gold coins for the annual competition. This kind of ticket price was already enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary family for a year or even a lifetime on the continent. However, in Skywing City, it was only enough for the lowest level of Yellow Wings competition. After a daily competition, the arena could only maintain the normal prize money for the contestants. In fact, the majority of the Skywings arena's income came from the Sky, Earth, and Xianwings competitions. Even Xian Wing's magical beast competitions were more interesting than those in the Yellow Wings competition zone. After the first 3 competitions, there were contestants who won and lost one after another. There were even a few contestants who had been carried off, some with missing arms and broken legs. They were drenched in blood. The intensity of the duels in the arena was evident. The Skywings arena was different from other arenas on the continent. In order to increase the excitement of the daily competition, the arena had been increasing the violence of the competition in recent years. Sometimes there would even be deaths. Some of the new contestants whose mental fortitude wasn't up to standard were already so scared that their legs turned to jelly when they saw this scene. Not far away, the people of Bee Venom stood together with Yellow Knight Emissary, grinning maliciously at Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng closed her eyes. That woman must be dumbfounded. She's so scared that she's even closed her eyes. Bee Venom and the others pointed maliciously at Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng turned a deaf ear to them, laughing inwardly. In a moment, I'll show you what it means to fight without shedding a drop of blood. The 4th competition of the 9th competition zone had officially begun. Yin Sheng and Bigby went on stage separately. Bigby had the intention of showing off. With a stomp of his foot, he flew out like a cannonball and landed on the arena with a dull thud. Yin Sheng, on the other hand, tapped lightly with her feet and landed gracefully like a butterfly. One was tall and one was short. One was a warrior and one was a mage. In terms of momentum, Bigby had the upper hand. As soon as the 2 of them appeared on the stage, a young woman wearing the arena uniform stood on the stage and announced loudly, "Welcome, everyone, to the 4th competition of the 9th competition zone of the Yellow Wings tournament. I am the referee of this zone, Chu Yu." The speaker was a female warrior with good looks. She had a beautiful head of short hair that reached her ears and was about 16 or 17 years old. This was the most beautiful age for a young girl to transform into a woman. The woman had the typical tall and slender figure of a northern woman. She was about 1.75 meters tall. The warrior robe she wore was well-tailored, neat but not lacking in femininity. As soon as she appeared, the eyes of at least several male animals in the audience lit up. Evidently, this referee by the name of Chu Yu was very popular. There were probably quite a few people who had come to the 9th competition zone not to watch the competition, but to see this female referee called Chu Yu. Most of the referees of the Heaven's Wings arena were like Chu Yu, handsome men and beautiful women. However, if anyone really thought that they only had a beautiful appearance, then they were gravely mistaken. Chapter 606. Chu Yu was clearly very used to everything in the arena. Amidst all sorts of cheers, she was natural and unrestrained, her pair of pretty eyes containing all sorts of flirtatious feelings. In the 4th round of the individual competition, rookie contestant Flame will face veteran contestant Big B. The winning condition for this competition is one party loses the ability to fight or one party leaves the arena. Before the competition, as usual, I will give a simple introduction. Flame, participating in a Yellow Wing level competition for the first time, Master Magician, specializes in fire magic. Big B, leader of the Bee Venom team, Martial Marquis, battle technique is Venomous Wolf Claw. Let us wait and see if the rookie contestant Flame will win, or if Big B, who has already won 3 consecutive matches, wins again. Let the competition begin. After the young woman finished speaking, she shifted her body and left the arena. In the audience, several members of the Bee Venom team shouted, "Boss, finish off that woman in one move. Women should go home and nurse their children. Fighting in the arena, what a joke." Most of the audience did not have much interest in this competition after seeing Yin Sheng and Big B appear. Big B, who had won 3 consecutive matches, was better than Yin Sheng in terms of combat experience and strength. Furthermore, Big B was an expert in using poison. The arena was only 10 square meters in size, and magicians were experts in long-range attacks. Such a small distance was not conducive for her to dodge Big B's close-range attacks. Although Yin Sheng was wearing a mask, Her skin was whiter than snow, her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her figure was slim. She was obviously a great beauty. In the audience, there was no lack of audience members who were protective of the fair sex. They shouted at Big B, "Big B, aren't you embarrassed? She's a delicate lady. Give way. Don't hurt her." The situation in the arena could be said to be one-sided. No one thought that the rookie contestant Flame would win. Only the female referee, Chuyu, was still focused on the situation in the arena. The moment Big B entered the arena, he waved his hand to his companions behind him. He tore open his warrior's suit, revealing his tanned chest hair and strong muscles. Big B did not care about Flame at all. He just wanted to complete the mission given to him by Yellow Knight Emissary. If they finished the battle quickly, they would be able to get a 20% reduction in the bonus. With that money, they would be able to eat and drink well for the rest of the month. There was a threatening outburst of anger. Everyone heard the sound of bones cracking. Fong Das Do Chi swelled. Rows of razor-sharp claws grew out of his hands, back, and even his shoulders. When Big B had fused with his beast blood, he had fused with the blood of a Tyrannosaurus bloodwolf. That was why a part of his body was able to transform. Each of his claws was covered in poison and emitted a green glow. Those front claws not only protected the vital parts of his body, but also carried a fatal poison. As long as the opponent touched the poison on the claws, their blood would turn black and their whole body would rot. If they were not treated in time, they would die in less than 3 days. Little girl, I bet that you won't be able to last more than 3 moves in my hands. Wasta wantonly provoked. Wrong, 1 move is enough. As she spoke, Flame twisted her slender waist, and her long legs suddenly took a step forward. Before anyone could see her figure, a figure flashed past, and Flame had already rushed in front of Big B. Flame's step did not seem like much, but it had fused with the Night Demon footwork that the Night Demon Queen had taught her. The Night Demon footwork was the unique footwork of the Night Demon clan, which had the fastest movement techniques among the fairies. This footwork was a fusion of wind magic and ground escape, and it was as fast as lightning. Big B wanted to gain the upper hand by a show of strength, but who knew that she would suddenly disappear? How could Big B have just arrived? There was a hidden secret behind this step. With 1 step, she was already behind Big B. Big B's claws, which were covered in the fatal wolf poison, seemed to be completely harmless. Flame's slender palms swiped across Big B's chest like she was swatting a butterfly. Although Big B saw the other party's attack, he felt disdain in his heart. A mediocre sorcerer still wanted to fight with a warrior in close combat. This was really the biggest joke he had ever seen. Under the mask, Flame's eyes flashed fiercely. If someone were to look closely at Flame's palms, they would discover that her palms were like 2 pieces of fine jade. That was because she had gathered her entire body's jade marrow technique into her palms in an instant. When Flame's jade marrow technique was concentrated on her palms, it could even withstand the powerful magic of the magic lightning vortex, not to mention the mere wolf poison. When the crowd looked over, they only thought that Flame had lost her head out of fear and actually recklessly used her bare palms to slap Big B's poisonous claws. Everyone thought that Flame would bleed on the spot. Even B. Lord himself did not evade that palm strike. How strong could a sorcerer's palm be? He was a dignified martial marquis who had undergone multiple beast blood fusion. His body was made of flesh and bones. Even in the face of Sharpblade, he was fearless, only to hear the crisp sound of bones cracking, like a ghost wail and a wolf's howl from hell. In the next moment, Big B's eyes suddenly widened. He only felt that his heart in his chest was ruthlessly pierced by a mysterious force and instantly exploded. By his ear, the young girl's voice was as light as a feather. Go to hell. The feather-like voice, the exploding pain in his chest. Bigby could only hear that one sentence, and then there was no more then. Divine Soul Healing Needle, the 3rd level of the Dark Needles. In an instant, 36 dark needles were shot out, instantly turning Big B's heart into a hornet's nest. This was also an additional benefit that Yun Sheng received after breaking through to Saint Mage. Flame's speed was too fast, and the cultivation of the spectators in the stands was too average. Everyone only saw Flame take a step forward, and their vision blurred. When they could see Flame clearly again, she was already standing at the side with her hands behind her back. Her gaze was clear, and her body was tall and slender, like a fairy who had left the world behind. A few meters away, Big B stood in the arena. There was no blood splattering on the spot, as expected. Big B's sturdy body fell straight onto the arena, and there was no more sound. The young girl wearing half a mask brushed her long black hair, and a harmless smile hung on her lips. That smile could make the blazing sun in the sky lose its splendor. At that moment, although she did not use any magic, but in everyone's eyes, the originally harmless female sorcerer was like a ball of raging fire. The entire ninth competition zone was dead silent. The first to react was the female referee, Chuyu. She went up the arena and probed under Big B's nose, and then probed Big B's chest with uncertainty. A clear gasp sounded, and Chuyu cried out, "Dead." Chapter 607. Dead. This word was like a small stone thrown into a calm lake. It had endless magic, causing the audience, who had not reacted yet, to boil up. It was a shocking reversal. How long had it been? It was only 2 breaths. In the blink of an eye, she had killed someone. Chuyu also looked at Yin with a new gaze. Just now, she was almost like the audience. The newcomer in front of her couldn't last 3 moves. But just now, this female mage, Yin, who was participating in the competition in the Yellow Wings division for the first time, had set the record for the fastest victory in the Yellow Wings division. Chuyu's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, and a bold idea emerged in her heart. The people of Bee Venom and Yellow Knight Emissary were stunned. They couldn't believe it. Only when they saw Big B's body being carried down did they come to their senses. The people of Bee Venom went forward and carried Big B down. Dead. She killed Boss. Boss is really dead. You bitch, you poison Boss. We'll fight you. To be able to kill someone in an instant without any wounds on the body, there was only one explanation. It was poison. But no matter what, the people of Bee Venom did not dare to rashly go forward. They didn't expect that the poison that Big B had used for decades would die from poison today. The competition was over, but the people of Bee Venom were still pestering Empress, not letting her leave. What a joke. Look carefully. There are signs of poisoning all over his body. In other words, even if I used it, so what? Many people have been poisoned to death by Big B. Under the mask, Yin's black eyes flashed, as if there were 2 clusters of flames dancing in the bottom of her eyes. She raised the side of her face, revealing half of her lips under the mask. There was a cold arc at the corner of her mouth. Wherever her gaze went, there was an invisible deterrent, making people tremble in fear. That's right. Every contestant who enters the arena has signed a life and death contract when they register. Winning or losing in the arena does not matter. Yin won this competition. Chuyu was stunned for a moment, then immediately stepped forward and stopped the people of Bee Venom. Whoever dares to cause trouble in my territory will have to bear the consequences. Chuyu's beautiful eyes darkened. She nodded at Yunsheng in a friendly manner. Yunsheng only nodded symbolically. Chuyu was a member of the Skywings arena, and no matter how bold the Venom Bees people were, they wouldn't dare go against the entire Skywings arena and offend her. Seeing this, Yellow Knight Emissary did not want to make things awkward, so he ordered people to carry Feng Da's corpse away. By the time Chuyu regained her senses, she discovered that the rookie contestant, Flame, had already disappeared. It turned out that the crowd was in an uproar as the victorious Flame calmly left under the horrified gazes of the spectators. All sorts of feelings welled up in Chuyu's heart. The spectators by the side were also discussing animatedly. Their voices unconsciously drifted into Chuyu's ears. F***CK, what did I just see? That female magician defeated B Boss in 1 move. Oh no. I bet 3 times the amount on B to win. Me too. Who would have guessed that B Boss was a weakling? I've really suffered a huge loss this time. Waves of complaints and curses rose and fell one after another. Because of this match, which lasted only a few seconds, the originally deserted Division 9 became lively. All of this was caused by the emergence of a dark horse contestant called Flame. However, Yin Sheng could no longer hear these complaints. As soon as she left the arena, she quietly took off her mask and blended in with the wave of spectators leaving the arena. Yin Sheng couldn't even wait for the next match to begin. The moment Yin Sheng stood in the arena, she had already decided to end the match quickly. She was very worried about Dongwang Linger's match in Division 7. According to the Venom Bees people, Dongwang Linger's opponent this time could only be stronger than B-Boss. B-Boss deserved to be defeated. No matter who he met, he shouldn't have met Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng was a healer. She knew how to avoid poison. Furthermore, she had the Jade Marrow technique and the extremely fast Trillium hands, coupled with her hidden needles. As long as her opponent wasn't a martial saint expert whose internal organs were almost invulnerable, Yin Sheng would be able to kill them without using magic. After Flame left, Yellow Knight Emissary and the few people from Venom, B carried B-Boss's corpse to the resting room at the side. B-Boss's eyes were wide open in horror. His mouth was slightly opened, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. It seemed that he had completely not accepted the fact that he had already died. Yellow Knight Emissary, you must seek justice for Big Brother. The people from Venom B all cried out. B-Boss had always been the backbone of the brothers. Who would have thought that he would fail miserably at such an easy task and fall into the hands of a newbie female sorcerer? The most ridiculous thing was that no one clearly saw how B-Boss died. Yellow Knight Emissary was also confused. Looking at the situation in the arena just now, it was obvious that B-Boss had the advantage of time, place, and people. So why would he be killed by the newbie Flame for no reason? Yellow Knight Emissary wasn't a motley crew from Venom B. He checked B-Boss's skin, hair, and even his fingernails and saliva. There were no signs of poisoning. Furthermore, according to Yellow Knight Emissary's knowledge, there was no poison in this world that could cause a person to fall to the ground and die in an instant. Even if there would be some traces left behind. The medical skills of the Boundless Continent still followed the most basic Eastern medical theories of looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse. As an apothecary, Yellow Knight Emissary would never think of opening B-Boss's chest to check if his heart was intact. It was even more impossible for him to discover that the cause of B-Boss's death was due to the power of Yin Sheng's dark needles. Your boss didn't die of poisoning. Yellow Knight Emissary had been in the arena for many years and had seen all kinds of causes of death. However, it was the first time he had seen such a clean death without a single drop of blood or wound. Soldiers didn't shed blood. This was really soldiers without shedding blood. Such a state of death made one shudder with fear. That female sorcerer was too scary. Yellow Knight Emissary thought about it, and there was only one possibility. His face darkened. That female sorcerer is most likely a dark sorcerer. B-Boss was most likely killed by dark magic. Dark sorcerer. The people from Venom B all sucked in a cold breath. They had originally planned to avenge their boss, but the moment they heard the words dark sorcerer, the four of them immediately became listless. It wasn't just the few people from Venom B. Even Yellow Knight Emissary had a headache because of his unexpected discovery. He had originally thought that they were two chicks, but who knew? Dark sorcerers were in existence on the mainland that was second only to the summoners of the Zeo state. Regardless of whether it was warriors or sorcerers, no one was willing to provoke this terrifying word. Chapter 608. Dark magicians were like the assassins among magicians. They used incomparably cruel dark magic, and they were associated with bloody killings. Furthermore, if the majority of magicians didn't have a powerful background, it would be impossible for them to practice dark magic. For example, the continent's elite magician camp, or some of the magicians at the highest level in the temple, or some of the existences in the continent that couldn't be told to others, would practice dark magic. No wonder our boss was killed without anyone noticing, so it was the work of dark magic. I didn't expect that female magician, who looked so ordinary on the surface, was actually a frightening dark magician. What should we do then? Are we not going to avenge our boss? The people from Venom still had a face full of unwillingness. Let's investigate first. If there are other powers behind that female magician, we can only give up on this matter. If she's alone, don't worry. We will have plenty of chances to take her down in the future. Dark Knight Pavilion isn't a pushover. Yellow Knight Emissary said fiercely. Once they investigate the background of those two, it will be time for him to counterattack. Yun Sheng passed through the 8th competition area and headed towards the 7th competition area. The distance between the 2 competition areas was half an hour. By the time Yun Sheng arrived at the 7th competition area, Emperor's competition was already about to end. The moment she entered the 7th competition area, she heard a huge commotion. Yun Sheng walked into the audience seating area, and she just happened to see that on the stage, 2 figures collided with each other, and both of them fell off the stage. Yun Sheng knew that the situation wasn't good. She pushed the crowd aside and rushed towards the front. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter the stage. A male judge shouted loudly to stop the restless crowd. Very soon, the masked emperor was helped down from the stage. Dong Wang Ling was no longer the same as she was in the morning. Yun Sheng was startled. Could it be that something happened to Ling? Yun Sheng immediately rushed forward and snatched Dong Wang Ling from Yihua. Who are you? This contestant is heavily injured and needs to receive treatment. I will go and look for Dark Knight Pavilion right now. The male judge had just come down from the stage not too long ago. The newcomer emperor's condition wasn't good. He had been a judge for so many years, and he had never seen such a reckless contestant. No need, I'm a doctor. Yun Sheng anxiously wanted to check on Dong Wang Ling's condition. Ling was in a semi-conscious state. After checking on Ling's condition, Yun Sheng let out a breath. Early in the morning, Yun Sheng gave Dong Wang Ling a magic robe of the elf race. The magic robe blocked a large amount of attacks, and Dong Wang Ling's vitals were still not fatal. However, Dong Wang Ling, Dong Wang Ling, Dong Wang Ling, Dong Wang Ling's, Dong Wang Ling Ling, Dong Wang Ling Ling, Don Her, Dong Wang Emperors with Dong Wang's Dong Wang, Dong Wang Ling Ling Ling, Dong Wang Dunably, Dong Wang, Yi Dong Wang, Dong Wang, to treat. Dong Wang, Don Her gaze was very firm and carried an unquestionable authority. The referee, who was used to seeing all kinds of scenes in the arena, was actually stunned by her. Why would the people of the Dark Knight Pavilion save Dong Wang Ling? She had killed Big B, so Yellow Knight Emissary and the B Venom battle team probably hated her to the core. Find a quiet place. The air needs to circulate. I need hemostatic agents and a large amount of meditation water. Quickly. Yun Sheng ignored the surprised looks around her. I'm a contestant from the 9th Division. The money for the medicine will be deducted from my prize money. Yun Sheng no longer had the time to ask about the result of Dong Wang Ling's battle. Right now, she only had one thought in her mind, and that was to save Dong Wang Ling. The other party was clearly a newcomer, and from his voice, he could tell that he was very young. However, the male referee hurriedly sent someone to the 9th competition zone to inquire about it. Very quickly, Dong Wang Ling was sent to an individual waiting room. The moment they arrived at a quiet place, Yun Sheng immediately took off Dong Wang Ling's mask. Under the mask, Ling's face was pale. Looking at her 4 limbs, all of the exposed skin of her hands and feet had traces of being bitten as if they were burned. There were a lot of wounds, and green pus was flowing out from some of them. Within the wounds, there were also small black thorns. It was very hard to imagine what kind of opponent Dong Wang Ling had encountered. Such wounds were indeed not easy to treat. Yun Sheng couldn't help but blame herself. If she had known that this would happen, she would have accompanied Dong Wang Ling to compete with her. Or perhaps she would have competed with Dong Wang Ling first so that Dong Wang Ling could get used to it. This contestant, don't force yourself. Lu Qingqing's battle skills are very domineering. Her tentacles can only be used by the mages of the Dark Knight Pavilion. Seeing that Yun Sheng didn't move for a long time, The male referee thought that Yun Sheng was frightened by the wounds. At this moment, the male referee had already seen that Yun Sheng was also wearing a yellow wing emblem. Spirit of water, bestow upon me the power of purification, Yun Sheng chanted. A little blue elf queen flapped her wings and flew out. Her body was emitting the pure power of purification. Mist surrounded Dongwang Ling, Er's body, emitting the gentle power of water. On the wounds on her body, the green pus and small black thorns were slowly dissolving. Her originally damaged skin was gradually recovering. Elf magic? She actually knows elf magic? The 9 competition zones referee, Chuyu, witnessed this scene. It turned out that just now, Chuyu was having a headache on how to find and, coincidentally, someone from the 7th competition zone came over and asked about Yan's identity. Thus, Chuyu decided to leave the competition that he was currently in and handed it over to the reserve referee. Then, he directly went over to look for him. Earlier, after Yun Sheng ended that shocking competition, Chuyu wanted to get to know Yun Sheng. However, who would have thought that Yun Sheng would slip away without even greeting him? Coincidentally, he also heard that a contestant from the 7th competition zone was seriously injured. Thus, Chuyu wanted to come over and check on the cause and effect of this matter. Unexpectedly, he actually saw Yin here. She's a contestant from your competition zone. The male referee had a look of astonishment on his face. To think that a female mage who knows elf healing magic would appear in the Japanese competition zone. Chuyu didn't say anything else. When healing magic, one must be absolutely silent. She took a look at Dongwang Ling, Er's injuries, and raised her eyebrows. Lu Qingqing was the one who injured her? That contestant is truly lucky. Chuyu was clearly very astonished by the fact that Dongwang Linger was able to survive. However, when she noticed the elf magic robe that Dongwang Linger was wearing, she came to a realization. As expected, these 2 women are related to the elf race. One of them knows elf healing magic, and the other one is wearing an elf magic robe. The origins of these 2 women aren't simple. Chapter 609. Who is Lu Qingqing? While Chuyu and the judge from the 7th competition zone were discussing, Yun Sheng had finished her treatment. This was the 2nd time Yun Sheng heard Lu Qingqing's name. Previously, Bigby seemed to have said that Lu Qingqing's skills were better than his. This was only the first round of the competition. As newcomers, both of them had encountered such a powerful opponent. This matter was a little strange. With the little elven queen's treatment, although Dongwang Ling Er's face was still very pale, the wounds on her body had basically disappeared. There shouldn't be any wounds left. After Yun Sheng fed her a large amount of meditation water and hemostatic medicine, her face was still a little pale, but the rise and fall of her chest had become much more stable. The Water Spirit King was indeed worthy of being the Spirit King with the strongest healing ability among the 4 spirits. After Yun Sheng confirmed that Dongwang Ling Er's life was not in danger, the first thing she did was to ask about the whole process. She originally thought that Big B was already very difficult to deal with, but she didn't expect Dongwang Ling, Er's opponent, to be even more difficult. The male judge was still hesitating whether to reveal the opponent's secret. According to the rules of the arena, the judges couldn't be biased towards any team member. Lu Qingqing is a martial artist that the Hidden Night Pavilion has focused on nurturing. She is a martial ancestor. In terms of strength, she is already qualified to compete in the Earthwing arena. Her combat skills are very special. She is a kind of sea beast that has gone berserk with half beast blood, the Octopus Queen. The wounds on your friend's body were caused by coming into contact with the tentacles of the Octopus Queen. Chuyu took the initiative to step forward and told Yun Sheng this information. The Octopus Queen, a sea beast, a type of demonic beast that Yun Sheng had never come into contact with before. This was also the first time Yun Sheng heard of a martial artist using the blood of a sea beast to fuse. It was no wonder that Dongwang Ling Er's hands, feet, and neck had a large number of wounds and thorns. It looked like the wounds were left behind by the tentacles of an octopus. Thank you for telling me this information. But why are you telling me this information? Yinsheng didn't think that this female judge from the 9th competition zone, whom she had only met once, would help her for no reason. No reason, it's just because I don't like Lu Qingqing. Yang Gang, leave this to me. There are still a few matches in your area. Go and deal with them first. Chu Yu clearly didn't say directly. She glanced at the male referee of the 7th area beside her. Yinsheng could tell that Chu Yu still had something to say. The male referee looked at Chu Yu and left unwillingly. As soon as the male referee walked out, Chu Yu carefully looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she started chatting with Yinsheng again. During the period when Dongwang Linger woke up, Yinsheng learned from Chu Yun, who was the judge of the number 7 competition zone, some things that she didn't know before. It turned out that the Hidden Night Pavilion was secretly using pills and magic to control the competition in the Yellow Wing Zone. Chu Yu and some of the other referees already knew about it. However, because the Hidden Night Pavilion's influence in Skywing City wasn't small, it was very difficult to eliminate the contestants in the various competition zones. Therefore, they could only turn a blind eye to it. For example, individuals and teams like Lu Qingqing and Feng Fu have controlled the results of the Yellow Wing Zone to a large extent in the past few years. From the daily competition to the monthly competition and even to the annual competition. In many cases, what determines the results of the competition isn't the contestant's true strength, but the peripheral gambling house led by the Hidden Night Pavilion. The referees, including Chu Yu, were extremely disgusted with such matters. However, they couldn't do anything about it. You hope to use us to help you get rid of people like Lu Qingqing from the Hidden Night Pavilion? Yinsheng finally understood. I can guarantee that for the other competition zones, but I believe that as long as you cooperate with me, at least the influence of the Hidden Night Pavilion will completely disappear in the number 9 competition zone. Chu Yu showed a completely different attitude from when she was in the arena just now. On the surface, she looked like a female referee who was good at socializing, but when Yinsheng came into contact with her, she found that this woman was far better than ordinary referees, whether in terms of conversation or experience. You think too highly of us. We're just newcomers. Today's victory was also a fluke. Yinsheng still didn't dare to completely believe Chu Yu. Besides, she didn't know Chu Yu's true origins. Yinsheng could sense that Chu Yu's identity wasn't simple. You're underestimating your own strength. On the surface, today is the first time the two of you are participating in a competition. But do you know that it's because of you 2 dark horses that Yellow Knight Emissary has suffered heavy losses this month? Chu Yu smiled in satisfaction. It turned out that for every competition in the Skywings arena, even if it was a small daily competition, the Hidden Night Pavilion would be the gambling house. Skywing City was famous because of the Skywings arena. A large part of the daily pastime of the rich guests who came to watch the competition was gambling. Pills accounted for a portion of the total income of the Yellow Wings arena, and the prize money that the contestants handed over also accounted for a large portion. But compared to the bets on the periphery of the Yellow Wings arena, that was nothing. After a day of daily competition in the daily competition, the bets on the periphery controlled by the Hidden Night Pavilion reached at least several hundred thousand. And this was only the Yellow Wings arena. The bets on the more popular Sky, Earth, and Mystery arenas were even higher. After Chu Yu became a referee, she knew that there was something fishy going on. Today, Yin's match had made the Hidden Night Pavilion lose over 10,000 gold coins. The Hidden Night Pavilion treated human life like grass, using drugs and healing to control the contestants. Such behavior should have been dealt with long ago. Who would have thought that this time, the Dark Horse Yinsheng would make the Hidden Night Pavilion suffer? 10,000 gold coins? Yinsheng was shocked. She had only participated in the most basic daily competition, and there were actually so many gold coins won and lost. This is nothing. Do you know that Xiao Qingqing in your friend's match made the Hidden Night Pavilion lose at least 50,000 gold coins? Chu was all smiles. She could imagine how ugly Yellow Knight Emissary's face would be when he knew the results of the competition. 60,000 gold coins. The money that Yellow Knight Emissary had a hand over this month would definitely be greatly reduced. But didn't Ling clearly lose? How could she still win 50,000 gold coins? Yun Sheng was even more confused. But then Yun Sheng understood. That Xiao Qingqing should also be a contestant under the protection of the Hidden Night Pavilion. And from Chu Yu's words, this person's position in the Hidden Night Pavilion was definitely much higher than B-Boss's. She was also much stronger. I won't let that 8-clawed woman win so easily. There's no clear winner between the two of us. On the other side, Dongwang Ling had already woken up. She just happened to hear the conversation between the two. Hearing Yun Sheng's words, Dongwang Ling anxiously argued and quickly sat up. Chapter 610. Seeing that Dongwang Ling woke up in such a short period of time, Chu Yu was even more astonished. It turned out that Yun Sheng was too anxious at that time, and she didn't even see the situation of the 9th competition zone clearly. Dongwang Ling was up against Lu Qingqing. Although she wasn't as good as Lu Qingqing in terms of actual combat, Dongwang Ling had never been afraid of death since she was young. When she encountered Lu Qingqing's combat skill, she was also frightened. However, although she was frightened, her dark gold-ranked teacher's monstrous training in the past year was extremely useful at this moment. Even if she encountered an enemy that was stronger than her, she still couldn't back down. In addition, with the protection of the elf mage robe that Yun Sheng gave her earlier, at the instant Dongwang Ling was thrown out by Lu Qingqing's bestial tentacles, 3 lightning flashes were cast out, throwing Lu Qingqing out of the arena as well. The two of them were sent out of the arena at almost the same time. One was unconscious and the other was seriously injured. When Yun Sheng rushed over, she just happened to see Dongwang Ling in her most miserable state. Naturally, she thought that Dongwang Ling had already lost. That male judge had also told Chu Yu about what happened earlier, and he said that Dongwang Ling was the newbie that he had never seen before who wasn't afraid of death. After all of the newbies that Lu Qingqing had fought with before ended up either dead or crippled. Well done, Linger. In that case, your first battle was a rare draw. After hearing that, Yun Sheng sighed and found it funny. A draw was indeed out of the Dark Knight Pavilion's expectations. After all, before Lu Qingqing met Dongwang Ling, she had already won 10 matches in a row. She also didn't expect that she would lose to a newbie. Speaking of which, Lu Qingqing had also failed miserably. She and that man called Yellow Knight Emissary had already hooked up long ago. Because her appearance was pretty good, her figure was above average, and she was also a warrior with decent strength. She was also a sweet talker. Among Yellow Knight Emissary's many lovers, she was the one that he doted on the most. It was also a coincidence that she met Dongwang Ling. After the results of the battles were announced, Yellow Knight Emissary found her and told her to teach that newbie called Emperor a lesson. However, Yellow Knight Emissary also repeatedly emphasized that no matter what, the Emperor must not be harmed, because he had his own wonderful uses. Lu Qingqing had been with Yellow Knight Emissary for so long. How could she not know his nature? When she saw Dongwang Linger's temperament and figure, she immediately knew that Yellow Knight Emissary must be trying to seduce this young and beautiful female mage. Xiao Qingqing was worried that she would lose Dongwang Linger's favor. Thus, the moment she stepped onto the stage, she unhesitatingly used her half-beast blood. She wanted to use her killer move to kill Dongwang Ling. If the previous Dongwang Ling encountered such an attack, even 10 Dongwang Ling wouldn't be enough to deal with it. However, things are different right now. Dongwang Linger had received training. Her reaction speed and magic attacks were several times faster than before. When facing against Lu Qingqing's crazy attacks, Dongwang Linger couldn't help but be immersed in the perverted training of a dark gold-ranked teacher. Even in the end, knowing that he could not defeat Lu Qingqing, he still risked his life to fight with her. As a result, today's tie had shaken the entire Arena number 9 thrice. Seems like the enmity between us and the Hidden Night Pavilion is getting deeper and deeper. Yun Sheng felt helpless after hearing the whole story. First, They beat up Yellow Knight Emissary. Then, they taught his subordinate and lover a lesson. This enmity has indeed been formed. Qingqing and Yellow Knight Emissary are not kind people. Now that you have offended them, it will be hard for you to survive in the Yellow Wings competition zone. You only have 2 paths to take. Chuyu is also very sympathetic towards Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger's encounter. However, sympathy is one thing, and helping is another. Which 2 paths? Dongwang Linger asked. Leaving Skywing City is the most feasible path. Chuyu suggested. Before Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger stay here for half a year, it was absolutely impossible for them to leave Skywing City. Needless to say, this path was cut off. The second path is to work together with me, Chuyu said with a smile. At first, Chuyu wasn't sure if she could establish a working relationship with Flame Emperor. After all, Yin Sheng's victory earlier still had many inconceivable aspects. According to the registration information, Flame should be a mage, but her actions just now were more like a warrior. After all, it was very difficult to kill someone in an instant using magic. Chuyu had clearly seen that Flame didn't have time to chant at all. No matter what, Chuyu was certain that Yun Sheng was the one who could help her break out of the predicament she had been in for many years in the Yellow Wings competition zone. How do we work together? Yun Sheng had long seen through Chuyu's intentions. It's very simple. I know that you want revenge, and your purpose in coming to the Skywings arena should also be to obtain the title of Fighting King. I can help you get the best order of appearance in the upcoming matches, and even let you meet Qingqing as you wish and wipe away your shame. However, you must also agree to one condition of mine. Aside from the designated matches, you can only compete in Zone 9 in the future. Chuyu didn't hide anything and directly stated her purpose. There was an unwritten rule in the Skywings arena. Aside from a monthly and annual matches, the contestants could choose a fixed competition zone as the venue for their matches. Yun Sheng pondered. If she was not mistaken, the number 9 competition zone was the least popular. Even the number 7 competition zone had more spectators than the number 9 competition zone. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with caution. The two planned to go back first and find out more about Chuyu's character and the situation in the Skywings arena before making a decision. We need to go back and discuss today's matter before making a decision. Yun Sheng didn't agree rashly, even though she knew that the choice Chuyu had given was already the best choice. You can think about it carefully and give me your answer before the next match. Chuyu nodded and sent Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger out of the arena. Because of this incident, when Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger returned to the inn, it was already moonlight. Gufeng and Abandon were already waiting there. Linger, what happened to you? Upon seeing Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger, Gufeng took a big stride forward. He noticed that Dongwang Linger's expression wasn't right. He became anxious and couldn't help but grab Dongwang Linger's hand. Dongwang Linger moaned and shook off Gufeng's hand. Her face was red as she stomped her feet and hid in her room. Yun Sheng and Abandon both had a helpless expression on their faces. Yun Sheng told Gufeng and Abandon about what happened during the day. When Gufeng heard that Dongwang Linger was heavily injured by Lu Qingqing, he jumped up in anger. He waved his fist and said, "That person actually dared to injure Linger. I will definitely teach her a lesson." Teach her a lesson? How? Are you going to use your ball of light to deal with her? Yun Sheng face-bombed and Abandon shook his head. They both understood Gufeng's feelings for Dongwang Linger, but Chapter 611. Yun Sheng's gaze fell on the door not far away. In the hazy moonlight, a graceful figure was reflected on the door. Even if I can't win, I will protect Linger even if I have to risk my life. Gufeng's face was red with anger. He was an honest person. Once he set his mind on someone or something, he would never waver. Inside the room, Dongwang Linger's eyes were glistening with tears. She bit her lip and didn't say a word. On one hand, she was touched by Gufeng's deep affection, but on the other hand, she was miserable. This was the first time, other than her mother and brother, that someone had said that they would protect her life. But why was this person Gufeng? He was a light magician. Gufeng, don't be rash. Yunsheng and I have the same view. It's obviously not going to work if you fight head-on. Actually, Yunsheng, we also encountered a similar situation in the Earthly Wings competition zone today. Gufeng and Abandon had both returned early today for the same reason as Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling. Abandon and Gufeng had gone to compete today, and the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion had also targeted them. The person in charge of the Earthly Wings competition zone was called Emissary Chunyi. Today, he had separately sought out Gufeng and Abandon. It's the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion again. They're really haunting us, Gufeng complained. Yunsheng wasn't too surprised that the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion had targeted Gufeng. After all, no matter where it was, even in a temple, the number of light magicians was very limited. Moreover, Gufeng had come from the continent's elite magician camp. Emissary Chun Yi was rather polite today. He only proposed that Gufeng join the Hidden Night Pavilion. If Gufeng agreed, they would allow Gufeng to use magic healing in the Skywings arena. Gufeng naturally didn't agree. Their people also came to find me. Abandon had competed in 2 matches today. His results were pretty good, and he had won both matches today. Abandon's outstanding performance naturally attracted Chun Ye's attention. They went to look for Abandon and promised to provide him with good potions. But Abandon didn't care about them at all. That's not the funniest thing. Those blind people even found Feng Tian, that guy who's difficult to get along with. Gufeng had a gloating look on his face. Feng Tian was the strongest among this batch of newcomers in the Continental Magic Elite Camp. At the same time, he was also famous for being difficult to get along with. It was said that he also ignored his mentor. Feng Tian had only participated in the competition today, but he had already won 3 matches in a row. He immediately attracted the attention of the entire Earth Wings competition zone. Naturally, the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion had their eyes on him. They wanted Feng Tian to fake the competition for them. In the end, Feng Tian directly used ice magic to freeze that person called Emissary Chun Yi into an ice cone. Then, he turned around and left. Haha, Gufeng laughed very happily. When he recalled the situation at that time, he also could not help but laugh. The so-called fake match was to let Feng Tian pretend to lose the match. In a place like the Skywings Arena, there was naturally no lack of gambling. The Hidden Night Pavilion had 2 major profits in Skywings City. One of them was the sale of pills and potions, and the other was the control of the competition. They won a lot of money in the gambling outside. In particular, the Skywings and Earthwings competition zones had many experts. Correspondingly, there were many people buying and selling the results of different contestants outside the arena. Through bribery, the Hidden Night Pavilion controlled the results of more than 40% of the contestants' matches, which earned them a huge profit. But my Hidden Night Pavilion clearly took a big tumble in the matter of bribing the members of the Continental Elite Camp, especially for someone as arrogant as Feng Tian. A single defeat was like a stain on his life, let alone a fake match. To put it bluntly, that kid was aiming for the title of Fighting King. However, we also met other members of the elite camp in the competition zone today. Chun Lianer and 2 other magicians went to participate in the team competition, as well as several members of the Continental Elite Camp. Gufeng inquired about the match between Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger. Yunsheng told the 2 of them about the results of their respective matches, but Yunsheng didn't go into detail about the 2 of them transforming into the Flame Emperor combination, as well as the cooperation with Chuyu. Looks like I'm the worst, Gufeng mumbled. He felt a bit embarrassed that even Dongwang Linger had won a match. You're a light magician. In terms of attack, you're a bit inferior. Don't mind it too much, Yunsheng consoled. In my opinion, the Hidden Night Pavilion's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. If we want to contend against them, I'm afraid we'll have to borrow the power of the arena. Although Abandoned was the most taciturn member of the 13 magical potion teams, but he was also the most proficient in observation and thinking. When he was at the Wanlong gambling house, he had interacted with all kinds of people. No one understood better than him what it meant to be a strong dragon couldn't fight a snake in its old haunts. Moreover, Yunsheng and the others' current strength was simply insignificant in front of the huge Hidden Night Pavilion. Actually, I still have some doubts. I feel that the Hidden Night Pavilion might be related to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion behind the scenes. Yun Sheng had always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards the Hidden Night Pavilion. Previously, Yun Sheng had used the hemostatic medicine and meditation water provided by the arena to treat Dongwang Linger due to the urgent situation. Yun Sheng was even more certain of this point. Just by looking at the effects and ingredients, Yun Sheng could confirm that the hemostatic medicine and meditation water of the Hidden Night Pavilion were exactly the same as the pills of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion that she had come into contact with in the Jade Capital. Moreover, the way the Hidden Night Pavilion did things, including that Yellow Knight emissary, was very similar to Qi Fangfei of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Could it be that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion has also set up a branch in Skywing City? Yun Sheng's unexpected discovery made Qi and Gufeng very surprised. The two of them were very clear about how tragic the open and veiled struggles between Yun Sheng and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were these few years. But fortunately, Yun Sheng's medical skills were brilliant. At least in the Jade Capital, Yun Sheng had already defeated the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. But they didn't expect that they would encounter a branch of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion after arriving in Skywing City. The Hidden Night Pavilion might not be a branch of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. In terms of scale and control, it might be better to say that the Hidden Night Pavilion is the headquarters of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The huge profits that the Hidden Night Pavilion has obtained from Skywing City and the Skywings Arena are the true foundation of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion on the continent. Yun Sheng could be sure that behind the scenes of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Hidden Night Pavilion, there was very likely a group of national-level doctors or even more brilliant doctors controlling them. Moreover, these doctors' medical skills were even more brilliant than those of Wendagua in the Jade Capital. They even colluded with a group of magicians. If her guess wasn't wrong, the Dharma Temple might have played a rather dishonorable role in this. Yun Sheng thought to herself, if things were really as she expected, then perhaps this time she would be able to uproot the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Asterisk, asterisk, I'll be going out from the 1st to the 3rd of next month and won't be able to write. My eyes were glazed over as I rushed to write. When I saw the comments in the book review section, my eyes were filled with tears. Thank you for your encouragement. Asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 612. If it really involves so many powerful relationships, then what we're facing this time might not be a crisis, but an opportunity. Yun Sheng. This involves the Yellow Wings competition zone after all. We can't do anything about it. Think about it carefully. If there's anything you need, just let us know. Both Abandon and Gufeng had participated in the competition of the Earth Wings competition zone. According to the rules of the competition zone, participants were not allowed to participate in the competition of a lower level. Hence, Abandon and Gufeng could only watch the competition. They couldn't directly help. I'll be careful with Ling. Yun Sheng had already decided to cooperate with Chuyu. If the Hidden Night Pavilion was really backed by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, she really needed an ally. Yun Sheng had already formed a plan in her heart. If the Hidden Night Pavilion was really the headquarters of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, she would definitely use this opportunity to uproot the shaking pavilion. It was already late at night. Abandon and Gufeng still had to go to the Earth Wings competition zone the next day. Abandon got up and prepared to go into the house to rest. Gufeng dragged his feet. In the end, he couldn't hold back and called out to Yun Sheng. This kid was acting like a shy girl. Yun Sheng, let me ask you something. Why do I feel that Ling has been ignoring me recently? No matter how slow Gufeng was, he could feel that something was wrong with Dongwang Ling recently. He was also someone who couldn't hide his thoughts. Hence, he stopped Yun Sheng. When the two of them were in a magic elite camp, although they didn't have many chances to meet, other than the first time, Dongwang Ling was always talking and laughing with Gufeng. However, it was different now. She was basically ignoring Gufeng. Just now, it was obvious that she was avoiding Gufeng. Yun Sheng had a headache. She wasn't good at handling matters between men and women. She naturally knew the reason why Dongwang Ling was cold towards Goofing. However, she didn't know how to tell Goofing about it without hurting Goofing. Although Goofing looked carefree on the outside, Yinsheng would always remember that when she first met Goofing, he was a sensitive person with low self-esteem. After so many years, the little Goofing from back then still lived in Goofing's heart. Just when Yunsheng was hesitating on how to open her mouth without harming Goofing, the door at the side opened, and Dongwang Ling walked out. She kept a straight face, her pair of watery eyes carrying a transparent light. The young girl's face was like a beautiful jade under the moonlight, shining brightly. If you have something to say, just ask me directly. Why bother Yinsheng? She has been busy for the entire day and is tired. Let's talk outside. Dongwang Ling walked out with a serious expression. She looked at Gu Feng, who was in the night. Compared to Yi Baiming and abandoned, Gu Feng's appearance could only be considered mediocre. He had a square face, and his eyebrows were somewhat thick and short. However, he had a tall figure and short hair, looking very simple and honest. He had a pair of very clean eyes, just like a child's. To Dongwang Ling, who was born in the eastern capital and had experienced countless filth and darkness, such a pure gaze was like a bright lamp. Goofing was embarrassed by Dongwang Ling's gaze. He lowered his head, and like a big child who had done something wrong, he followed Dongwang Ling out of the room. Yinsheng returned to her room. She wanted to meditate, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't calm her heart down. Half an hour later, Dongwang Ling walked in. She didn't say a word and didn't say anything about what she and Goofing had talked about. She just went to sleep. Yinsheng was worried about Goofing. Thus, she secretly snuck out of the room. In the small courtyard of the inn, the moonlight was like the night frost. As expected, Goofing, that big blockhead, was still standing in the courtyard. His head was lowered, and his broad shoulders were drooping. He seemed to be in low spirits. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Goofing said in a low voice, "She told me everything, she." Yinsheng, why didn't you tell me that Ling is actually the princess of the imperial family? Although there were many empires in the continent, the only legitimate princess of the imperial family was the one in the eastern capital. This was something that even Goofing, who was born as a commoner, knew about. It was just that he had never thought that the high and mighty imperial family's princess was actually Dongwang Ling. She didn't seem like a princess at all. She was lively, cheerful, and didn't care about trifles. Why would she be a princess? Moreover, she was the most honorable one. He was just a commoner, and his family was poor. His cultivation was also ordinary. With such a status, he wasn't worthy of Dongwang Ling. Without waiting for Yunsheng to speak, Goofing sighed and said, "Actually, it's not your fault. I was stupid. In the continent, only people from the Dongwang dynasty are worthy of the surname Dongwang." "What did Linger say to you?" Yunsheng patted her little friend's shoulder. She said that with her status, it's impossible for her to be together with a commoner. Also, she has to find someone who can protect her. I'm a light magician, and I won't be able to protect her in my lifetime. Goofing shook his head. Ling still didn't tell him about the secret prince of the later Qin. She was afraid that it would be a blow to Gu Feng. Even with the moonlight behind him, Yunsheng could clearly see that there was a tear in the corner of his eye. It is said that men do not easily shed tears, but he had not yet reached the point of sadness. Yunsheng and Goofing had known each other for many years. Even when he was being bullied, she had never felt like this before. Yinsheng understood that he really liked Dongwang Ling. As for Dongwang Ling, it wasn't that she didn't have any feelings for him. It was just that the two of them probably wouldn't be able to be together in this lifetime. Yinsheng didn't believe in the feelings between men and women easily due to her previous life. However, she saw the most sincere feelings from Goofing, who said that light magicians can't protect people. I once saw Xiao Wenxiu and Xia Siming from the Dharma Temple kill a blood cloud beast using light magicians. Yinsheng comforted Goofing. Goofing, who was originally depressed, suddenly raised his head after hearing Yinsheng's comforting words. "Yinsheng, Are you trying to extort me? Under the moonlight, this fellow's face was already covered in snot and tears. Yinsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This silly fellow had been in such a miserable state all along the way back. Dong Wangling, Er's situation in the house probably wasn't much better. Yinsheng really didn't know what to do with this pair of friends. I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Yinsheng had seen Xiao Wenxu's light attack magic when she was 6 years old. Until now, Yinsheng had never seen anyone whose light magic was more outstanding than Xiao Wenxu's. Xiao Wenxu was also a rare genius magician on the continent who was proficient in light defense and attack magic. But I'm not Xia Siming. He's a recognized genius on the continent. He knows all kinds of magic. Goofing was still a little lacking in confidence. Xiao Wenxu's halo was enough to overshadow 99% of the magicians on the continent. The remaining 1% of magicians were probably monsters like Yunsheng and Yi Baiming. If Yunsheng had a choice, Yunsheng wouldn't want to be enemies with people like Yi Baiming and Xiao Wenxu. Chapter 613. You are also a genius. Otherwise, why would you be recruited into the continent's magic elite camp? Think about it. You were able to comprehend your own profound magic when you were just a mage. I'm afraid even Xiao Wenxu would be jealous of you. Yinsheng continued to cheer Goofeng on. Actually, Goofeng, your light magic is only at the intermediate level. If you make a breakthrough in the arena this time, you might be able to come into contact with profound light magic when you return to the continent's magic elite camp. Moreover, your light sphere is actually the strongest protection magic. With it, you will be able to protect Ling Er. Yinsheng's words made Goofeng regain his confidence bit by bit. Yinsheng, you are really my savior. All right, from tomorrow onwards, I will also work hard and compete in the Earthwing arena. Even if I get beaten up, it will also be a kind of improvement. Even if I can't learn offensive magic, I will learn the strongest defensive magic. I will use it to protect the people who are important to me. Goofing seemed as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes with the back of his thick hand and revealed a simple and honest smile. Goofeng was someone who was afraid of pain. Therefore, he originally planned to only watch from the sidelines and not participate in the competition himself. However, after hearing Yinsheng's words, Goofeng changed his mind. Getting beaten up, Yinsheng watched as Goofeng returned to his room to rest with a confident expression. Xiao Chun had an ominous feeling in his heart. That melon head of Goofeng seemed to have misunderstood his words. No matter what, this fellow has finally pulled himself together. Yinsheng consoled herself. It was only his first day in the arena, and he had already gotten himself into so much trouble. Yinsheng felt a headache coming on. She couldn't help but think of that fellow, Night Fox. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? Even if that fox had fallen into a tiger's den, he would still be able to live a good life. After Yinsheng returned to her room, Dong Wangling seemed to have fallen asleep on the bed. However, in the middle of the night, Yinsheng could still hear her suppressed sobbing. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for many people. However, to some people, this sleepless night had a strong sense of conspiracy. As night fell, in a certain exquisite courtyard in the Sky Wing City, this courtyard covered an area of several acres. From the outside, it looked like a wealthy person's courtyard. There were small bridges, flowing water, houses, pavilions, and all of which were exquisite. However, if one took a closer look, one would definitely discover that there were a large number of black figures hiding in this courtyard. Those black shadows were holding heavy military crossbows that weighed dozens of kilograms. Even in the dark night, the surface of the crossbows shone with a purple-gold light. If Yinsheng saw these heavy crossbows, she would definitely recognize that these heavy crossbows were the batch that she had helped Yi Baiming fuse with purple gold earlier on. Defensive magic arrays were set up in every corridor. If an outsider were to barge in without permission, they would definitely be shot into a hornet's nest. In the southernmost part of the courtyard, in a quiet room, Yi Baiming was dressed in a black warrior's robe. He held a cup in his hand. His foxy eyes flickered with light. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Miss Yen's competition today is roughly like this. Her movements were very fast. This subordinate was also unable to see how she killed that warrior. Long Shui followed Yi Baiming's instructions and participated in the Yellow Wings competition together with Long Tu, one of the 4 dragons of the Wanlong gambling house. Long Shui's strength was around the middle stage of the Saint Magus realm. In the Yellow Wings competition area, she won easily. Long Tu was a martial ancestor. His strength was also not bad. The two of them won the competition very smoothly. Long Shui also told Yi Baiming about the conflict between Yun Sheng, Feng Du, and the Hidden Night Pavilion. What Long Shui didn't tell Yi Baiming was that she was just watching from the side. She didn't have the slightest intention of helping. She even wished that Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling would be killed during the conflict. This way, her master's thoughts would all be on her. However, what surprised Long Shui was that Yun Sheng's skills were better than she had imagined, especially when she was fighting against Feng Du's Big B. Her opponent's poison was very powerful. However, Yun Sheng didn't seem to be afraid. She actually killed Big B in one move. This competition could be considered to have broken the record of the fastest competition from the start to the end of the competition in the entire Yellow Wings competition area. Under the gentle light, Yi Baiming's mouth twitched. Although the arc was very small, to Long Shui, she was flattered. Her master's appearance was handsome. Every move of his had a soul-stirring charm. It was just that he rarely showed other expressions in front of his subordinates. It was also the first time that Long Shui had seen such a change in his expression tonight. Little Wildcat, you're probably still using that move, right? That Big B could be considered to be quite unlucky. He didn't even know how he died. The thing that he shouldn't have done the most was to look down on Yun Sheng. Even until today, Yi Baiming still remembered that when Yun Sheng was 6 years old, he was 10 years old. That was the first time that he suffered in the hands of others. That mysterious inner strength was impossible to guard against. More than 7 years had passed. Compared to that time, Yun Sheng's current strength had most likely improved a lot. Killing with one move, fast and ruthless, as expected of a little wildcat. Although half of Yun Sheng's soul came from Yi Baiming had never truly seen through Yun Sheng. This was because Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng were the same. They both knew that everyone had their own secrets. Just like how Yun Sheng had never truly seen through Yi Baiming. Little Wildcat had a very special cultivation technique. It wasn't a battle technique, nor was it magic. It had even surpassed all the cultivation techniques on the continent that Yi Baiming knew. Little Wildcat alone was enough to achieve some results in the Yellow Wings competition zone. Yi Baiming wasn't Yun Sheng. Before he went to Skywing City, he had already sent people to infiltrate the city. Whether it was the Hidden Night Pavilion or the other forces in Skywing City, he had a general understanding of them. In Skywing City, the only thing that Yi Baiming still couldn't figure out was the Skywing City Lord, who was hiding behind Skywing City. Master, do you think we should send people to deal with those people from Venom? Long Hua asked from aside. He was very clear about Miss Yun's position in Yi Baiming's heart. Those people had actually dared to offend Miss Yun. Long Hua thought that his master would definitely kill them without mercy. No need. Little Wildcat can deal with such small characters. It's good to leave them for her to sharpen her claws, lest she gets bored. Yi Baiming recalled the few nights when they were flying on the empty boat and Yun Sheng's new magic. That Hidden Night Pavilion is rather interesting. After saying that, Yi Baiming took out a letter from his bosom. This letter was given to him by a person who called himself Chenyi after he participated in the 2 competitions in the Yellow Wings competition zone today. Chapter 614. The first half of the letter was full of praises for Yi Baiming, while the second half expressed the hope that Yi Baiming could join the Hidden Night Pavilion and work for them. As long as Yi Baiming competed according to the instructions of the Hidden Night Pavilion would provide Yi Baiming with the best elixirs and magic potions, as well as a large sum of money as a reward. The Hidden Night Pavilion is quite interesting. Long Hua, write a reply letter for me. In the letter, say that I accept their invitation. Yi Baiming smiled wickedly. Master? You mean to say that you want to cooperate with the Hidden Night Pavilion? Long Hua was very surprised. The Hidden Night Pavilion had obviously offended Miss Yunsheng. According to his master's temper, he would definitely not let the other party off. But what he meant was that he wanted to cooperate with the other party. But the Hidden Night Pavilion was backed by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Weren't the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion mortal enemies with Miss Yin? Long Hua and Long Shui did not understand what their master's intentions were. Long Hua, you still don't understand. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Only by joining forces with the Hidden Night Pavilion would they be able to eradicate it completely. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame them for offending someone they shouldn't have offended. Yi Baiming lit the letter and watched it burn to ashes. At the same time, in a brightly lit mansion within Skywing City, the Hidden Night Pavilion's Yellow Knight emissary was hugging Lu Qingqing, whose clothes were half removed. Under the light, Lu Qingqing's skin was like a white sheep, glowing. Tears streamed down her face, making her look pitiful. There were several large bruises on her face and back, clearly left behind when she fell to the ground and fainted. Night Envoy, you must avenge me. That damned bitch nearly disfigured me. Lu Qingqing was the martial ancestor realm female cultivator who had fought with Dongwang Linger on the stage today. Lu Qingqing could be considered a natural beauty. In the Skywings Arena's Yellow Wing Zone, she was quite famous. Compared to the Bee Venom Battle Squad, she was even more notorious. Lu Qingqing was a warrior who grew up by the sea. When she was just born, she was no different from an ordinary person, except that she had the strong physique of a sea citizen. When Lu Qingqing was 6 years old, she was playing by the sea and encountered an 8th-rank blue-spotted sea queen looking for food. It was a very ferocious magical beast that loved to devour large humans and animals. Usually, it would only appear in the deep sea. That time, it was also because of a typhoon that washed the sea octopus queen to the beach. After waking up, the magic beast was hungry and looked everywhere for food. After Qiu Qingqing was dragged into the sea by the seagull queen, the nearby fishermen all thought that she was dead. Who would have known that a team received a spotted sea queen was the sea? Of Lu Qingqing's of the sea, of the spotted sea of spotted, Lu Qingqing still had life, was still alive? What was even more bizarre was that Qiu Qingqing stayed in the spotted sea queen's stomach for 10 days in such an environment. Not only did she not die, she even swallowed the spotted sea queen's soul stone by chance. It was also because she had fused with a special sea beast, the blood sea queen's soul stone, that her physique was different from that of ordinary people. Lu Qingqing's body was soft and boneless, just like a soft octopus. Even her body's healing ability was much stronger than ordinary people's, close to the tyrannical constitution of magical beasts. After she became an adult, she joined a local dojo and learned a special kind of jiu-jitsu combat technique. After that, she went to the Skywing City. Her body was like a squid in the sea, soft and boneless. Her skin was smooth, and her voice was coquettish. Yellow Knight Emissary was very fond of her, and she quickly became a contestant who always won in the Yellow Wing Zone. It was the same for today's competition. According to Lu Qingqing's original plan, she could easily win against a rookie contestant who was only at the early stage of the Saint Mage. Who would have thought that Dongwang Linger would not care about her life? At the last moment, she actually used up the last bit of her magic power to seriously injure herself. Dongwang Linger's first soul stone was a variant soul stone. Her Thunder Flash attack was also trained by a dark gold-ranked teacher. Its attack power and lethality were very shocking. She risked her life to fight Qiu Qingqing to a draw. At the last moment when Dongwang Linger fainted, she finished chanting and shot out 3 Thunder Flashes. Even Lu Qingqing fainted on the spot after being hit by 3 Thunder Flashes. If not for the spotted sea queen's soul stone in her body causing trouble, she would have been killed by Dong Wang Linger. This matter made Lu Qingqing very angry. She swore that no matter what method she used, even if she had to snipe outside the arena, she would kill that reckless female mage. Fortunately, Yellow Knight Emissary acted in time and asked people to use light magic and elixirs at the same time to save Lu Qingqing. But even so, Qiu Qingqing still had a rest for 2 to 3 days. Furthermore, her winning streak in the individual competition was also broken because of this draw. Just thinking about this point, Lu Qingqing was so angry that her eyebrows were raised. She wished that she could chop that female mage called Emperor into pieces. She coquettishly said a few words. Originally, she thought that Yellow Knight Emissary's heart would soften and he would promise to take care of that female mage for her. But who would have thought that Yellow Knight Emissary would look very strange today? He even ignored the beautiful woman in front of him and had an expression of deep contemplation. Yellow Knight Emissary, say something. Lu Qingqing was somewhat discouraged as she pushed Yellow Knight Emissary. Enough. How can today's matter be as simple as you think? That female mage's origin is not simple. Today, Dark Knight Emissary lost both of the matches that he bet heavily on. Yet, you are still chirping here. Yellow Knight Emissary's mind was in a mess. Until now, he still hasn't found out the true origin of the duo Flame Emperor. Judging from Lu Qingqing's injuries, Dong Wang Linger doesn't seem to be a dark mage. At most, she should be a variant-type mage. However, that person called Flame, it's hard to say. Yellow Knight Emissary had already checked Big B's corpse repeatedly and confirmed that there were no other wounds or traces of natural magic being used. In the end, there was only one possibility, and that was dark magic. Unable to find out the background of the other party, Yellow Wing's district lost 2 matches in a row today. In both matches, the casualties were his capable generals. Just looking at the daily income of the Yellow Wing's district's gambling matches today, Yellow Knight Emissary felt depressed. It was no wonder that he would be angry. After all, the competitions in the Yellow Wings district had always been an important source of profit for Dark Knight Pavilion. He had always been earning a large amount of profit from the competitions. But today, right under his eyes, he suffered a loss of more than 100,000 gold coins. In the match between Flame and Big B, he lost more than 40,000 gold coins. The match between Emperor and Lu Qingqing was even worse. Lu Qingqing's strength was much stronger than Big B's. But who would have thought that she would end up in a tie? In this match, Yellow Knight Emissary lost 130,000 gold coins. Chapter 615. 170,000 gold coins was equivalent to the earnings of the Yellow Wings competition zone for 5 days. Because of this matter, the higher-ups of the Hidden Knight Pavilion called him over and fiercely reprimanded him. What's wrong? The higher-ups are blaming you. Little darling, don't get angry. It's only a few 100,000 gold coins. After I recover from my injuries, I will definitely let you earn enough in the 2-person monthly competition next month. Lu Qingqing was very good at reading people's expressions. Seeing the sullen look on Yellow Knight Emissary's face, she tried to persuade him. She had also heard that not only the 7th competition zone that she was in, a dark horse had also appeared in the 9th competition zone today. The leader of the B Venom battle team, B Boss, who was originally a hot topic, was killed. There was no need to doubt B Boss's skills. Although he wasn't on the same level as her, his poison skills were still very good. Not only was Lu Qingqing a frequent winner in the individual competition, she was also in a 2-person team called Willow Blade. She was participating in the 2-person competition with a male fighter called Turtle Blade. Her results in the 2-person competition were much better than her results in the individual competition. Furthermore, because the 2-person competition and the prize money were higher, there were more people watching the 2-person competition. Furthermore, the amount of money that was placed in the gambling house was also higher. After Qiu Qingqing's winning streak record was broken by Dong Wang Linger, Her chances of fighting for the title of the Fighting King in the individual competition had decreased greatly. Therefore, she decided to shift her attention to the two-person competition. With Turtle Blade, she was very confident that she would be able to sweep through the two-person competition zone. Furthermore, up until now, they had already won 29 matches in the two-person competition. As long as they were able to win 30 matches in a row, they would be able to enter the next month's monthly competition. Once they enter the monthly competition, their prize money would be increased by 5 times. Furthermore, their accumulated battle results would also be increased by 5 times. If they were to win the monthly competition, they would have the chance to enter the seasonal competition or even the annual competition. At that time, the prizes for the seasonal competition and the annual competition would be even more generous. They would also be a step closer to becoming the Fighting King. After hearing what Lu Qingqing said, Yellow Knight Emissary also became somewhat interested. He indeed needed a victory in the monthly competition to make up for his losses and redeem some of the higher-ups' impression of him. How confident are you? In the Earthly Wings competition zone, Chunyi, that fellow, is said to have recruited a few very capable newbies. The Knight Emissaries of the 4 main competition zones, including Yellow Knight Emissary, seem to be colleagues, but in private, the competition was very intense. About 70%. However, if you can give me that medicine, I will have a 99% chance. Lu Qingqing used her soft and boneless hands to touch Yellow Knight Emissary's chest. Her charming eyes were about to drip with tears. You mean that kind of medicine? You know very well that the drug is still in the experimental stage, and the Hidden Knight Pavilion does not recommend using it on humans. The second young master of the Skywings Arena commissioned the Hidden Knight Pavilion to develop that medicine. It's usually only used on magical beasts to increase the excitement of the matches in the Profound Wings Arena, Yellow Knight Emissary muttered. Did you forget that I'm a half-magical beast? Otherwise, how could I withstand your torment in that aspect? Lu Qingqing said angrily. If I have that kind of medicine, my strength will increase greatly. As long as I make it into the monthly and annual competitions, you will definitely be recognized by the higher-ups of the Hidden Knight Pavilion. Maybe you can go to other competition zones to be a Knight Emissary. Lu Qingqing tried her best to persuade Yellow Knight Emissary. Yellow Knight Emissary was very tempted. He was also tired of staying in the Profound Wings Arena. The profits here were too limited, unlike the Knight Emissaries in the Sky Wings and Earthly Wings arenas, who could become rich just by selling mid-grade and high-level magic pills. Even the Knight Emissaries in the Profound Wings Arena could make use of the trading of magical beast cubs to earn a lot of profits. Seeing that Yellow Knight Emissary was already tempted, Lu Qingqing continued to persuade him. I also heard that the 2 Dark Horse contestants who ruined your plans, Yin and Huang, are also participating in the 2-on-1 competition. As long as we use some methods, we will definitely meet. At that time, I will definitely teach them a lesson. Lu Qingqing was narrow-minded. She would never allow Dongwang Linger to still be standing in the arena after injuring herself. Yellow Knight Emissary hesitated. He indeed had not given up on the idea of subduing Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger, especially when the other party might be a dark magician. Among female magicians, dark element magicians were extremely rare. If the other party didn't come from any big family, then after subduing her and giving her to some of the esteemed guests from the temple, she would definitely be very popular. All right, as long as you can win one more round and enter the monthly competition, I will give you that medicine. Yellow Knight Emissary decided to take a gamble. After all, that kind of forbidden medicine was something that Lu Qingqing would only use under extreme circumstances. According to what he knew, among the contestants who entered the monthly competition, there was no one who was more powerful than Lu Qingqing and Tortoise Sword. Hearing that, Lu Qingqing was extremely happy, and the two of them started to get intimate. When the next day came, Dongwang Linger's eyes were red and swollen like walnuts. Looking at her miserable appearance, Dongwang Linger screamed and begged Yunsheng to use ice magic to help her get rid of the swelling on her eyes. After fussing for a long time, Dongwang Linger was finally willing to leave the house. When Dongwang Linger saw Gufeng, she even looked at him worriedly. Who would have thought that Gufeng would still be in high spirits? And he was even smiling cheerfully at Dongwang Linger, as if nothing had happened last night. This caused Dongwang Linger to be bewildered. Last night, this blockhead looked as if the sky was going to collapse. Why is it that this morning he looks as if he has been injected with chicken blood? Although Dongwang Linger was puzzled, when she saw that Gufeng was still as cheerful as usual, Dongwang Linger was both happy and worried. She had also noticed that Gufeng and Dongwang Linger's expressions weren't right. However, as he wasn't good with words, he didn't ask too much about it. Give up. I've decided. From today onwards, I'll also enter the Earthwings competition zone. Gufeng announced his important decision in front of everyone. 1 hour later, Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger arrived at the competition zone number 9 and found Chuyu. They told Chuyu that they had decided to participate in the 2-person competition, and they agreed. From today onwards, all of the daily competitions would be held in Chuyu's Division 9. Naturally, Chuyu gladly accepted. Due to the geographical location of Chuyu's Division 9 and some other reasons, there weren't many people participating in the competition. This resulted in the number of people who came to watch the competition every day. When Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger took the initiative to come, Chuyu was rather happy. Just when Chuyu and Flame Emperor were discussing, a pair of unfriendly eyes were sizing up Flame Emperor and Chuyu. Chuyu, let me give you a piece of advice. As a judge, it's better for you to not get too close to the contestants. A voice that sounded like a man's and a woman's voice interrupted their conversation. Without turning her head around to see who the person was, a trace of impatience appeared on Chuyu's beautiful face. Kong Fei, why are you not managing the competition zone number 1 and coming to my remote competition zone number 9? Chapter 616. The pungent smell of cosmetics wafted over, and a gorgeously dressed male referee walked over. Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger had never seen such a feminine man before. He was quite good-looking, with thick eyebrows and beautiful eyes, but for some reason, he gave off an overly feminine feeling. When he walked, he would even twist and turn, causing Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling to have goosebumps. Truly, there were all kinds of birds in the sea. There were a total of 9 referees in the entire Yellow Wings competition zone. Chuyu was the referee of the 9th competition zone, and the person who had come was the referee of the 1st competition zone, Kong Fei, although there didn't seem to be much of a difference between the competition zones. However, anyone who had stayed in the Heaven's Wings arena knew that from the 1st to the 9th competition zones, there were no teleportation arrays in between, so one could only rely on their feet to get there. The spectators who came to the arena to watch the competition were all there to buy thrills and have fun. No one was willing to walk more than a few steps. The 9th competition zone was the most remote, and its popularity was different. The spectators prefer to go to the 1st to 3rd day zones to compete. For this reason, most outstanding or popular contestants would go to the 1st to 3rd competition zones to sign up for the competition. This led to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd competition zones having the highest daily income and popularity. Some veteran contestants, in order to gain more fame, would also privately bribe the referees of some competition zones to enter a better competition zone. The income of the referees was directly related to the number of spectators on that day's competition. From this, it could be seen that Chuyu, who had been placed in the 9th competition zone, was not highly regarded. Currently, the highest income in the Yellow Wings competition zone was the 1st competition zone, and the lowest was the 9th competition zone. Yunsheng also found it strange. In her opinion, Chuyu was an extremely outstanding management talent. Why had she been placed in the 9th competition zone? Chuyu, don't be so shameless. I'm just reminding you out of the kindness of my heart. Kong Fei had already walked over, swaying his hips. He glanced at Chuyu, and when he saw her beautiful face, jealousy flashed through his eyes. Kong Fei, when it comes to being close to the contestants, how can I compare to you? Chuyu looked displeased. What she meant was that Kong Fei was secretly mocking Kong Fei for accepting bribes from the contestants in private and arranging for the competition zones to be unfair. Kong Fei was greedy and narrow-minded. He had always ostracized the beautiful Chu Yu. Chu Yu was an upright person, and he wasn't willing to see the arena filled with a foul atmosphere. She had always been a fair judge and would never accept bribes in private. She would also stop the petty tricks of the Hidden Night Pavilion, if she could. But Kong Fei was different. He relied on his special status, and not only did he dominate the first competition area's judge, but he also secretly received benefits from the Hidden Night Pavilion and the contestants. Even when Yun Sheng and Lu Qingqing met Big B and Lu Qingqing in their first individual competition, it was Kong Fei who added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. As Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling weren't insiders of the arena, Chu Yu didn't reveal these things to them. "You bitch, are you scolding me for accepting bribes? Chu Yu, you shameless bastard. Last time, weren't you the one who said that I wasn't even the lord of the city?" I implicated the second young master and got scolded. When Kong Fei heard that, he was so angry that his pretty boy face trembled. He was also extremely sissy. When he was angry, he would stomp his feet and put his hands on his waist. He didn't forget to form an orchid shape with his hands, looking like a shrew cursing on the streets. Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling finally understood that this Kong Fei was a sissy. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Don't think that I don't know how much benefits you receive from the Yellow Knight Emissary. Don't think that just because you and the second young master got together, the entire Yellow Wings competition zone is your world. Chu Yu's expression became more and more ugly. You were just jealous. Don't think that I don't know why you were chased out of the City Lord's mansion. You can't hook up with the big one, and the small one doesn't like you. Let me tell you, you won't be happy for long. I will definitely be the head judge of the Yellow Wings competition zone. Kong Fei glanced at the Flame Emperor duo. It turned out that the Skywings Arena was the property of the Skywing City Lord, and it was now managed by the second young master of the Skywing City Lord, Skywings Dong. When Skywings Dong inherited the Skywings Arena, in order to assist him, the Skywing City Lord had chosen 4 head judges for each of the 4 competition zones. These 4 people and Skywings Dong formed the upper echelon of the Skywings Arena and were in charge of the daily affairs of the entire arena. They had a very high right to speak. Because Skywings Dong himself didn't often appear in the Skywings Arena, the head judges of each competition zone were equivalent to the true rulers of the competition zones. Last year, the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone had retired, and the new person in charge had been left undecided and undecided. Skywings Dong had once announced to the public that all the referees of the 9 daily competition zones of the Yellow Wings competition zone had the right to run for the new head judge of each competition zone. The rule was that, at the end of the year, whichever competition zone had accumulated the highest annual income could become the new head judge. This condition seemed fair, but in reality, it was very unfair. Everyone knew that the annual income of the 1st to the 9th competition zones was very different. The income of the 1st competition zone in the previous years was several dozen times that of Chu Yu's 9th competition zone. The majority of the referees dared to be indignant at this request, but they didn't dare to say anything. This was because they all knew that Kong Fei and the second young master, Skywings Dong, had a close relationship. What was this about selecting a new head judge of a competition zone? In truth, it was to let Kong Fei take the position. In private, they either curried favor with Kong Fei, colluded with him, or disdained him, avoiding him as much as possible. But none of them truly dared to face Kong Fei head-on. This was also why Kong Fei found Chu Yu to be an eyesore and always made trouble for her. Only Chu Yu was an exception. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, she opposed Kong Fei and was unwilling to give up the chance to fight for the position of the new head judge of the Yellow Wings competition zone. It had to be said that Chu Yu was quite the character. Her appearance was outstanding, and her personal charm alone had attracted many spectators. Thanks to her efforts, the income of the 9th competition zone had increased, but it was still a drop in the bucket. After all, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Without the addition of good contestants, Chuyu could only sit and watch as the day of the year-end settlement approached. But just as Chuyu was about to despair, the Flame Emperor appeared. This gave Chuyu a glimmer of hope. For Kong Fei, the situation was completely different. There were only 8 or 9 months left until the end of the year. Kong Fei originally had 100% confidence that he could defeat Chuyu. Kong Fei had a fetish for cross-dressing since he was young. He wanted to be a woman, but he wasn't one. Later, when he accompanied the second young master, he became even more unbridled and fearless. After Chuyu arrived at the Skywings Arena, due to her beautiful appearance and outstanding social skills, Kong Fei had always been very jealous of her and had always been pushing her aside in private. The first few times, Chuyu had endured it, but today the other party had directly come knocking on her door, so Chuyu wasn't going to be polite. Chapter 617. Within the Heaven's Wings arena, there were many spies from various forces. The competition between the Sun competition zones was also very intense. Presumably, when Chuyu went to the 7th competition zone, she was too close to the Flame Emperor, which attracted the attention of Kong Fei's spies. That was why Kong Fei came knocking. The two of you are the Flame Emperor, who has been in the limelight recently. Kong Fei glanced at the two Flame Emperors. Seeing that the other party had a female body that he would never be able to have in his lifetime, Kong Fei couldn't help feeling a bit disgusted. The jealousy in his heart was very strong, and the gaze he looked at the Flame Emperor with became a bit more impolite. That's right. And you are? Yun Sheng didn't bat an eyelid. I'm the referee of the first competition zone, Kong Fei. From tomorrow onwards, the two of you will compete in the first competition zone. Remember, when you go on stage, take off the masks on your faces. What's there to be so secretive about? Kong Fei demanded rudely. Kong Fei, they're from my competition zone. Why do you have to make such demands? Although she had already guessed that nothing good would come out of Kong Fei's visit, Chu didn't expect that Kong Fei would dare to snatch people away without even asking. Yin Sheng and Dongwang Linger were very dissatisfied with Kong Fei's rudeness. Go to the first competition zone? What benefits can we get? Dongwang Linger snorted. Benefits? You two are just two ordinary newcomers, and you dare to talk conditions with me? Allowing you to participate in the competition is because your strength is not bad. According to the rules of the first competition zone, you must give me half of the prize money that the contestants earn. Kong Fei raised his head high, using his nostrils to point at the three. Although Kong Fei climbed to his current position by relying on his connections, one couldn't help but admit that he had a bit of an economic mind. He was very sharp. The moment any outstanding or dark horse appeared in the 9 sun competition zones of the Yellow Wings competition zone, he would immediately try to rope them in. In particular, he had heard that Flame and Emperor had defeated Feng Da and tied with Lu Qingqing during their first competition. Although he didn't know whether the two's victory was due to luck, the first battle of the two was a resounding success, which attracted a certain amount of popularity. The Skywings Arena was like a large stage. It could attract a large number of spectators who pursued excitement and violence. But sometimes, some outstanding dark horse contestants could attract some fans. Once these fans decided on a few contestants, they would unrestrainedly follow them. This could be considered as a die-hard fan in the modern sense. As a result, more and more people came to watch. At that time, Flame Emperor would still be able to attract a large number of spectators, even in the remote number 9 competition zone. They were newcomers, and they were female magicians. They had a certain degree of mystery, which could become one of the selling points of the arena to attract customers. Both Chu Yu and Kong Fei saw this potential in the Flame Emperor duo, which was why they came to rope them in. However, compared to Kong Fei, Chu Yu's methods were more subtle and friendly. Kong Fei might have wanted to invite Flame Emperor, but as the future head judge of the Yellow Wings competition zone, he put on airs and demanded a share of the prize. Kong Fei actually wanted to split the prize money in front of everyone. Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger hated this sissy from the bottom of their hearts. As for that second young master, from the looks of it, he should be one of the higher-ups of the arena. Kong Fei relied on that second young master's bed to become the referee of number 1 competition zone. In any case, from the conversation between Kong Fei and Chu Yu just now, Kong Fei was someone who sold his ass. Sorry, we don't like people who sell chrysanthemums in our competition zone. Yunsheng replied sarcastically. Sell chrysanthemums? Dongwang Linger and Chu Yu couldn't react for a short while as they recalled the conversation between Kong Fei and Chu Yu. After a while, Chu Yu laughed out loud. Dongwang Linger also laughed out loud. Under the mask, tears were about to come out from her eyes. Sell chrysanthemums? To think that Yunsheng would be able to describe it. Chu Yu didn't expect that Yunsheng, who usually looked strict and cautious, would actually spit out such vulgar words. Kong Fei might be a sissy, but he believed that he was the high and mighty referee of number 1 competition zone. When had he ever received such humiliation before? He was mad with anger. He pinched his thumb and middle finger and pointed at Yunsheng and the other two. Remember this. He stomped his foot and ran away. Chu Yu also felt very relieved. Sorry, I let you see a joke. Chu Yu smiled awkwardly. What is the background of that, Kong Fei? It seems that you are very afraid of him. Dongwang Linger stuck out her tongue at Kong Fei's back. He is second young master's boy toy. Just a clown. Don't mind him too much. You guys can compete as much as you want. No matter how long Kong Fei's hands are, he can't interfere with my number 9 competition zone. Chu Yu didn't want Manager Chu to worry too much. When the 2 young masters of Skywing City Lord's residence were mentioned, Chu Yu also had a headache. The Skywing City Lord was a wise man, but he raised 2 useless sons, Skywing's Tuo and Skywing's Dong. These 2 brothers were born from 2 different wives, and neither of them were good people. Skywing's Tuo liked luxury and liked to collect all kinds of treasures. He was a hedonistic young master, and the treasure boat was under his name. He wantonly squandered it, pursued women, and even snatched women. Those women who were humiliated were all afraid of the Skywing City Lord's reputation and didn't dare to be arrogant. As for the second young master, Skywing's Dong, his personality was completely different from his eldest brother. He was competitive and ruthless, and was a martial arts fanatic. But in private, he was a person with special hobbies. He didn't like women and liked pretty boys the most. The number of boy toys under him was no less than 10 all year round. The Skywing City Lord had put in a lot of effort for these 2 brothers. According to the 2 brothers' personalities and preferences, he handed the Skywing's arena and the treasure boat to the 2 of them to manage. So you're saying that second young master has a homosexual fetish? Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger clicked their tongues in wonder. Yes, these words can only be said here. Don't spread it out. Kong Fei is second young master's favorite boy toy. Apart from this, Kong Fei is also the cousin of Hidden Knight Pavilion's Yellow Knight Emissary. In the Skywings arena, Yellow Knight Emissary can be so unbridled in the Yellow Wing competition zone because of this relationship. Chu Yu frowned. From what she knew, Yellow Knight Emissary and second young master had some secret dealings. Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger had offended Hidden Knight Pavilion, and now they had offended Kong Fei. Their future days wouldn't be peaceful. The 2 of you have quite the guts to have offended the 2 most sinister brothers in the Skywings arena. Chu Yu didn't know if she should say that the Flame Emperor was reckless or reckless. No one had ever dared to offend Kong Fei like this. This person was petty and liked to hold grudges, even more of a sissy than a woman. He would definitely take revenge on the Flame Emperor and the 9th competition zone. Chapter 618. However, don't worry. As long as it's within the 9th competition zone, Kong Fei will still have to give me some face. Chu Yu sighed. Towards the 2 people's recklessness just now, she chose to ignore it. Big Sister Chu Yu, please allow us to call you Big Sister Chu Yu. The 2 of us are newcomers, so it's unavoidable for us to be a bit rash. Please forgive us in the future. Yunsheng was a very straightforward person. If she liked someone, she liked them. If she didn't like them, she didn't like them. Chu Yu's personality was straightforward. She treated people with sincerity. Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger both liked her very much. Be it Kong Fei or Hidden Night Pavilion, as long as they offended her or her friends, she wouldn't let them off. In other words, she had already decided that no matter what, the competition would be held in the 9th competition zone. I welcome the two of you to join the 9th competition zone. However, there's one thing that I need to make clear. In the arena, battle skills and magic don't have eyes. If the two of you can win, I will definitely not covet any of the rewards and glory. However, if the two of you are weak and lose, I will definitely not help you. Chuyu also liked the two newcomers in front of her very much. However, she also wanted to see the two's true strength. Regarding this, you can rest assured. His Majesty and I will obtain victory with our own efforts. However, I have a request. Yunsheng's expression became serious. As long as I can help you, just say the word. Chuyu is also a straightforward person. I only want to have a match with Lu Qingqing. Yunsheng's black eyes surged with anger. At this moment, although Yunsheng was wearing a mask, a terrifying fluctuation of emotions could be felt from her body. It was like killing intent, but it was even stronger than killing intent. Even Chuyu, who had experienced countless life and death situations in the arena, couldn't help but be startled. Dongwang Linger, who was beside Yunsheng, had a slight change in her expression. Looking at Yunsheng, her heart surged. She knew very well that Yunsheng was doing this for her sake. That day, when Dongwang Linger woke up from her injuries, the first thing she saw was Yunsheng's worried expression. This kind of sincere concern between friends was something that Dongwang Linger had never felt from other people before. At the same time that she felt grateful towards Dongwang Linger, she also decided that no matter what happened in the future, Yunsheng would always be her, Dongwang Linger's, good friend. After Yunsheng came to the Boundless World, her first friend was Dongwang Linger. Earlier, when Dongwang Ling was taught a lesson by the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion, she had already made a note of it in her heart. Lu Qingqing's actions made Yunsheng even more furious. Lu Qingqing, this person must die. The Hidden Night Pavilion must be destroyed. Lu Qingqing. Chuyu also understood Yunsheng's meaning. Her expression turned serious. I'm afraid it won't be easy. If Lu Qingqing hadn't been defeated a few days ago, you would have had a high chance of meeting her in the singles competition. But after a draw, she was injured. According to her personality, she will definitely focus on the two-person competition in the future. In the 9th competition zone, Chuyu does have a certain amount of ability to help arrange the matches, but she doesn't have the authority to make those who don't participate. Moreover, with Qiu Qingqing's relationship with the Hidden Night Pavilion and Kong Fei, she would rarely participate in the 9th competition zone. Her only chance would be the monthly competition. It just so happened that it was the turn of the 9th division to host the most recent monthly tournament. At that time, Chuyu had the confidence to arrange a match between Flame Emperor and Lu Qingqing. But now, Lu Qingqing would only participate in the two-person competition, which had a higher chance of winning. Therefore, if Flame Emperor wanted to take revenge, he would have to participate in the two-person competition. You're saying that Lu Qingqing will also participate in the two-person competition? That's even better. Yunsheng, let's beat her in the two-person competition. Dongwang Ling was full of enthusiasm after hearing Chuyu's words. Yunsheng was like Dongwang Linger's backbone. With her around, Dongwang Linger was even more confident. Moreover, after going through the life and death battle last time, Dongwang Linger had a lot of enlightenment. She also suddenly understood why the continent's magic elite camp let the students participate in the training. Both she and Yunsheng were magicians with decent talent. But because of their environment, compared to Tang Yuan and those magicians from the temple, they lacked systematic magic training since they were young. In the past year, the Dark Gold instructors had already reorganized the magic foundation of the two. What they lacked now was the opportunity to practice magic in actual combat. It could be said that Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling would be able to gain unprecedented experience in a place like the Skywings Arena. The arena wasn't training ground. There were only life and death battles there. If they weren't careful, what awaited them would be death. Then, when is Lu Qingqing's next two-person competition? Yunsheng also agreed to participate in the two-person competition with Dong Wangling. In terms of magic attributes, her and Dong Wangling Er's magic attributes could be said to be complementary to each other. In terms of personality, Dong Wangling was impulsive while she was cautious. The two of them were the most suitable together. Seeing that the two had made up their minds, Chuyu helped them check the number of matches. With one look, Chuyu frowned. The situation isn't good. Lu Qingqing has already won 29 matches in a row. She only needs to win one more match to enter the monthly competition. According to the rules of the Skywings Arena, any contestant who accumulated 30 matches in a month could automatically enter the monthly competition. The first place of the monthly competition could enter the annual competition and compete for the title of King of Combat. Generally, if a contestant obtained 30 matches in a row and entered the monthly competition, they would stop the following matches in order to preserve their strength and prepare for the final round of the monthly competition. Lu Qingqing was already an old member. Previously, she hadn't been able to enter the monthly competition because of her partner. This year, she had obtained the support of the Hidden Knight Pavilion and found new teammates. Now, she could be said to be unstoppable. It could be said that for the time being, there was no contestant in the Yellow Wings division who could compare to her Willowblade team. If we want to enter the monthly competition, what are the conditions? What are the conditions? When Yunsheng heard that, she also knew that only by entering the monthly competition would she have a chance to avenge Dong Wangling. 30 consecutive victories in a row, but Chuyu frowned and looked at Yunsheng and Dong Wangling suspiciously. The two of you should have just formed a new team not long ago. You haven't even participated in a single match in a row. Then, entering the monthly competition is probably impossible. The two of you can practice together for a while before sprinting for the monthly competition. You don't have to worry about that. She and I have already started fighting together since 7 years ago. When Yunsheng and Dong Wangling heard that, they looked at each other and nodded heavily. At that moment, the flames of excitement were dancing in their eyes. The two of them had already experienced the tribulation of life and death when they first met when they were 6 years old. This kind of tacit understanding very quickly became a part of their flesh and blood in the following year's competition. Chapter 619. We will enter the monthly competition. Furthermore, it will be next month's monthly competition. Big Sister Chuyu, you just need to help us arrange it. Those who knew Yunsheng would feel that her talent was very high. However, those who truly understood Yunsheng would realize that the reason why she was able to break through to where she was today, no matter if it was her medical skills or magic skills, she relied on her own hard work. If you put in effort, you might not get anything in return. However, if you don't put in effort, everything would just be empty talk. This was the only principle that she had established in her 2 lifetimes as a person. Since she had decided to kill Lu Qingqing and establish herself in the Yellow Wings competition zone, she would not care about the cost. There were only less than 20 days left until the end of the month. In other words, Yunsheng and Dong Wangling only had a short 20 days left. All right, in the remaining 20 days, other than the individual competition, I will try my best to arrange the duo competition for the two of you. Seemingly infected by the tacit understanding between the two of them, Chuyu nodded her head. I will go and arrange the competition for the two of you now. Welcome to the 9th competition zone. Chuyu was also very fond of these two little sisters. She had a premonition that whether or not she could become the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone in the future would depend on Flame Emperor. Very quickly, the Flame Emperor team welcomed their first duo competition. This was the first battle after the two of them formed a team. It was especially important. Whether or not they would win or lose was very crucial. According to Chuyu's words, this was the time for them to make a name for themselves. Chuyu's preparation was very thorough. Before the start of the competition, she specially prepared information for Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger. Not only that, she also prepared 2 sets of magician's robes as a gift for the 2 of them. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger both had Elf Clan's magic robes. However, the 2 of them had to hide their identity right now. Thus, they naturally couldn't wear Elf's magic robes. She was also very generous. With just a glance, one could tell that the 2 magicians' robes were of high quality. They were worth no less than 500 gold coins. Dongwang Linger wondered where a mere judge like her got so much money. The 2 magicians' robes, one red and one blue. Dongwang Linger liked red. Thus, Yin Sheng gave the red robe to her and chose the blue robe. After changing into their magician robes, they waited for the competition to officially begin. Yin Sheng, I'm a bit nervous. What if we encounter an opponent like Lu Qingqing again? Are we still going to use the same strategy as before? After Dongwang Linger left the tavern, she was feeling a bit nervous. Ling, Qiu Qingqing is just a whetstone in our competition. Our final goal is the annual competition and even the Fighting King. Thus, we have to preserve our trump cards as much as possible. Remember what we discussed earlier. I will support and you will attack. If we catch them off guard, there will definitely be no problem. Yun Sheng was able to tell that Dongwang Linger still hadn't completely recovered from the previous competition. Moreover, where did so many Lu Qingqing come from? Let's take a look at our first opponent first. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger were waiting at the resting area for the 2-on-1 battle. The number of contestants participating in the 2-person competition was obviously much less than the 1-person competition. The resting area was also a lot more spacious. Only about 100 pairs of players could be seen. The number of matches for the first pair competition was out. Flame Emperor and Flame Emperor's opponents were a pair of brother and sister. Flame Emperor's opponent was a pair of brother and sister. According to Chu Yu's information, their opponents were a pair of twins, Lu Hong and Lu Qing. Both of them were martial ancestor realm martial artists and were experts in martial arts. Only until the moment before the start of the match did Yun Sheng see her opponents. Her opponents were a pair of male and female martial artists who looked almost exactly the same. Their ages were around 20 years old, and their names were Lu Hong and Lu Qing. They were a pair of twins. Compared to the people from Bee Venom, this pair of brother and sister looked a lot more down to earth. They were the same as most of the contestants in the arena. They were here to make a living by participating in the arena. In the previous few matches that the 2 of them had, their results were average. For this month, the number of wins and losses they had was 5 wins and 5 losses. They could be considered as average contestants. However, the biggest advantage of the 2 of them was that they were a pair of twins, and their tacit understanding with each other was very good. Once the 2 of them joined hands, they would be able to unleash a battle skill that was comparable to a martial saint's battle skill. Thus, after knowing who their opponents were, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger had already discussed that they must not let the 2 of them have the chance to use a battle skill together. After looking at the information, a pair of male and female martial artists walked towards them. The 2 of you are Flame Emperor? Just like what the rumors said, both of you are wearing Ixcham masks. Could it be that the 2 of you are very ugly? Lu Hong's personality was very straightforward. When she saw the masks that the 2 of them were wearing, she couldn't help but ask, "Big sister, how can you ask such a question?" The younger brother, named Lu Qing, immediately apologized. "I'm just speaking the truth." "Why are you lecturing me? Am I the big sister, or are you the big sister?" Lu Hong was dissatisfied. Lu Qing felt a headache coming on. He could only quickly change the topic. "The 2 of you defeated Bee Boss and Lu Qingqing, right? So powerful. Speaking of which, we have also suffered losses from them before." It turned out that this pair of brother and sister had already lost to each other in the individual competition. With regards to Bee Boss's poison, the 2 of them had a face full of resentment. Bee Boss was just a trash from all walks of life. The people who had suffered losses from him in the competition area were nothing. Thus, after knowing that the 2 of them had taught Bee Boss and Lu Qingqing a lesson, Lu Qing had a very good impression of them. It's one thing to defeat Be Boss, but it's another to defeat us. In private, we can be friends. However, in the competition arena, we will not be courteous. Our results in the individual competition are not good. However, in the duo competition, we are seniors. If the two of you lose, don't cry, Lu Hong said in a muffled voice. Hearing her tone, it was completely the tone of a senior. Both Flame and Emperor felt that it was funny. Big sister, it's done. Since we have already greeted each other, let's go and prepare for the competition. Lu Qing grabbed onto Lu Hong and pulled her away. One interesting pair of brother and sister. After being interrupted by Lu Hong and Lu Qing, Dong Wanlinger was no longer nervous. When the time was up, Flame and Emperor walked out of the resting room and walked onto the competition arena. After having the experience of competing once, Flame and Emperor were already somewhat used to the atmosphere of the competition arena. However, it was different from the previous time. This time, the two of them walked into the circular open-air competition area. When they walked into the competition arena, they heard a burst of lively cheers. It was completely different from the cold and cheerless atmosphere of the individual competition. Why are there so many people? The two of them felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Looking at their surroundings, they quickly discovered that the number of people who came to watch the competition this time was a lot more than the number of people who came to watch the competition. There were at least 100+ people. Last time, even when they were fighting against Lu Qingqing, there weren't that many people. Because the two of you are now the Dark Horse contestants. Many people heard that Be Boss and Lu Qingqing were defeated. Thus, they all came to see what kind of people the two of you are. Should you help to explain? Chapter 620. The Heaven's Wings Arena was divided into new players, old players, Dark Horse players, popular players, and popular players. The latter three could attract the most spectators. Flame Emperor's fame was not enough to reach the level of popular players, but for those curious spectators, they had become an absolute dark horse. Therefore, the number of spectators for this duo competition was not small. On the arena, Flame Emperor saw Chuyu. Opposite her, Lu Hong and Lu Qing were already standing at the side. Chuyu was wearing a bright violet warrior robe, which accentuated her slim waist and perky buttocks. It was very pleasing to the eye. Flame and Emperor were also young women. The three of them standing together were very pleasing to the eye, which attracted a burst of whistles from the spectator stands. She was in a good mood. It had been a long time since so many spectators came to the 9th Division to watch. It seemed that her choice of Flame Emperor was right. 9th Division, 7th Group Individual Competition, Flame Emperor Team against Dragon Phoenix. Flame Emperor and Emperor are a new team for the first time. Their magic cultivation is respectively Master Magician and Saint Magician. Dragon Phoenix Team, Lu Hong and Lu Qing. The two of them have been in the team for 3 years, and their winning rate is more than 50%. Both of them are martial marquee. Unexpectedly, Lu Hong and Lu Qing's team name was actually Dragon Phoenix. This name must have been thought of by Lu Hong. Let the competition begin. Chu Yu's voice had just faded, and her feet had just left the arena. Just as Lu Hong and Lu Qing were about to start the battle, the arena suddenly became hazy. It was a hazy mist that enveloped the entire arena. Even the entire 9th day's competition zone was completely enveloped by it. On the arena, the field of vision was instantly blurred. Under such circumstances, Lu Hong and Lu Qing could not even see where the Flame Emperor team was, let alone use a combination battle technique. Such a realistic mist? Is this water magic? No, it's not water magic. A water magician shouted from his side. A water magician could not release such a large amount of mist at once. It was enough to pass off as a real mist. It's elven magic. Only the elven race's high-level water magic can form such a mist. The spectators at the side were all speechless. They had watched the competition for so long, but they had never seen such a scene. While he was still in a daze, he suddenly heard a delicate voice. "Excuse me." Pung pung dash. In the arena, 2 hurricanes rose from the ground. The fog was instantly pushed aside. There were originally 4 people in the arena, but now 2 figures were smashed out like cannonballs. The 2 siblings, Lu Hong and Lu Qing, were knocked dizzy. Up until the moment they were knocked unconscious, they still didn't understand how they had lost. It was deathly quiet in the number 9 competition zone. It was almost exactly the same as the one in Beehive City. Instant victory! Instant victory! After Chu Yu's experience last time, she was clearly much more receptive this time. She immediately announced, Flame Emperor is victorious in the 7th match of Division number 9. He won. He won just like that, until they walked out of the arena. Many of the spectators were still immersed in the instant victory of the previous match. They had only used 2 spells, one elven water magic and the other wind magic, and they had won without any suspense. Flame Emperor's first pair competition was a complete victory. After the match, Lu Hong and Lu Qing, who had already woken up, found Flame Emperor, who was tidying up in the resting area. Lu Hong rushed up with an aggressive look. You two, you cheated just now. Lu Hong only remembered that her vision was blurry, and then she was swept away by the hurricane. This could be considered the easiest loss she had ever experienced in a competition. How do we cheat? This is called strategy. Dongwang Linger was happy. She was just following what Yunsheng said earlier, which was to use the fastest method to win. After all, she and Yunsheng didn't hate this pair of twins. The 2 of them must enter the monthly competition. In between, Yunsheng's request was to reveal as little of their strength as possible and to win as quickly as possible. Sis, stop fooling around. The 2 of them are stronger than us. Can't you see that they are going easy on us? Lu Qing was much more open-minded. He just didn't expect that the strength of this pair of newbies was so much stronger than what they had imagined. Although he didn't see clearly what kind of magic the other party used, after the match, he had already heard about it from others. In the previous individual competition, the strength that the Flame Emperor pair displayed was very astonishing. Furthermore, their opponents didn't have a good ending, especially Big B, who was fighting against Flame. It was said that he died in the blink of an eye. Even the people from Hidden Night Pavilion didn't know how he died. Flame Emperor is very powerful. These 2 newbies will definitely shine in the entire Yellow Wings competition zone. If there's a chance, let's have another match. Lu Hong was still somewhat unconvinced. In the end, she was still dragged away by her younger brother, Lu Qing. Good news. The news of today's match spread very quickly. I heard that a mage who knows elf magic has appeared in the Yellow Wings competition zone. The tickets for tomorrow's match have already been sold out. The result of today's match caused Chu Yu's trust towards Flame Emperor to deepen by another level. The strength of these 2 female mages is not bad. Furthermore, they have a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Those who offend them, if not dead, will be injured. However, if they have no enmity with them, they will definitely not kill the innocent. This kind of temperament is exactly what Chu Yu needs. After the first pair battle, Flame Emperor's reputation can be considered to have started. The temptation of an elf mage is still very big. Some mages even came to watch with the attitude of a pilgrimage. They also want to take the opportunity to learn elf magic. Chu Yu also did as she said and arranged several matches for Flame Emperor while it was still hot. Flame and Flame Emperor cooperated more and more in sync. The reputation of the 9th competition zone also resounded a lot. After hearing this news, Kong Fei of the first competition zone gnashed his teeth in hatred. He didn't show it on the surface, but secretly started to scheme. On this day, the 2nd young master coincidentally came to the arena. The 2nd son of the Skywing City Lord, Skywing Dong. He and his older brother, Skywing Tuo, are half-brothers. However, in terms of appearance, he is completely different from Skywing Ta. He has the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He is already over 2 meters tall. Standing in front of him, Kong Fei really looks very delicate. She didn't know how he could endure serving this 2nd young master. Skywing Dong is slightly stronger than his older brother, Skywing Tuo. He is a peak martial saint. 2nd young master, you should also take care of Chu Yu. She is becoming more and more impudent recently. She is actually openly snatching the resources of my contestants. Kong Fei massaged the legs of the second young master, Skywing Dong. His face was very obedient, but his eyes flashed with a trace of scheming. On the 1st to the 3rd, Big Fuzi will be going on a long trip in the dark. The updates will not be stable. I will send as many as I can. Also, in the new month, I will collect monthly votes to clear my throat. 50 votes, plus 2,000 words. Chapter 621. Tianyi Dong liked men like this. Oh, what's wrong with Chuyu? The profits in the 9th division are much worse than your 1st division. Chuyu had been assigned to the Skywings arena for more than a year. Considering that she was Steward Chu's daughter and had an ambiguous relationship with her brother, Tianyi Dong deliberately suppressed her and placed her in the 9th division of the Yellow Wings division. That division could be considered the most unpopular division in the entire Skywings arena. Could it be that in that kind of competition zone, Chuyu could still make a splash? Humph. That little slut snatched away a group of popular contestants that I took a fancy to. These days, the spectators in the 9th division have increased a lot. Kong Fei had the look of a little girl with hidden bitterness. He knew that Tianyi Dong liked this look of his the most. Popular contestants in the Sun division? What kind of strength could actually attract your attention? Sure enough, Tianyi Dong took the bait and comforted him. Their strength isn't that great. It's just 2 female magicians who don't have eyes. Half a month ago, one of them was a master magician and the other was a saint magician. Kong Fei recalled the 2 women's rejection and inwardly gnashed his teeth. There's nothing remarkable about such cultivation. There are plenty of them in the Yellow Wings division. Besides, the Hidden Knight Pavilion didn't participate in such people. Tianyi Dong was very disdainful when he heard of the other party's strength. Tianyi Dong himself was a competition maniac. Even after becoming the chief of the Skywings arena, he still participated in the Skywings level competitions. Tianyi Dong also had a general idea of the situation in the Hidden Knight Pavilion Skywings arena. In his view, what kind of climate could a group of doctors and magicians who showed off pills and potions accomplish? In addition, there was Kong Fei's pillow talk, so Tianyi Dong had never interfered with the Hidden Knight Pavilion. But he was very clear about the Hidden Knight Pavilion style of conduct. If the new contestants had some potential, the Hidden Knight Pavilion would probably have already snatched them up when they entered the contestants' resting area. Those 2 female magicians aren't easy to deal with, either. Yellow Knight Emissary wanted to recruit them earlier, but who would have thought that he would suffer a big loss? Even a few fierce characters in the arena were crippled by them. Last time, they ruthlessly rejected their invitation. I don't care anymore. Dong Dong, you have to avenge me. Kong Fei was jealous. Are you sure? 2 magicians below the sky rank defeated Yellow Knight Emissary's men? When did the Hidden Knight Pavilion become so weak? Tianyi Dong's heart ached for his little lover, but he didn't completely believe Kong Fei's words. After all, he was the head of the Skywings arena in name, but he still had to do things according to his father's wishes. In terms of cultivation, it's nothing, but there's also an elven magician. And in the last competition, that woman even used elven purification magic, Kong Fei said enviously. Everyone knew that it was very difficult for outsiders to learn elven magic. That female mage named Yin was also a master magician. Who knew what kind of fortuitous encounter she had that allowed her to learn high-level elven purification magic. Once the news spread, many people bought tickets to the 9th zone just to see elven magic once. There were also some mages who went to watch the competition just to see elven magic. Right now, the number of tickets in the 9th competition zone was almost the same as the number of tickets in the 1st competition zone. This was the first time such a situation had occurred in the many years since the establishment of the Yellow Wings competition zone. All of this was because of the appearance of Yin and Emperor. That's a bit interesting. What? Are you afraid that the 9th competition zone will overtake you? Tianyi Dong had already decided on a candidate to let Kong Fei be the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone. It was only because the other higher-ups of the arena objected especially because they were afraid that their father would find out later and blame them, that they had no choice but to say that the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone would be determined based on the ticket revenue of the major competition zones. They had originally thought that the first competition zone would be given to Kong Fei, and it was already a done deal. Who knew that in the end, there would be a Yin Emperor team? That's right. If this goes on for half a year, the ninth competition zone might really surpass the first competition zone. At that time, that slut Chu Yu will climb over my head. You'll definitely be mocked by the eldest young master. Kong Fei knew that Tianydong was most wary of his elder brother. So even though he knew that Chu Yu and the eldest young master had no relationship at all, Kong Fei still desperately pasted vinegar behind their backs. Second young master, I've recently heard people say that Chu Yu often goes to the treasure boat. Sure enough, she's a spy sent by the eldest young master. Seeing that he couldn't immediately convince Tianydong, Kong Fei simply shifted the topic to the relationship between Chu Yu and the eldest young master, Tiany Tua. Tiany Tua was a dissolute hedonist, and he had hooked up with all the women in Tiany City who were slightly prettier. Tianydong had also heard of the somewhat ambiguous matter between Chu Yu and his elder brother, but he hadn't taken it to heart. After all, Chu Yu's personal ability wasn't bad. Think about it. The eldest young master has already obtained the treasure boat with the most profit. If that slut Chu Yu occupies the position of the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone, then doesn't that mean that the eldest young master will climb over your head? Kong Fei's words made Tianydong waver. You're right. I almost fell for that adulterous couple scheme. Don't worry. The person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone is still you. I'll order people to hold the next few monthly competitions in the first competition zone. Tianydong's words instantly made Kong Fei happy. The monthly competition was second only to the annual competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone. Generally speaking, the number of people who came to watch the monthly competition was tens of times greater than the individual and duo competitions. Moreover, the price of the tickets was double. That was truly a lucrative job. Therefore, when the news spread, apart from the first competition zone, the referees of the other competition zones all voiced their complaints. Needless to say, everyone knew what methods Kong Fei had used to obtain this priority. Although Chu Yu was also somewhat dissatisfied with this, she didn't care too much about it. The Flame Emperor duo's performance in the next few matches was surprisingly smooth. Almost at the same time, there was another battle team that performed very well, but Chu Yu also noticed that it was a battle team called Double Dragon, with a female magician and a male warrior as its members. The two battle teams also had an imposing momentum, sweeping through the ninth competition zone and leveling several teams with astonishing strength. The competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone also became lively because of the sudden appearance of these two new battle teams. The Flame Emperor's winning streak continued. Yun Sheng was a rather persistent person. This was a good habit she had developed since she studied medicine at a young age. Since she had decided to eliminate Lu Qingqing, she would do whatever it took. Who knew if it was the Flame Emperor's good luck or the strength of the contestants in the Yellow Wings competition zone, but it really wasn't much. In the remaining competitions, the Flame Emperor proceeded very smoothly. Chapter 622. The name Flame Emperor became more and more famous in the competition zone. There were even some people who came to watch the competition because they wanted to see the team composition of Flame Emperor. This also brought a lot of income to the competition zone number 9. At the end of the month, Flame Emperor went to the competition zone number 9, where Chu Yu was. Liquidation during this month, the competition zone number 9, that Chu Yu was in also had a good harvest. Therefore, Chu Yu's mood was also very good. Your individual competition results have already been tabulated. Chu Yu tabulated the results of the competition. Yin Sheng and Dongwang Ling Er's individual results were as follows. Flame participated in 15 individual competitions, won 8 matches, lost 7 matches, won 7 matches in a row. Emperor participated in 14 individual competitions, won 6 matches, lost 8 matches, won 4 matches in a row. Flame Emperor team participated in 31 duo competitions, won 31 matches, won 31 matches in a row. Converted to individual winning streaks, Flame's winning streak was 22 matches. 5 matches. Emperor's winning streak was 19 matches. 5 matches. This is your individual and team bonus, a total of 55,000 gold coins. It has already been deposited into this anonymous Skywings gold card. You can collect the gold coins from any bank in Skywings City that has Skywings written on it. Chuyu handed the bonus to Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling. At the same time, I also wish to congratulate you and the other team, Twin Dragons, for successfully entering next month's monthly competition. After accumulating the results for a month, Chuyu was pleasantly surprised to find out that Flame Emperor had already successfully obtained 30 matches in a row. Before the monthly competition, there is still a period of time for you to rest and reorganize. I suggest that you all should rest and not participate in the competition during this period of time. As for the specific competition venue and time, I will inform you later. Chuyu had personally witnessed the hard work of Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling. Flame Emperor's fighting style was very special. 1 person to support and 1 person to attack. In the entire competition zone, there was no other team like this. As for the other contestants in the duo competition, most of them were proficient in both offense and defense. Only Flame Emperor was the most special. Almost all of the offensive magic with astonishing attack power were completed by Dongwang Ling. Because of this, the audience and even Chuyu had an impression that Flame was only a support magician in the Flame Emperor team, while Emperor was the main force. Most of the time, Flame needed the protection of the Emperor. This was exactly what Yunsheng wanted to achieve. After more than 20 days, most of the people, including Chuyu, had almost forgotten the astonishing instant kill ability that Yin had displayed in the first match. The current Flame had been completely overshadowed by her identity as an elven mage. All right, I'll rest for a few days. Before the full moon competition, my magic power recovered very quickly. I discovered that after tempering myself in the arena for this period of time, my magic power has increased by quite a bit. Dongwang Linger believed that even if she were to encounter Lu Qingqing again, she wouldn't be in such a miserable state like the last time. Dongwang Linger felt that her magic cultivation had already broken through from primary Saint Magician to intermediate Saint Magician. Sure enough, actual combat was the best way to improve one's magic. You can use this time to go to the city and buy some necessary medicine and equipment, Chuyu suggested. Flame and Emperor had been continuously participating in the individual and duo competitions. Furthermore, the two of them won more than they lost. Especially in the duo competitions, they practically won all of their matches. Therefore, the amount of prize money that they received was a lot more than the other newcomers. With this amount of money, Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger's food expenses for the next month were settled. They would also be able to keep an additional bonus of close to 40,000 gold coins. After the two of them left, Chuyu impatiently took out the account book and looked at the situation of this month's competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone. Among the 6 groups of contestants that entered the full moon competition zone, 2 of them came from the 9th competition zone. Because of this, Chuyu, the judge of the 9th competition zone, gained quite a bit of face. Other than Yunsheng, there was also a group called Twin Dragons that stood out. This group entered the Yellow Wings competition zone around the same time as Flame Emperor. However, different from Flame Emperor, Twin Dragons didn't participate in the individual competition. Therefore, in terms of the results of the duo competition, they were slightly better than Flame Emperor. They had already won 35 matches. It was also because of these 2 groups that the income of the 9 competition zone this month increased by quite a bit. Even the attendance rate had increased by quite a bit. Especially in the previous 2 matches, Flame Emperor and Twin Dragons, the attendance rate had actually reached over 10%. There was even a situation where a portion of the audience couldn't enter because the seats were full. This was the first time in the history of the 9th competition zone. It's a pity that the right to hold the full moon competition has been snatched away by the first competition zone. It must be Kong Fei's doing behind the scenes again. Chuyu is delighted, but also somewhat depressed. She had also learned of this news when she was looking at the account book just now. The income of the ninth competition zone had increased greatly. Kong Fei must have also noticed it. There were 6 groups in the full moon competition, and they needed to compete for a total of 3 days. The tickets for these 3 days full moon competition would definitely be very popular. Shortly after, Chuyu had another idea. As long as Flame Emperor and Twin Dragons are there, the 9 competition zone's following matches will be even more popular. Looks like I have to make a trip to the treasure boat. Chuyu thought for a bit, then took the 9th competition zone's account book and left the Skywings Arena. When Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger left the Skywings Arena, it was still early. Since the two had decided to rest, there wouldn't be any matches scheduled for the next 5 days, all the way until the full moon competition officially began. After Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger walked out of the competition zone, they took off their masks. The two chatted and laughed, looking forward to the full moon competition. Phew, these tens of thousands of gold coins are the most difficult money this lady has ever earned in her life. I want to use this money to eat a big meal. Let's call senior apprentice brother Abandoned and Gu Feng and have a meal at the sea. Dongwang Linger stroked the thin card. This month had really been stifling for her. She was the princess of the eastern capital. Although she had been living like a caged bird, her basic necessities were definitely not small. This was the first time she had been earning money like this. However, this kind of money made Dongwang Linger even more delighted. Gu Feng and Abandoned weren't as lucky as Yun Sheng. The competition in the Earthwings competition zone was a lot more intense. The two of them had already started their double match, so they were nowhere to be seen from morning till night. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger decided to hold their celebration at night. The treasure boat is right in front. Why don't we go in and take a look? After Dongwang Linger came to Skywing City, she had been immersed in the competition all day long. These few days of rest had allowed her to catch her breath. There were many novel things in Skywing City, but the medicinal herbs that Yun Sheng wanted to buy were still not available. It seemed that the Hidden Night Pavilion's control was much stricter than Yun Sheng had imagined. Just as Yun Sheng was feeling depressed, an imposing loft-like building appeared in front of them. Chapter 6:23. Dongwang Linger's eyes lit up, and she suggested going in to take a look. Before entering Skywing City, Dongwang Linger had asked the inn's waiter in private. The treasure boat specialized in selling all kinds of elixirs, weapons, magic potions, and artifacts. As long as you have money, you can buy any treasure on the treasure boat, the waiter replied when Dongwang Linger asked. Every inch of land in Skywing City was worth gold, but this building took up 5 to 6 acres of land. When they got close, they saw the words treasure boat hanging on the loft. The words were majestic and flamboyant, like an angry dragon that would break out of the signboard at any time. In front of the building, there was a row of towering ancient trees. The courtyard was deep, and 2 majestic white jade lions were sitting there. Yinsheng and Dongwang Linger had already heard of the name of the treasure boat when they first entered the Skywing City. The treasure boat was the only super existence in Skywing City that could be on par with the Skywings Arena. One of the reasons for its rise was actually closely related to the Skywings Arena. Those experts who rushed into Skywing City and tried to get rich overnight would go to the treasure boat to sell their belongings when they failed in the arena or the casino and went bankrupt. The experts who could come to Skywing City were all magicians, warriors, and even summoners who had been in the continent for many years. These people all had a few artifacts, magic scrolls, or precious materials that could save their lives, buying at a low price and selling at high price. The treasure boat was a business that made huge profits with little capital. Another characteristic of the treasure boat was that whether it was pawned or sold, they never asked about the origin of the goods. Therefore, some illegal goods that couldn't be sold on the continent, whether it was elixirs, artifacts, or even some rare baby magical beasts, could be pawned and sold by the treasure boat. Some declined experts could only pawn their goods here. As time passed, the wealth and treasures accumulated in the treasure boat were innumerable. There is a saying in the boundless continent that if one wanted to buy ordinary large goods, the everlasting Chamber of Commerce would be the first choice. But if one wanted to buy small items or rare treasures, the treasure boat would be the best choice. Yun Sheng and Dong Wang Ling had long wanted to take a look at the treasure boat. Unfortunately, their storage rings were confiscated by Elder Hellion. Due to their lack of money, the two of them didn't have the chance to take a look at the treasure boat. Now that they had some extra money in their pockets, they wanted to take a look at the treasure boat. Just as the two of them approached, the two white lions that were originally sitting on the ground suddenly jumped up and let out a series of angry roars. The sound was deafening, and the people on the street were shocked. Dong Wang Linger was shocked. Only now did she notice that she was stepping on the tails of the two white lions. She originally thought that the two white lions were jade sculptures. After all, these two white lions did not have a single strand of mixed fur on their bodies, and they looked exactly the same. They looked like twins. Yunsheng also took a closer look. The two white lions were actually magical beasts at the peak of the 8th rank. Just these two white lions were priceless. The treasure boat was indeed worthy of its reputation. Hearing the movements of the white lions, a few shop assistants ran out of the House of Treasures. Quickly get a summoner here. The shop assistants had a headache. Without thinking, they knew that someone must have stepped on the two jade lions at the door again. Speaking of this, it was all eldest young master's fault. For no reason, he insisted on finding two magical beasts. He said that the treasure boat was a big business, and only two peak of the 8th rank magical beasts would be impressive enough. Yet, these two white lions had unpredictable temperaments and looked exactly the same as stone sculptures. Many passers-by would accidentally step on the white lions. Previously, there was a family of tourists from another city. One of the children sat on a white lion while playing around and was almost eaten. Ever since then, the treasure boat even specially found a summoner to serve them, spending a lot of money for nothing. But once the summoner went out, the shop assistants were all dumbfounded. The two white lions that were originally irritable and restless actually obediently lay on the ground. Beside the white lions stood two pretty female magicians. One of them was using her hand to touch the white lion's mane. Those two big fellows were very docile, and they even used their tongues to lick the female magician's hand from time to time. You two are. The shop assistants on the treasure boat were very surprised. Looking at that lady, she was clearly not a summoner. No matter how they looked at her, she didn't look like a summoner. Dong Wang Linger blinked her eyes. This is really strange. How did these two white lions suddenly become big white cats? Just now, those two big fellows were still very irritable. Who knew that after Yun Sheng went forward to touch them a few times, they would lay down on the ground? It was as if Yun Sheng's hand had some special magical power. Yun Sheng didn't explain much. Ever since she returned from the Immortal Jew Nation, she also felt that her summoner cultivation had broken through quite a bit. Even without the beast language ring, it was still the same. This was especially obvious when she came into contact with some high-level magical beasts that could understand human language. Yun Sheng understood that this might be related to a portion of the 8 Desolation magical beast bloodline in her body slowly awakening. When she was in the Immortal Jew Nation, Yao's arrow had opened the Elf Queen's seal. After the seal was opened, she felt that the Bakra orc's blood in her body seemed to be gradually awakening. I'm sorry. Just now, my friend accidentally stepped on the white jade lion's tail. After comforting the white lion, Yun Sheng smiled apologetically. Actually, you can add a magical space near the white lion. This way, the white lion and the passers-by will be more at ease. Yun Sheng also felt that if two wild and untamed magical beasts were placed on the streets, it would be too ostentatious and threatening. Luckily, she was present today. If it were someone else, The stone lion whose tail was stepped on would probably go into a rage and eat that person. Yunsheng's smile was very dazzling. The shop assistants on the treasure boat, who had seen countless people, only felt that words were spoken in front of them. They stuttered, "Thank you for your reminder. Respected Lord Magicians, are you here to buy or sell things?" Those who came to the treasure boat were none other than these two types of people. What's inside the treasure boat? Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger walked into the treasure boat. After walking into the treasure boat, Yunsheng discovered that there was another world inside the treasure boat. The whole treasure boat was divided into several sections, just like a palace. Each section was connected by a corridor leading to different pavilions. Different pavilions had different shop assistants to receive them. These shop assistants weren't ordinary people either. They were all magicians and warriors with extraordinary skills. Yunsheng even saw a few summoners. At the entrance, there was a map which clearly stated the layout of the treasure boat. When Yunsheng saw the map, she vaguely felt that the layout of this treasure boat was somewhat similar to the Heaven's Wings arena. It looked as if they were the work of the same person. It seemed that the treasure boat and the Heaven's Wings arena were indeed inextricably linked. According to the map, the treasure boat had a magic tool building, a scroll building, a medicine building, and a magical beast building. Magical beasts are also sold here? Yunsheng asked when she saw the magical beast building. Chapter 624. Yes, the treasure boat also sells baby demonic beasts, demonic beast eggs, and demonic beast soul stones. However, demonic beasts that are rank 6 and above are only sold to summoners. That shop assistant replied respectfully. In the continent, there are also some people who would buy demonic beasts as their pets. However, according to the rules of the Zao state, high-rank demonic beasts were only allowed to be sold to summoners of the corresponding rank. After hearing what the shop assistant said, Yunsheng was a little disappointed. It wasn't good for her identity to be exposed. It seemed that she couldn't go to this demonic beast building. Yunsheng's magic scepter was filled with top-grade soul stones. She wouldn't be interested in ordinary soul stones. As for the others, she wasn't interested in them either. Then, does the medicine building sell basic herbs? The other reason why Yunsheng came to the treasure boat was to see if she could use the treasure boat to bypass the Hidden Night Pavilion and buy some herbs to concoct medicine. The medicine building only sells high-rank and above elixirs and magic potions. If you want to buy low-rank and mid-rank elixirs and magic potions, I suggest you buy them from the Hidden Night Pavilion. The shop assistant replied regretfully. The two asked again. The magic scroll building was the same. It only sold high-rank and above magic scrolls. As for high-rank and above magic scrolls, the price was sky-high. Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger's little bit of wealth was simply not enough. Perhaps seeing Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger's predicament, that shop assistant reminded them very considerately, "The two of you can go to the magic tools building to take a look. There are many types of magic tools on the treasure boat, ranging from low rank to mid rank and above." Yunsheng, let's go to the magic tools building to take a look then. Since Dongwang Linger came to the treasure boat, she wasn't willing to return disappointed. Thus, under the guidance of a shop assistant, the two of them walked towards the magic tools building. Not long after Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger entered the treasure boat, Chuyu came to the treasure boat with the account book. There were a few shop assistants who were setting up a magic array for the two white jade lions. "Big Sister Chuyu, you're here." When those shop assistants saw Chuyu, they hurriedly went forward and greeted her. Looking at the situation, Chuyu seemed to be very familiar with the people on the treasure boat. "What's wrong? What kind of joke is eldest young master trying to make now?" Chuyu saw this scene and frowned. "That's right. We scare another batch of customers this morning. Fortunately, a kind-hearted customer reminded us to set up a magic array beside the white lion." The workers were so busy that their foreheads were covered in sweat as they explained. "Eldest young master isn't here, right?" Chuyu looked around and didn't see eldest young master's carriage. "No, Eldest young master hasn't been here for a few days. Steward Chu is currently on the third floor of the Magic Tool Pavilion. If you have any business with him, you can go in directly. Chu Yu heaved a sigh of relief and walked straight in. After Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger entered the Magical Artifact Pavilion, they were attracted by all kinds of magical artifacts. The magical artifacts on the treasure boats came from all over the continent. Even some of the elementary magic tools had unique designs. However, the price of some Dharma artifacts was not low, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger looked around for a long time, but they still couldn't find a suitable magic artifact. Just when Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger were about to give up, Yun Sheng noticed a special stone. It was a strange metal fragment. When Yun Sheng saw the metal fragment, her heart slightly trembled, and an indescribable feeling arose in her heart. Worker, what kind of treasure is this fragment? Yun Sheng believed that anything placed in the treasure boat would definitely not be an ordinary item. Is this fragment the thing that you're interested in? This fragment, I'm really sorry. Actually, I also don't know what this fragment is. It's just that the city lord ordered me to sell it publicly. The worker on the treasure boat was a bit embarrassed. He had stayed in the treasure boat for many years, and he was quite familiar with all kinds of treasures. However, this fragment that was made of unknown material and origin, he couldn't tell what it was. As for why the city lord placed this fragment here, he also didn't dare to ask. He could tell that the two young ladies in front of him had exquisite appearances and extraordinary temperaments. They definitely didn't come from an ordinary family. However, he didn't expect that the two young ladies would be interested in this fragment. Amen? Little Yin Yin, this thing gives me a very familiar feeling. From a Shinnong medical bracelet, the voice of the little water fairy queen floated over. Is it related to the 8 desolate divine artifact? Yun Sheng remained calm and collected as she quietly communicated with the little water fairy queen. The feeling that Yun Sheng had when she saw this fragment was very similar to the feeling that she had when she saw the other 2 8 desolate divine artifacts. I don't dare to be certain. However, even if it isn't the 8 desolate divine artifact, it is definitely an important clue to finding the 8 desolate divine artifact. Its aura is the same as the immortal Holy Grail. The little water fairy queen wasn't very certain. No matter if it was the 8 desolate divine artifact or not, or the clue to finding the 8 desolate divine artifact, she was determined to get this fragment. How much is this fragment? Yun Sheng took a glance at the fragment. She was determined to get this fragment. This fragment is worth 5 million gold coins. The worker didn't expect that Yun Sheng would actually want to buy this fragment. In fact, many of the customers that came to the treasure boat were interested in this fragment of unknown origin. However, when they heard the price that the shopkeeper quoted, their first reaction was that it was a scam. A fragment that was nothing actually cost 5 million gold coins. Hence, this fragment had been placed in an eye-catching position on the treasure boat for so long without being sold. The worker also didn't expect to sell it. He originally thought that Yun Sheng would turn around and leave after hearing the price. Who knew that Yun Sheng would stare at that fragment? If this fragment was really related to the 8 desolate divine artifact, it would be worth it even if it was priced at 5 million gold coins. Furthermore, it wasn't that Yun Sheng couldn't afford 5 million gold coins. It was just a pity that her bee speech ring had been taken away. As long as she could redeem her bee speech ring, she would be able to buy this fragment. Yun Sheng already had the 8 desolate divine artifacts, the summoning demon's hand, and the immortal Holy Grail. Any one of these 2 artifacts had a terrifying power that could shock the entire mainland. Although she didn't know the specific use of this fragment, Yun Sheng still didn't want to let go of any clues that could lead to finding a new 8 desolate divine artifact. I want this fragment, Yun Sheng said with certainty. You want it? The worker's face was filled with disbelief. A blush appeared on Yun Sheng's jade-like face. However, due to certain reasons, I am unable to buy it directly at the moment. Please give me 3 months. Within 3 months, I will definitely come and buy this fragment. However, during this period of time, I hope that the treasure boat will not sell this fragment for the time being. The worker was in a difficult position, being begged by such a beautiful fairy-like girl. Even if he had a heart of stone, he wouldn't be able to harden his heart in such a short time. But this customer, the treasure boat, doesn't accept any credit. If you want to keep the item, you must pay at least a 10% deposit. The price of 5 million gold coins was 500,000 gold coins. At present, Yinxing only had a little over 50,000 gold coins in total. She had to deduct 10,000 gold coins for living expenses. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.